What's up, guys? We're here for another New Worlds map contest playtest tour. Very excited. Today's event is dedicated to Minerals, whose map will be featured throughout this event. Should be almost 7-hour long stream. Action-packed. So get your beers, get your popcorn, get a good ass groove going. We're going to be here for a while. I should be joined by Kwark, MasterRey, and Pato, and we may have other casters joining in later because it's such a long stream event. We got caster shifts. What's going on today? What the hell is a New Worlds map contest, do you ask? Well, let me tell you. Basically, we had a bunch of map makers submit maps. There were 33 submissions. After those maps were submitted, they were screened to make sure that they met the criteria. And the criteria of this first edition of the New Worlds Map Contest series was making sure that the maps were standard, comfortable-ish. There is some flexibility, but obviously there are certain things that can make a map not standard or comfortable. So after that screening was done, as you can see in stage 2, we ended up with 21 remaining maps. And then came the fun part. Basically, those 21 remaining maps, they were posted on TL.net and Reddit. And the map making community, represented by broodwarmaps.net. Big shout out to all the map makers who've played a big part in organizing this series. Minerals, Freakling, Crystal Drag, SC Spider, Jojo, and others who've also donated. Basically, those maps were submitted, and we asked the public to vote on them. And they did. They had to vote on the top 12 maps, which would make it into what was called the semifinals. This is what the semifinals of voting look like. What you see are the top 12 maps that were voted by the public. The public consisted of TL users who, check out threads, view them, and comment. It also consisted of players. Many A and S rank players also participated in voting. In this particular stage, there were also 4 judges. They basically gave a score to all the maps. In the end, you end up with 12 that made it into the semifinals. Big shout out to the authors of these maps. As you can see, the 12 were selected by taking into consideration the scores of judges, TL votes, and all the map makers basically voted on all the maps, and you ended up with the top 12. This format might change in the future to where only the public will be voting for the top 12 maps or whatever, and there won't be any judges. As with anything, when you're trying it out for the first time, you sort of learn some things and make improvements in the future. But this was basically the semifinalist stage, and so 12 maps were selected. And then afterwards, another fun part of this was we asked the public to vote on the top 4 maps. The whole point of this map contest series for a map maker is really to keep advancing by receiving a lot of votes on your map to ultimately make it into the top 4. Because what happens is we basically organize 4 tournaments, single elimination, featuring 8 foreigners on each of the maps. So one map is featured in one separate tournament. Today, one of the finalist maps will be featured throughout the event. All the games are played on the same map. This is done for testing purposes. This is done so that organizers who wish to feature this map in their events, they have, a lot of games to check out and see how they played on that map. And it's also to obviously reward the map maker for making it into the top 4. So in this stage, the public, big shout out to everyone who checked out the thread and, voted. I think it had over 10,000 views on TL.net. Over 100 voters participated. They voted on the top 4 maps. This is what the finalist voting round looked like. You can see all the maps from the semi-finalist round are listed here, and the top 4 are highlighted. Wavelet by Freakling and Crystal Drag. You see 51 votes, and there's a score there. The Dewalt system was used for the scoring. Basically, what that meant was the public was asked to list their top 4 favorite maps and to rank them in order of preference. If you rank the map first, I think that map would receive, 1 point. If the map was ranked second, I think it received 0.50 points. And if the map was ranked third, it would receive 0.33 points. And finally, if the map was ranked fourth, I think it would receive 0.25 points. That's how the Dewalt system worked. So Wavelet, obviously, it was in a lot of people's top 4s, and it was listed as the first map. So it has the highest score at 28.92. It was followed by Tundra by Stylezerg and Freakling. Received 44 votes, a score of 24.83. And then we have Goodnight by Crystal Drag, received 43 votes and a score of 22.83. And last but not least, we got Sanctuary, which we're featuring in today's event by JungleTerrain and Minerals. Received 43 votes and 20.58 score. As you can see, the 5th place was very close. Terraform by SC Spider, received 43 votes, but the score was lower than Sanctuary's. That's why I didn't make it into the top 4. However, there was a separate award for the best new mapper. That's basically a new map maker who would receive the highest score out of all the new maps or map makers that were participating. So SC Spider did receive that award. Big shout out to him. Terraform did exceptionally well. Some of the maps that you see in the top 12 we also featured in playtest tournaments. We do have a video of that uploaded on YouTube. Do check it out. A lot of good games on all of these maps. But basically the focus of the New Worlds Map Contest Series is making it into the top 4 so that you can get a tournament organized on your map. We are doing the second tournament. We have 2 more that we'll do on the 2 remaining finalist maps, Tundra and Goodnight. After all these 4 tournaments are broadcasted, guys, something fun happens. We asked the public on TL.net to basically vote on their favorite map out of the top 4. And their vote is supposed to be based on watching the actual tournament games and seeing how they went on that map. So, you know, you're supposed to kind of have a good idea of how all the tournaments played out on the 4 different maps, and you select the one map that really appealed to you, right? By looking at a map image, you really can't tell how well a map plays out, and you might have certain biases or preferences before checking out a game on a map, but after watching some games, you might be like, oh, okay, this is actually really cool. I didn't know this map played out like that. So after we do that and one map is selected out of the top 4, its author, that map maker, receives an award. So it's a pretty cool, inclusive event, all together involving the public, players who play in the tournaments, and I should mention that there are prizes for the winning tournament players. And obviously it involves map makers. And the point is to really develop really good maps that can be used in the foreign scene, that can be submitted to ASL and so forth. So really looking forward to seeing how today's tournament goes. Sanctuary is going to be the map, guys. Here it is. Standard rush distances, wide open center, direct path travels on smaller bridges, and easy SimCity throughout the maps. These are the descriptive bullet points provided by the map maker, Minerals, and JungleTerrain, who also helped make this wonderful map. While we're waiting for our casters to join,
I've joined. I'm just waiting for you to
Shut up.
finish your speech.
Hi, Kwark. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just chilling here on a Saturday morning. Going to watch some good StarCraft.
You're awesome, man. Thanks so much for volunteering to cast, and you stuck around for the last map test tour that we did, which was like 8 hours long on Wavelet.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Had some good games. It was a marathon of an event. I don't know about best of fives all the way through, but
You know, that was my idea.
Yeah.
The map organizer wanted to initially do best of threes and the best of five finals, but my thinking was that a best of three could end really fast. It could be a 2-0 and it could be really like short, wonky games. And because these maps, I felt they spent a lot of time developing them, and then they're submitting it to ASL map contests, and they want foreign organizers to pick them up. I thought, why not just suffer a little bit more, make the event longer, and really see how these games played out. So yeah, I mean, they can go on for a while, but to me it seemed a bit riskier to do a best of three and have like some really short sets. So that was basically my thinking on it. Kwark, what do you think of Sanctuary, this map?
Give me a second just to make the picture slightly larger. Okay, so we've got mineral only third with what 6 crystals.
I'll
Small
copy a link
bridges
into the Twitch chat too.
Yeah. Small bridge to a fourth clockwise. The main and that look standard at the size of the mains. 4-player map. It's with the base in the corners. That's very generic. The mineral only third doesn't look too useful, so I would expect people to try to go for the fourth that's clockwise of them, unless their opponent is there. I'm thinking if say your opponent's in the bottom right and there's a Zerg or Terran in the bottom left, in fact, if there's anybody in the bottom left, you would not want to take that gas third at 6 o'clock, would you? That would be a pretty difficult base to hold with that high ground right next to it that the opponent can take. So that would be kind of an ugly situation to be in. I don't know that you'd ever really want to take the mineral only. 6 crystals is not very many crystals. That might be 7 crystals, I might be miscounting, but it looks like 6 to me in the picture.
Also want to welcome Pato. Thanks for joining, my friend.
Hello. How are you today?
Well, I'm wondering what you think of Sanctuary, because you're going to see a hell lot of it today.
Well, I haven't played that map yet, so I cannot give an accurate answer, to be honest. But it should be fun to watch high-level players play on it, so it will be a lot of fun just to watch.
I would not want to be anti-clockwise of my opponent on this map.
Pato, I copied a link to it in our Twitch chat. You can get a probably better sense of the picture that's uploaded online. But the third, one thing I noticed is you can sort of like protect it with, because I think of Terrans and how they complain about maps or have a difficult time grabbing a third. And that third seems to be similar to circuit breakers, where you can have tanks sieged in your main and sort of provide cover for that third. There's a lot of bridges on this map as well, and I'm not sure how that's going to play out, but it's a very interesting feature. The different pathings that are available, there's narrow bridges, there's wide bridges, so a lot of risks and rewards, I think, in terms of the way the pathing works.
Yeah, it looks interesting enough. But it's very different when you watch a map on the mini-map than when you actually play
it.
So I'm really looking forward to see how the games will go.
I mean, someone said this map is like, Polypoid had sex with Fighting Spirit, and this was the baby that was born.
I don't see it. Fighting Spirit is defined by its like bigger walled area in the middle and the high ground thirds. This is nothing like Fighting Spirit. With all those budgets, it's more like circuit breakers to me. But
oh, that's interesting. So it must be the jungle terrain tile set that people always compare maps to. Does it have more similarities to Polypoid, do you think, than Fighting Spirit?
I mean, it's got the mineral only third. It's
on low ground.
It's a circuit breakers to me is what I think when I look at it. It's you've got the quick V bases, one of which is a mineral only, and then you've got the when I look at again, I'm thinking Protoss bottom right, like Terran bottom left or something. I look at the 6 o'clock base and I think that's a very easy, secure base to take because there's not very many attack angles on it. It's kind of pretty well covered from the third if the Terran takes the mineral only third, and then just sieges the way across there. I don't know how a Protoss would ever stop that, which is what I feel about circuit breakers too. If I'm like horizontal on circuit breakers, and the Terran just slow pushes across, I hate that situation. This to me looks a lot like that. I'm getting circuit breakers vibes from it.
Interesting. Okay. We're gonna get into the game soon, guys. Cut the chatter and get straight into it. I should probably show the brackets today. So we got the same players from the last tournament, but they're playing different opponents. We'll have Tech versus Voddy. That will be a PVT. Then we got Sziky versus Ultra, a ZVT. Hawk was supposed to play Oyaji. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Oyaji had to advance. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to show that. If you're really interested in seeing Hawk versus Oyaji, guys, check out the map test tour we did on Wavelet. I believe they played a set of best of 5. You can check those games out. So Oyaji did advance. And then we'll see Dewalt versus Dandy. So that should be good as well. At the end of today's event, we'll have one final winner. You guys have predictions?
Which game is first? Sorry.
First, we'll see Tech vs. Voddy, but I should have been more specific. Who do you think is going to win this thing? Like, who are we going to see in the semifinals, and who's going to take it all?
Dewalt over Dandy, Dewalt over Oya, Tech over Voddy, Sziky over Ultra, Sziky over Tech, Dewalt over Sziky.
Wow. Pato, you got predictions like that?
Voddy should win Tech, or he's been beating him the last couple of games I saw. So I think it will be close, but Voddy will advance. Sziky versus Ultra. Sziky is one of the best Zergs out there, but Ultra has a terrific TVC and he's beaten Sziky a lot of times, so I'm rooting for Ultra in that game, just to
Has Ultra improved a lot, guys? He's been playing a lot.
I think he has a terrific TVC and a very good TVT as well, but his PvP is not good. It's not as good as his other matchups. He lost a lot of games in the past, so that's why he wasn't able to advance through the tournaments as much as I think he hoped for. But I think he's a great player and he has very good mechanics. And when he will be able to, I don't know when he will be able to improve his PvP, but if he does so, I think he will be a top player for sure. So, and for the last match, sorry, the Dewalt versus Dandy, I like Dandy a lot, but Dewalt is Dewalt, so I think there will be no surprises there.
Yeah, these are best of 5s, right? So I know Dewalt sometimes has got knocked out in a best of 1 or maybe best of 3. You guys definitely think he does well in best of 5s, right?
Yeah, I think all will be close matches, except maybe the Dewalt versus Dandy, but you never know. Dandy can strike you and surprise you in ways you don't imagine. So we'll see. I'm rooting for. I'm thinking that Ultra, Voddy, and Dewalt will advance for the semifinal.
Ultra, I played with him a few games, I think last week, and he wasn't at his strongest. It was maybe he was just having an off day, but he wasn't happy with his play either, because I know that he can play a lot better than he did that day. But
Did you win?
yeah, he kept winning.
Oh, nice, man. These are really good players. I mean,
Yeah, well, that's right. I think he was either having an off day or he just wasn't at his.
all these
best.
guys are in the top 20, right? What do you think in the Foreign Brew War scene? I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, of course.
I'll have to mention this again. Sometimes among viewers who don't even play the game, there's this obsession with like number 1 or 2, and these viewers can't even get like B rank or C rank. So I'd like to really congratulate all the players for not only getting S rank, but just being among the best foreigners, right? So that's a real accomplishment.
Yeah, these players are amazing. They just keep in mind they have another jobs. People are too harsh with them because they lose one game or they lose a series, and they say, "Oh, you should retire. You should have done that or this or that." This or a player with another things going on, another jobs, another.
Is that what they're telling you, Pato?
No, it's
Are you projecting?
no, they're very they're very good. No, I just block them if they just.
No, I know
try
it's
to insult.
backseat gaming, backseat casting, secondhand nature to me. But
And
you know what? It's all we have,
and
guys.
keyboard gladiators.
If
Keyboard
you're a player
gladiators
out there,
as well.
you have to realize that's all we have. We have nothing else. You guys have so much. You have, AAS rank, your name in the community. We have nothing but just backseat talking.
So
Yeah, so we'll get
So-
into Tech vs. Voddy if you want to
Yeah.
join the games. These are all pre-played, guys, because it's almost impossible to coordinate this live. We want to broadcast all the matches during one stream event. So I'll get
Okay.
into Tech vs. Voddy now.
let's dance.
I got the Discord screen share up. Again, if you don't want any spoilers, because my screen share is going to reveal who advanced, just look away when I'm looking at my folders.
Okay,
TQ.
I don't want to know. I want to be surprised.
I'm
Yeah,
going
I'm just
to
going to join the games.
privately message you both and spoil it for you. You know why? Because I suffer. Everything is spoiled for me. Nothing is fun.
I will watch the transmission.
How does the map preview look, Kwark? Is it the same map that you thought?
It is. I still don't really like the Minerals thirds with no crystals, and I'm still worried about where you'd take your gas third if you are anti-clockwise of the opponent.
What do you guys? How do you judge a map? Is it based what's the frame of reference? Is it the popular ones you prefer in the ladder pool, or
I imagine playing it and how that would go.
for your particular race and style?
Yeah, I imagine what. So for me, I'm not good with shuttles PvT. So when I see narrow bridges and close quarters, I feel like this is going to be a very scrappy game for me, because all my dragoons are going to be getting clumped up and just getting destroyed by tanks. Half of them are going to be shooting buildings.
What's
not
the
good.
connection between narrow bridges and shuttles? I'm sorry. They force you to go shuttles?
Yeah, you want to go like a shuttle High Templar Storm style, because you can't get your goons to actually fight properly. It's a map like Polypoid. You can just do big sweeping arcs of dragoons moving around. It's easy. But looking at the narrow bridges on here, you wouldn't want to play it the same way as you play Polypoid. You'd want to do more Vivas, maybe more speed shuttles moving in towards, I guess, like a carrier style.
Gotcha. Pato, get your ass in here.
He's watching on the Discord, he said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally missed that. Okay, guys, let's get into it.
Go.
Tech vs. Voddy, game 1. Best of 5, guys. The finals is a best of 7.
Okay then. On the bottom right, we have our Chilean player DM Tech. And on the top right, we have our Swedish powerhouse, none other than IRK Voddy.
Ox, would you be willing to reveal the map just so we can see it? Because I'm thinking now might be an interesting or good time just to look at the terrain as well. So if we look at Voddy at the top right, it looks like the base at 3 o'clock would be probably a good push angle for him. I'm thinking if he takes goes 2 bases, then pushes through that bridge, secures this area. I feel like if he can get set up there with tanks, floating buildings, that's like a launch pad that threatens the mineral only. Well, that's how I see it. Whereas on the other hand, if Tech goes for his mineral only and then tries to take this base at 3 o'clock, there's no way he can hold that, because that bridge between Voddy's natural and 3 o'clock is just so narrow. You can't move your goons across that. It's just.
Oh, I think I saw a Dewalt game versus October Surf this month. Could it be? He has a very, very hard to protect third base.
Yeah. I'm expecting Tech to expand towards the bottom left. He's not going to want to probably even take the mineral only, and definitely not 3 o'clock. But we will see. And so Voddy's going for the early warden. Actually, no, it's not warden.
No.
Yeah, this is a Vax at natural just to threaten any kind of early Nexus play with a depot so he can micro it. So this is going to be the gasless expand and also the bunker rush threat.
But it's a very late scout. You usually 12 scout when you do a reload like that, and if you don't found it.
This is normal scout timing. Look at his SCV time. It's going to arrive about 225. This could not be more normal as a scout timing. 225 is the scout timing for close position first scout. But, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
As Terran, if you go 15 command center, you have the possibility if you first scout to do 15 CC and not build the second supply. You only do that reloader if you don't scout in on first position, because if not, you can die against the solid first build.
Okay, I see.
So that's why it was strange to me. He rushed to that second supply.
I'm surprised that Tech is scouting the map. Again, 225 is the close position first scout timing. He knows that Voddy's the top right. But whatever. Tech, just very generic 23 next opener here. And I like this opener. This opener I use a lot myself. 23 next is, as I said, very generic. It's safe. I would give Voddy the build order advantage though. He's going to have to repair that bunker for a while, but he's happy to do that.
Well, there's a video online of Kala that he experimented of what is the best opening against 15cc, and after a long investment of different reloaders, he concluded that 23 Nexus is the best reloader economically and damage-wise. So I think Tech made a right choice there.
I like that Tech confirmed the CC. He needs to know what he's up against, and Voddy's bunker was so far forward that it cost him a lot of damage to find out, but he knows that it was a gasless. Also, Voddy is very carefully checking for any kind of proxy nonsense. That is exactly what he needs to do here, because he thinks the situation is that it's just standard 23 next robo goon range play. However, Tech against a gasless could be doing anything. He could be doing proxy DT rush. He could have 3 gateways. Both players are playing this extremely well. Tech, as soon as he saw the quick CC, he says, I don't need that goon to be held in reserve at my base. I can just pull that forward and attack the bunker, which is what he's done, which is what he should do. And Voddy in turn is exploiting that by getting the scout. I felt like if Tech had left his goon at home on the ramp, just holding the ramp this entire time, that would have been a mistake, because he needs the damage on the bunker. The fact that he has range advantage right now is worthless if he doesn't get the goons on the bunker. So both players have played this perfectly in my opinion so far. I have no criticisms for either player. I like Tech going one gate for now, although he does need to be adding a second gate soon. This is... because he doesn't need to go straight into the free gate once he establishes it's gasless, but eventually Voddy is going to be able to move out. And he needs to add a second gate soon. Looked like he wants to take a fourth base or third base first, but
Yep.
there is some potential for Voddy to punish here if Voddy wasn't going for a siege play. Now, of course, Voddy is, so it's that potential is no longer there. I'm surprised that Voddy's going for siege. Siege is very defensive in the situation where you scout your opponent only has one gateway. If you scout like 2 or 3 gateways, yeah, absolutely just siege tanks. But I would have maybe liked to have seen a Vulture mine speed here, just because he knows that Tag isn't going to try any kind of goon bust.
Maybe he wants to play the long game with the upgrades and the faster.
Well, you could do that either way. It's just the order you do things in. This is like a very defensive order of doing. And that is the 6-minute observer timing. Beautiful. Observer gets in before the turrets are up, and this is exactly what. This is why you go 25 robo. Tech is showing us how this build is meant to be played here, which I like a lot. You just get the observer in before the turrets are up, and you see everything that's going on.
Well, we can say that Tech has the advantage in every way.
Yeah, I like Tech's. I mean, he doesn't have his army isn't better than Voddy's army right now, but it doesn't have to be. He's got his third base up. I wouldn't mind seeing some probes sent to that third base. It has been finished for a while now. If you might like to, mine some minerals. Okay, there we go. There's the Maynard. That was a very late Maynard, but oh, and he sees the factory flood, and he's already got his third base up. There's
no armory, right? There's no armory, so
there's
he's
no
going
armory.
to do a 2-base. Yeah, 2-base push. That's not
And
good.
yeah, well, also there's an observer right over it. And look at Tech's counterplay is instant. Tech goes, oh, okay, we're doing that. You want to build some factories? That's fine. I can build some gateways. Just 4 gateways instantly thrown down inside his base. Is no Stargate. Knows that this is not going to be a high-tech game. This is just Citadel for Zealot legs. Hoping to see an archives in a second. I'm surprised that Voddy's not clearing out the observer before he does this. This is... Okay, there's our archives. We're going to get speed once we have 150 gas, I'm assuming. And just a lot of units. He's paused his pro production as well, which I like, because he doesn't need more economy. His economy is already great. He just needs like gateway units, shuttles. I'm hoping he gets a shuttle on time, because one thing we saw when he was playing Dandy last week, or in fact 2 weeks ago, was that there were tank pushes and he wasn't dropping zealots on them. But, I mean, the main thing is just getting a lot of units, and he's got 8 gateways. The observer is just tracking the army. And he's making sure that he doesn't get his goons stuck in a narrow arc. Because the one thing you have to avoid in the situation is getting your goons all attacking from one angle. So he's setting up a flank ahead of time. Looking at these tanks, if he had a shuttle, this situation would be so much better for Tech. But it's already pretty good. If he picks off these tank reinforcements, that's huge. Just 2 tanks for free. 1 tank for free. 2 tanks for free. Okay. Zealot legs is maybe 2/3 done. We need Zealot legs, we need Storm. I would love to see a Shadow.
Yeah, but those goons are cutting reinforcements, so
Yeah.
I'm
They're
not.
He's just waiting
I
Zealot
would-
legs. Zealot legs
Yeah.
is like, okay, it's done. It's good. Tech, it's go time.
What?
Okay, now we're going. We've waited like 5 Dragoons, but it's go time.
Oh, that seems easy. That seems easy.
Yeah, but we picked up all the tanks at the back. All the tanks at the back are dead now, and so this is not a deep formation. This is 4 tanks at the front, and that is it. There we go.
Yeah.
This is why he put those goons on the map right at much earlier, is to make sure that he could always get a flank on the Terran army. And Voddy is just losing tanks here that he doesn't need to be losing. Here's another 2 about to go down.
So that's why I don't like 2 bases pushed.
Yeah, there's an observer above it. It's just doesn't work.
unless you have the Protoss try to cheat you, or he fails doing like some kind of very aggressive build order. But if not, 2 bases play simply don't work against good players.
Yeah, I mean this is also why you go the 23 next 25 robo. It's because the 25 robo guarantees that you get that observer above the factories. If the observer's not there, then it can be a devastating push timing. But if the observer is there, then this happens. Okay, he's building a shuttle. He's got Storm researched. He doesn't have any High Templar yet, but he's working on it. I don't know why he's taking... Okay, he's cancelled that next. He doesn't need that. It's not part of his win condition. He is absolutely fine here with just the bases he has. He doesn't need more bases. High Templar are getting in the shuttle. Yeah, these videos. And now this fight, he doesn't have the angle on his opponent that he had before. There's the wide bridge, but the wide bridge is mined up. There's the narrow bridges, but the narrow bridges are pretty well covered too. This is... I mean, Tech has a huge advantage, but at the same time, it's going to be difficult because of the terrain. He does need to get the shuttle storms going well. Voddy doesn't really have a late game. Voddy's getting his 1-1 now. He's got his +1 attack, he's getting his +1 armor, but he doesn't have the starport, doesn't have a science facility. I'm lying, he does have both of those. Okay, so Voddy is transitioning into a less all-in build. I don't know about this. It's all going to come down to that shuttle with the High Templar. This terrain is just so ugly. Look at it's. How do you get any damage out of these goons on this terrain? High Templar dies immediately from the tanks. Okay, yeah, he's broken the front, but it doesn't matter because he can't get any deeper.
It's very hard to kill a push, a Terran push on this map.
Yeah.
He can establish a position. It's very hard to take him over. So
And he needs
that's why.
speed shuttles, like multiple speed shuttles. Having to use High Templar like Zealot bombs here. Okay, there's only 3 more tanks behind this, but it looks like we're just gonna crush the first position, then back. See, Tech's macro is slipping a little bit, but he's got like 3 units queued up in each of these gateways and a 1,000 minerals, but it's. I feel like Tech's strategy here wasn't bad. It's just it's a difficult map. Especially for Tech style, because Tech's a very macro heavy play. He doesn't have that much in the way of finesse. He's got good strategy and good macro. But he's getting exploited here. 1-1's about to finish too. I think it's pushing advantage Voddy. Tech's got 30 more supply, but Voddy has transitioned out of the all-in. Voddy's now got his mineral only after he's taking 4th base. This is a difficult map. And looked like Tech just opting for counterattack. There's mines there though. This is... There's not that many mines, but he doesn't. He's going to hit the first few mines, and he's not going to know how many more mines there are behind it, and he should just back.
Honestly, I didn't know that Voddy was going to get this far in the game.
Yeah, the terrain has been doing a lot of work for Voddy. Okay, but here comes the push break. Oh, Shuttle dies with the high tempo in it.
Those mines.
Yeah. This is super ugly map for Tech Cell. This is just not the map Tech wants to be playing on. But he's done okay, but it's Voddy is still. Voddy doesn't need this position anymore. Voddy now has 2-2 on the way and an additional base. He's taking the position off Voddy, but it doesn't actually matter anymore. Because Voddy's win condition is now just I have more money than you.
Yeah, he traded a lot of units and he didn't take up. He just made a few Templars, no Arbiter, no Carriers. He just mastered units and just traded them in a bad way. So now Voddy has the upper hand in this game, I feel like. Yeah,
absolutely. And Tech's fourth at this point is a mineral only that is actually attackable from the high ground behind it. It's not the fourth he was after. Voddy still has the position. This is everything I was afraid of on this map. This is exactly why I was looking at it and I was worried about the terrain.
Yeah, but now I don't feel like Tech has a way to get back in this game. They have almost the same supply, but Voddy already has the 2-2, 3-2 on the way. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think Voddy has this, and I think Voddy has this because of the terrain. I was afraid the terrain was going to lead to a game like this, and it has. It's so difficult to get your units on top of the opponent's units on this map. I don't think it's necessarily a balance issue. I think it's a playstyle issue. You need to play for using a style that is able to get your units onto the opponent's units, and he hasn't done that. Looks like Tech's going for Storm Drop at 12 o'clock. That could be effective. Although Voddy sees it. I mean, Tech's not out, but it's an uphill battle. Storm Drop is gonna go, and oh, beautiful. He anticipates the direction that Voddy sends them in. Voddy was ahead like 20 workers before that, now he's ahead a few workers. That was a very nice Storm Drop. It's not going to be enough. Because as you were saying, Tech has not progressed his tech. Voddy has been progressing his upgrades. And Tech was struggling to beat like plus 1-0 Terran on this terrain before. Now he's going to have to beat 2-2. The situation has just gotten much worse for him.
Is there anything he can do right now, to be honest?
He could ask Voddy if Voddy fancies unseeding and just trying to like move command
yeah.
the side storm. Failing that, I mean, he will need the best storms out of shuttles that anyone's ever done. Like, he'll need that jangly storms. Just one tank in the bottom left, forcing all the goons to react because it could just get on the high ground and siege. Oh, the mine kills all the phobes. Oh, nothing's going right for the tech now.
42 probes, 41.
He does have. Oh no, there's a Wraith killing the Storm Drop. He had that shuttle that was his like only comeback mechanic, just hiding at the top center. But a Wraith, Voddy just builds a Wraith and goes and kills it. I love that play. He goes, I know the shuttle's up there. I know that like the moment I try and do anything, you're just going to Storm Drop me. Like anytime I'm distracted, just Storm Drop immediately. He just built the Wraith. Just cleans it out. And Voddy doesn't need to do anything at this point either. Voddy's just happy, content, waiting on these videos. Situation's only going to get better for him. His +3 is going to finish in a few seconds. But he never needs to attack. He's just happy. If you exclude the worker difference, then Tech's got a fair supply lead, but it's only like 20. Oh, EMP on the item, beautiful.
Yeah, so I had to be honest, I thought there was actually no way that Voddy could pull this game off after that tail push, but props to him, he proved me wrong. He's in a very good position, and it looks like this game will be over in a couple
of minutes. Look at 3 o'clock, look at those Dragoons just blocking the pathway, shooting a flying vac. This is everything I was afraid that would happen on this map. They just... You try and move your units around and Dragoons are like, got it, you want me to just bug out on this narrow bridge? Can do. No trouble, boss. Yeah, this is GG. Tech is only now starting to exploit the other bridges too, which is, oh, beautiful EMP as well. That was a high Templar, had full energy. Like, there have been bridges that Tech could have been using to counterattack this entire game long. When Voddy's army was near Tech's middle only, he could have been sending units left towards the bottom left and then out that way just to get units back on the map. He's just sent units through the 3 o'clock. He should have been sending units around the map on the narrow pathways, but the problem is the narrow pathways are narrow. It's just they're not easy to use. It's not a comfortable map.
Well, he have almost double the worker count, so GG. Yeah.
GG.
Well played.
Tech had the dream opener there.
Yeah.
Sure, his opponent went for a quicker CC than him, but then his opponent went straight into no upgrades, 6 factories, and he's got an observer right above them, so he just does a counter build. That was, I think, I was saying map issues. It's not a good map to play like big sweeping 8 gateway armies on. You want to do shadow play on that map. If there were Weavers, like a speed shuttle with 2 Weavers slowing down the Voddy's push, every time a siege tank moves out of position, just picking up the siege tank, that would have been a very different game. The problem is that that's not how Tech likes to play.
So game 2. Let's see what happens. I'm not thinking that Tech will have a good time.
No, okay, this time we have cross map, which does make a difference. Because there's no narrow pathway cross map where you can easily reinforce and cut off any angle. Because I like Tech's style. Tech plays the same way I do. He doesn't favor the Reaver. He loves the 23 necks. He gets his scanning information, then he does like macro play. The problem is that it's difficult to do that close position on a very terrain map. But cross map this is going to be a better situation for Tech.
Okay, Devon. So introducing the players, we have on the bottom left, on the bottom right, sorry, our white RK Voddy. And or yellow. And on the upper left, we have our magenta Protoss DM Tech.
That is a very forward pylon. This is going to be some kind of Zealot opener, do you think?
Yeah. But I don't know if it was 9 Nexus, if he could have done it on the lower ground, so...
Okay, Gateway's space back, so it's maybe just he doesn't know the map super well. Doesn't know exactly where his pylon wants to go. And Voddy is again going to go for the Vax on the low ground. Wait, eBay on the low ground, cancel it Vax on... Okay, there we go. Bit of a misclick there from Voddy. Not going to make a difference though. I was going to be very surprised by the eBay rush. That... I wasn't entirely sure what was going on with that, but he changed his mind. And yeah, just all standard from tech so far. This is... We're just going straight into a 23 next opener. One probe on gas? Interesting. I don't think that's a mistake. I think he's modifying his build to not get the Dragoon range. Oh, what's going on with that gas mining? That was like going at like a weird angle. The pylons improved it slightly, but they're still not good. Okay, so with this opener, tech won't be able to go for Dragoon and Dragoon range immediately, the way you normally would. I don't know if this is a mistake or not, but it is going to have an impact. His Dragoon range is going to be slowed down a lot. And that means that his ability to punish this quick CC from Voddy is going to be significantly reduced. However, if he just skips Dragoon range, then he will be able to do a much faster Nexus. So if this is on purpose, then I like the mix-up. If it's an accident and he does build us like a second Dragoon. He's mining a lot of gas too. This is...
But no range yet.
Yeah, no range. Well, he's only... Yeah, okay, so he's deliberately skipping range.
Yeah.
I would have just kept 2 probes on gas if in that position, but yeah, he's just counter-expanding. This is fine. He's going to miss out on the ability to do any kind of pressure, but he knows that he doesn't need to... knows he's not going to be able to kill Voddy early cost position, and at the same time he knows that he doesn't need to. Oh, beautiful moving shot with the probe. He's getting ranged now.
Double Nexus?
I disagree with this. Because there's no point getting range at this timing. It's range super early if you want to pressure the bunker, or range super go range
Double
after the robo.
Double Nexus with 1 gun.
Yeah, but I don't like the range. Is what annoys me. He should have done range after the Nexus, in my opinion. If this is what he wants to do. I don't hate the decision, but I don't know why he's doing it the way he is. Also, if there's a base with 6 mineral patches and a base with 8 mineral patches that you can choose which one you want, take the one with 8. He should have taken 12 o'clock. That pylon below us Nexus is also misplaced. If it's one to the left, it improves the mining on the bottom mineral patch, but the way it is, it doesn't improve the mining at all. But see, if he could have moved his robo forwards and gotten Dragoon range after, because he's not going to do any damage to that bunker. This is not a pressure build. He doesn't have any Dragoons. He's getting the range upgrade for the Dragoon army he doesn't have.
This is an insta-loss if he plans to do a 6:30-minute push with 3 tanks and bolters with speed.
Did he get range to trick Voddy in some way into thinking he's not going to make a second expansion, or no?
No, it's just a mistake. It's just...
I don't think so. He could be.
I feel like he felt like he needed range, so he got range. Which is true, but he didn't need range, on this timer. He could have had range 20 seconds later and it would be fine. Because he's going through the checklist of the things that you need to get, which is third base, range, gateways, robos, whatever. But the order matters, and the order here is not optimal. If he's not pressuring with Dragoons, and he made a decision not to pressure with Dragoons when he went for Nexus Robo before his additional gateways, He's gone 3 base Robo off of 1 Dragoon, which is fine, I like that, but if you only had the 1 Dragoon, it doesn't need range. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen it the same stuff, but order slightly different. He should suspect. I mean, he doesn't have any scouting information, so he's being forced to guess. It could be a lot of different things. He knows that it was like a 21 Nexus, but he doesn't know anything after that, which is why he's going for turrets. Ideally, as Terran, you would go for like armory, comsat, no turrets, but he's going turrets and comsat and mines. This is a very defensive play from Voddy. We were talking about how like a 3 tank push could be super dangerous. But he doesn't have the 3rd tank. He doesn't have the additional marines. This is not like the super dangerous version of that push, and it's because he's playing so defensively. This is a little bit dangerous, but it's not super dangerous because there's 4 gateways.
Is that a good idea? I mean, would Protoss go DTs or shuttle Reaver drop in cross positions like this?
They absolutely could go Reaver. I don't think this push is a good idea, just because I think this push is what do you beat with this push? It's cross position, so they're
He didn't
not going to
commit.
hit ready.
If you're going to push, you have to push. You can't build a fast eBay like that. You have to commit a little bit harder.
Yeah, he's just testing the waters here, but
yeah.
And Tech has lost track of where Voddy's army is, but Tech has a lot of units, so it shouldn't make a difference. If Tech moves right now, he can just run over this. There's only 3 tanks.
Well, just goons.
You need to move right now. 3 tanks isn't scary. 5 tanks is scary. He's waited too long. Now there are missile turrets. He's going to struggle to clear the mines. If bunker gets down, this suddenly becomes a much more difficult situation.
Plus, the terrain is pretty complicated too against pushes. So remember the last game.
Yeah. Well, Tech, if he moves his dragoons that are currently next to his mineral only to the left, goes down that bridge there, and that looks like exactly what he's doing. He's worked out he needs an angle. If he can get an angle on this push, then it suddenly becomes a lot easier.
Yeah, but you need to take care of these pushes before they establish. If not, you have only goons. You have no speed still.
He has the zealot bomb. He just put 4 zealots inside a shuttle. I mean, there's not that many tanks. Is the thing. He can plow through this, but he does need to go before it gets too established. There's 2 more tanks on their way. 2 more tanks will make this push a lot stronger. And Voddy's hiding one of the tanks under a tree as well, for that additional miss chance. That's a cool move. Oh, those dragoons just took a huge mine hit. He's got the shuttle. He's got enough dragoons. Voddy can go here. So Tech can go here. Tech can bust this, but he does need to pull the trigger. Where's your shuttle, Tech?
Oh, that tank.
Where is Tech's shuttle?
On the natural extension, I believe.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, found it. Thank you. There's not that many tanks. He can do this. He can bust this. He's got his goons chasing some additional reinforcing tanks away. He's losing his timing window. Behind this, Voddy is adding a starport. His +1's on the way. He does need to go.
Well, I think Voddy knows that he would lose that push, but he wants to trade. So that's why he prepares his +1 starport to continue the game.
Yeah, but if Tech doesn't even get the trade, if Voddy's just able to keep the position, keep the units, and also get his tech, it's going to be not ideal.
What?
You could have done that. There weren't that many tanks. Where's your shuttle?
I think he forgot he had the shuttle. He's waiting for the salad speed, I believe, to just mass salads.
He could have broken out of this with the zealot bomb while heading towards his zealot legs for the follow-up fight. This is Okay, I like what he's doing with his goons on the map at least. This game he's exploiting the Voddy, he's getting units out on the map. This is better than last game, but he's giving Voddy's army way more respect than it deserves. He's up 50 supply and he's just not taking the fight.
I mean, he had an extra expansion. He probably thinks Voddy doesn't have one, and he's just going to macro if he's not being pressured that much. What do you think?
I think there's like 30 supply of terror
that's mine.
available for free in the middle of the map, and he can just pick it up whenever he wants.
Oh, counter attack.
Yeah.
I feel like he's just building up, and he's going to overpower Voddy and then try to finish the game with just a mass army. Because he is macroing pretty hard right now.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Tech's macro. That's what I say every time I watch him play.
But you're worried about the contain, like it gets worse and worse, right?
Counter. He will win this counter. He will win with the counter. GG.
Yeah, I mean, contains can get pretty ridiculous. More turrets, mines, tanks, and then you're fucked.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so GG.
I don't know. I'm not as confident in this being GG as you are. He has just forgotten his zealot bombs, hasn't he? This is like these tanks they're just pushing forward here are like the perfect zealot bomb bait, and he's just not dropping on them.
Yeah, but even though he will not be able to stop that counter attack.
You don't think a Terran can stop a giant Protoss army using only SCVs and tanks on high ground? Have you never watched this game before?
Yeah, but he will lose too much.
He really has forgotten his zealot bombs. He lost his shadow. He doesn't know where it is. This happens to me quite frequently too.
Yeah, but he loses his CC, he lost like 20 SCVs, and if he wouldn't have forgotten his shuttle, that push is very easy to stop when he tries to come forward without turrets.
Look at these tanks. Yeah, just the one shuttle.
The funny thing is, guys, Pato plays Terran, Kwark plays Protoss, and basically Kwark is saying Tasagi and Pato saying Pusagi, so we'll see which one is right.
I mean, Pato was busy telling me how there was no way that Voddy could stop Tech's army, and the CC was going to die, and the tanks on the high ground were clearly not going to hold. And Tech appears to have lost his entire army, and the tanks on the high ground held, and that appears to be a CC at the natural.
You gotta give me that he didn't use that shuttle, and he didn't took care of that push.
I'm sorry, it appears that everything I said just happened.
Well. But I thought that Voddy was going to win this series, so this is not fair. We can have the same conversation again with the Wolf and Dandy. And maybe now.
Yeah, Tech's not ahead.
Really? He lost.
Tech's lost his. This contain that was up there before is still up there. +2's now on the way. So Tech's still forgotten that he has zealot bombs. And like Tech can't break this push.
Yeah, he hit that shuttle even from him.
Yeah, this is one of those games where you watch the replay and you're like, I'm pretty sure I had a shuttle. So you just watch it and like, oh yeah, there it is. Okay, now I know what happened.
That ninja shuttle.
It's Tech's phone us.
Yeah. No, I think it's really worth it.
No, the counter's not going to do shit. So the counter doesn't deal with the ultimate problem, which is that he can't kill these tanks over here.
Yeah,
he should have cleared out the push like a long time ago. It was completely possible for him just to clear out that push. He could have just swept into it from the side and wiped it. But he's never wiped it.
Yeah, the move of the game was before. He had to break in. He had to make more damage, and he had to use that shuttle in order to stop that push from Terran. When the Terran pushed with 3-4 tanks forward, and he didn't sell a bomb like Kwark said, he was pretty much over because he wasted a lot of units for nothing, and he didn't took advantage of that situation where the Terrans panic and they try to move forward with no turrets, and they just make a misposition of the army. So now.
In the heat of the moment, Voddy targets an observer. I love that about him.
Tech was up 50 supply, and Voddy's entire army was in the middle of the map, and he just didn't pull the trigger. Like he can get such a wide sweeping angle on Voddy's army there. He just doesn't do it.
Oh my god, this is one of the situations where you're like, how many fucking mines are there, right?
Yeah, I mean, he got efficient trades there. He killed all those tanks, but this is the move he should have made like 20 minutes ago.
No, go mines, go mines. We need more.
Oh, he's found the shuttle. Okay, the shuttle has been...
Nah.
Shuttle is back in the game.
Complete.
Everything's gone, but the shuttle's there.
Unlocked. Yeah, achievement unlocked. You got a shuttle.
I mean, you saw how easily he cleaned up all those tanks that were slightly too far forwards from Voddy, and how he reset Voddy's supply super hard. He could have done that at any point in the game, but he's only choosing to do it now after it's already been lost. After all his probes at 9 o'clock died, after he lost his key bases.
Oh, he will be punching himself after this game.
Yeah, this was it's the kind of game that you're not happy about losing.
Well, both games, to be honest, because the first one I thought that he had it really easy. Oh,
those lines. See, this is +2 now, and it's a deep formation, but he could have cleaned it up at any time.
What if that would have happened if he did try to clean up? Because there's situations where you're like, oh, this person has a superior army, they attacks, and then you look at it and you say, wow, that didn't really turn out like I thought it would. Are you guys 100% sure he could have broken that?
Yeah, when he was 50 supply up, and he had his army like behind Voddy's army. Yes, he definitely could have run over it then. It's because like it's not a deep formation if you have all of your army outside your opponent's natural. It's you can just you can swamp it from every angle. He had a full 360 flank on it. It was. But even then, when there were 3 tanks there, he could have broken it with just Master Dragoon. When there were 5 tanks there, he could have broken it with Master Dragoon. When there were 7 tanks there, he could have broken it with Master Dragoon and the Zealot bombs. It was just he was always able to break that push, but unless he actually pulled the trigger and picked up the 3 tanks that were on offer, it got less and less favorable for him.
I don't know if you agree with Kwark or not. Why don't you just type it into the chats or the YouTube comment section?
I suspect that Tech probably agrees too. He probably, if he watches this or he watches the replay, he's like, yeah, I should have just pulled the trigger. I had a big enough army. It's just forgetting that shuttle. But we have the same positions again. Yeah, Tech has thrown away 2 build order wins. Or I guess scouting wins. They're not build order wins because it's not like they blindly selected their things. It's Voddy went for a quick 2-base 6-pack and Tech scouted it and went 8 gateway. And then Voddy went for a fast expand, loose contain. Tech went for triplet expo. I like Tech's build choices in both of these games. He's not getting rewarded, but he should be. We have the same spawn as before. Tech is the blue Pato, top left. Voddy is the yellow Terran, bottom right.
So cross positions again. We are thinking that Tech will learn his lesson.
I mean, he did make adjustments between the 2 games. He didn't let himself get contained as easily in game 2. He did use the bridges, get his army out on the map, pick off reinforcements, that kind of thing. The issue was that he forgot that he had Zealot bombs and he didn't crush the push when he had the chance to.
To be honest, if I see 2 games in a row, 15 Nexus or 19 CC, I would just 12 Nexus. This is why Tech is no Kwark. I get you feel identified with him, but he doesn't 12 Nexus, and it will be a build order advantage against this kind of play, right?
Well, then Voddy's going for his gas this game, but I like the 23 Nex in every situation. That gas mining on Tech's on the top left is just not. He has to fix it. And he has fixed it. that's something the map edit or the map maker should take care of. That's something that we should put in the feedback. Is that the gas mining at top left is ugly. But no, 20p Nexus is a good build every game. It's a solid build. So he sees the SUV coming in around 240. He should know its cross position. He also saw the angle the SUV came from. Is he? Yeah. Okay. Are we tech? No, he's just scouting clockwise. He doesn't care. Tech, you got to learn the SUV scout timings. They tell you where the tone is. But then this is fine. This is all very standard. I said he's just heading towards. Oh no, the second gateway. I don't like that at all. Especially given its cross map, and he should know its cross map.
No matter what Tech does, he can never satisfy Kwark. I feel like you're going to be a really tough parent. The kid's going to be like, Dad, everything I do is just not good enough for you.
A lot of these games I've been saying that I like the way Tech plays. I liked his decision making both games. I liked the way he plays his 23 Nexus. I like his 25 Robo and his Quick Observer. He plays a lot of the same way I do, and I like watching it a lot. This is just
small little
things. It's not the spot for 2-gate, and he had the information that would tell him it wasn't the spot for 2-gate. Because if you learn the SUV scout timings, you can tell when your opponent's cross position ahead of time.
When are we going to get the Protoss guide from Kwark with little jewels of information?
I need a Terran to devote a few evenings to playing at the Terran side of it.
Well, Pato?
Wink, wink.
I'm trying to get either Terra or Dandy to help me out, but we'll see when they have time.
I don't think that's going to happen. Let's get Pato.
Why not? Why not? They're good people.
They're pretty busy. I hope it happens.
And I'm not. That's why you're playing.
So Voddy losing the Marines for free is not what he wanted to do here. He now has a bunker on its way, but it's...
Oh, he got the SCV in there.
Here comes the Vulture counterattack. It has no mines yet. But unfortunately, there's 2 Dragoons about to finish, so this Vulture's going to do fuck all. And there are no tanks. There's not even a tank building. The only thing building is a Vulture and mines on the way. But the mines on the way aren't going to help with the fact there's already Dragoons to add as natural. Only 2 of them are firing, but you know, one day there could be 4 of them firing, and that'd be a pretty good situation. Oh, Voddy only gets 1 mine down. That Vulture he had out on the map that was trying to place the mines to block the reinforcements, it died with 2 mines in its pocket. Okay, he gets the second one out.
No siege. That's sad.
No, but with these mines, he'll be fine.
Four Dragoons can kill a tank with 2 bodies of attack. I'm not sure. You need siege against this, or you will die.
Siege is halfway done. He can just repair the bunker forever. Voddy has made a lot of mistakes this game, but at the same time, he's got 6 Dragoons. That's the magic number. He says, I can one-shot SCVs now.
I like how much of a traitor that tank was. They got the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to keep the tank alive. Also, I like the lack of respect Tech gave the bunker. He goes, wait a second, I've already killed 4 Marines. How many Marines can there be in that bunker?
Yeah,
if there's 4 Marines in that bunker, he can't make that move. He can't jump on it and kill the SCVs that way. But 2 Marines in a bunker, you don't have to give that any respect at all. You can just jump on it.
What did Voddy do wrong there?
It was a build order win.
Yeah.
So Voddy went for a quick factory Vulture mine play, assuming that it was a fast expand. So his Vulture shows up in tech space expecting to see like 1 gateway robo and a Nexus. And instead he sees that there's 2 Dragoons just popping out. No Nexus, 2 Dragoons immediately take care of the Vulture. And all his Marines that his natural died. Those Marines should have been in the bunker from the beginning. But Voddy's build was greedy. He was cutting corners, he was trying to hard counter a build that he didn't know if Tech was doing. It feels weird to say this about Voddy, because I always say the opposite, but Voddy scouting that game wasn't what it needed to be.
Should he have ran away with the Marines?
I mean,
Wait
yeah,
for the
but
bunker
then,
to finish.
oh, you mean where was he going to run?
He was
them? If he runs them
engaging
back
with the
towards
dragoons. And they died.
If he runs them back towards the bunker, then the bunker just doesn't finish. He kills the SUV. If he, where else can he run them? The bunker needed to be done. If there are 2 dragoons at your natural and the bunker's not done, something's gone wrong, especially cross map. Voddy was playing very greedily because Voddy believed he knew what Tech was doing, but he had no reason to believe that.
Okay, so it's Pato's fault that Voddy lost.
Why is that?
Get it together, Pato.
So,
I said you have to do siege, and if not, you will die.
if the bunker was on time, he could have gone 1 vulture into a siege tank, microed the siege tank, and headed towards siege slowly. It didn't need to be like a blind counter siege rush. He could have played standard. It just needed to not be what he did, which was 2 vulture, mine, lose both of them, and lose all his marines. And it looks like we are getting a 9 gateway natural. Tech is tired of the quick CCs. Unfortunately, that's not what Voddy's doing this game, but he's hoping for the best.
Any viewer out there who's raging about the colors, especially Voddy's, I can't change it. It just be yellow. So, fuck you. I'm just kidding. I can't see shit either, guys.
Unfortunately, Tech is going to get the last scout, although, I mean, hopefully he will see the SUV and he'll work out where his opponent is. If he doesn't change his pro scout path when he sees the 2-minute SUV at his natural, I'm going to have to message him on Discord and tell him what the SUV scout timings are.
I'm sure he's going to appreciate that.
Let's watch the probe. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to tab out and message him. Wait, did he change it? No, he didn't change it. Okay, I'm messaging him.
Are you really?
And that's how we never got.
I do share the VODs with all the players, so they can kind of get an appreciation for what we do, but also if they wanted to check it out for feedback and stuff.
Okay, so he closed his door, his entrance, so that salad will be useless. So below the advantage for our friend Voddy. What will be another salad, which is more useless. I'm guessing he didn't know.
Yeah, this is, I mean, he's cancelling his second zealot now because he knows it's completely worthless. So third zealot, but he should have known this was happening significantly early, and Voddy behind this just going for 2-vac, because Voddy knows that Tech has super late Dragoon range, no chance of like a quick robo. This is correct counterplay from Voddy.
Let me ask you guys something, because when I was active from 98 to like mid 2000s, all Terrans blocked off in TVP. It was the thing that you do, unless the map didn't allow for it. Like Luna, I think you can't. When I came back, I noticed nobody's blocking off as much anymore. When do you block off? When do you not? Is it just safe to block off all the time, or?
I think depending on your confidence in your micro of means against zealots.
Yeah, and it's annoying when you're trying to fast expand. Maybe if you want to build before time, there was a thing where you build your CC on your high ground, and you can build less marines, so you can have a faster CC. But the time where you lift your CC and bring it to your natural expansion, it's a lot of time compared if you just build it on the low ground.
It's mainly because of the fast expo, which is much more popular now than back then.
Yeah.
That Terrans do that. I see. But if you block off like Voddy has, isn't that a giveaway that you're doing, maybe a 2-fact or something like that?
No, you can do a fast expansion as well. On the back in the day, in the early 2000, I love RV. The common builder was 2-fact or 2-fact with speed and mines and 1 tank. So, or the Gundam Rush, where you go like 2 tanks, Marines, medic, and Marines, mines, and bolters.
Okay. So this is quite an interesting game because Tech has 3 gates but no actual units, no Dragoon range yet. And he's been cutting his probes like crazy. However, Voddy has been cutting his STVs like crazy, has 2-fac So this is going to come down to some weird timings. There's 3 gateways. The gateway at the natural is probably going to fall, but the one in the main could build a DT and hold the ramp, and the proxy gateway could build a DT and counterattack with it. This game here. Both players have the means to win and the means to lose. There are 3 DTs being built right now.
Yeah, it depends on.
He built it on the on the path between the 2 bases. Oh, Tech, no! What have you done?
That's
it's all gone wrong. But it's not unlucky. That's where else are the tanks gonna go?
He doesn't kill the Templar archives, guys. He's just rushing. So why is that?
He needs to get his mines over here.
Yeah, but I think he's alright if he lands the proper mines. I think he should win. 2 packs.
He doesn't start any academy, so this is just gonna be like mine expand. That DT has no right to be alive. That DT should be dead.
But you need to place like ninja turrets or do a really good vulture micro. If not, or you can just expand. But I feel you can.
Voddy has 500 minerals and he hasn't built an SCV in like the last 10 minutes. He's somehow fallen behind 10 workers. There was no reason for this to happen either.
Yeah. Oh.
Voddy shouldn't have fallen behind this many workers. This is actually kind of bad.
Well, he has to go for the throat like right now. If not, he will have a very bad time against fast arbiter, 2-base arbiter.
I like the quick Stargate. I like that Tech decided, you know what, I probably will lose the archives. That's fine. You know, I'm just gonna have to build my arbiter tribunal before the archives dies. Let's see if we can do it. Stargate's halfway done. No, it's not happening.
Not happening. Sorry.
Okay, you know what? Carriers, it's fine. Just we can adapt. We can evolve.
Plan B carrier. And he also killed the Citadel if he's thinking of building a Templar's Archive.
Yeah, it's carrier o'clock.
Yeah.
We can no longer go for quick arbiters. There we go, plan B. I really do believe that he planned to go arbiters and he's just adapting on the fly.
Body needs to hit as soon as he can. But does he know this? Because he has no... Oh, there's an academy.
Yeah. But he had to save those scans though. Also, and there's still a 10 worker lead. Voddy has a natural, but the natural is barely mining. I would love to see Tech getting his +1 air. I say this every time somebody goes carriers, and it's always true. You got to get that +1 air. It's 20% more damage at your carriers. It's never not worth it. This Dewalt has just been given a terrible job. It's done something to piss off the boss and say, hey Zealot, go clear some mines. Okay, so the question is, when does Voddy scan? Because once Voddy scans, he'll just go, oh, you're doing that? Okay, I can end the game. Tech doesn't have an army, but he has a 14 worker lead. Pretty sure. I favour Tech's position. Voddy's on the clock here. And Voddy's still on 2 factories going toward Starport, so Voddy's playing this very defensively, whereas Tech is playing like the craziest quick carry build anyone's ever done.
Yeah, he needs to push.
No archives.
He needs to push out right now.
He's got a bit of time. He could, if he scans it now, he could play some factories. It'd still be okay, but he can't wait forever. Tech really does hate these zealots, doesn't he? Just like,
well, no also
place any more mines.
Can he do this without a robo and observer, guys?
He's gonna have to. He's got 2 gas.
You can do whatever you want.
You guys think he's in a good position because of his worker count, mostly?
I mean, I wouldn't want to be in this position. It's not. I think good position not the right way to describe, but there certainly is a win possibility here. he hasn't built a Dragoon in like 10 minutes. He's still on the only four Dragoons he had like at the start of the game. The Zealots he's built just keep getting killed.
The Fleet Beacon
units
just got
still.
scanned.
Okay. He doesn't have any units, but what he does have is the opponent who didn't know who was going to his carrier. And if you have an opponent who doesn't know you're going to base carrier, then anything is possible. Okay, there's some Marines, some SCVs for turrets, and there's some Goliaths on the way. But there's only 2 factories, so I mean the carriers can actually handle this. He's going for the Marines with the DT this time. I like that. Oh no, we're not. We're just getting confused and distracted.
Oh, misses the scan.
What?
You got to kill the Marines. They're the only anti-air.
He needs like 20 turrets on the entrance.
He doesn't have enough scans to deal with this. So he's scanning turrets.
What DTs? Because the archives died and the Citadel died.
He needs turrets like 5 at a time.
So he needs to take down Tech's expansion at least with all these tanks.
Yeah, I think Voddy won. Maybe if he has like 4 more turrets.
If Tech had killed all the Marines, I would feel much better about the situation. Voddy's caught up in workers though, and he has added some more factories. Yeah, Voddy's got this.
Yeah. More turrets, more turrets.
If all the Marines died and the carriers were actually in position, then he could have stopped the turrets going down.
He's got 4 carriers now, guys. They're heading up.
Yeah, but no interceptors, and it just got out and
Yeah, the game's over.
no money. It's a timing.
I don't know, there was one Goliath with the first push. He could have, if he'd had his 2 carriers there and just gotten on top of it, he could have stopped this from happening. If he had the DTs killing the Marines.
Got a counter.
Not
A lot of
gonna work.
blimps.
Yeah, no money. Nobody.
There's 4 factories. Admittedly, the 4 factories aren't building Goliaths, but one day they could. They got. I believe in them. They.
Just spam turrets.
I don't know, guys. If he picks off the CC, starts picking off Goliaths.
They only got 1 mining base.
Yeah.
He's surrounded by tanks and turrets, and he doesn't have a citadel. If you see a win condition here, you're wrong.
Well, there's always a possibility.
He likes the suspense, the drama, but not happening. Very bad position.
Quite a few Goliaths, though. I'm encouraged by Tech's mineral count, enough to rebuild interceptors.
Yeah.
We've got a Zealot out on the map, so if that Zealot can work out how to place the Nexus, we can do a hidden expansion.
He already has a third on the 3 o'clock, so.
Yeah, Voddy is sending a Marine to every base out on the map. That's how you know that Voddy's won.
I mean, if these carriers can go back and pick off these tanks, what do you guys think?
Like how?
That Voddy's won.
They
That's
don't
what I
throw
think about that
nukes.
situation. It's
They don't throw nukes. And he's built a good number of turrets.
I believe in you, Tech.
I believe in Tech, but not in this situation. Because I've played this game before. Those are like bipedal walking things with the missiles are pretty good units.
Yeah, Voddy's playing really smart. He's doing what he has to do. No shame.
I feel like had Tech put his proxy gate anywhere but where he put it, this game could have been slightly more interesting. That was not the location for the proxy gate with the proxy archives.
Is Voddy just being careful by not pushing with his tanks?
He has his
Yeah.
condition. He doesn't need to do anything. He goes, okay, you got 1 base, I have 3 bases. Let's wait until you run out of minerals, then you'll just leave the game.
That sounds cruel.
He deserves no less.
Tech's not even building any gateway units, so he's just building nothing but interceptors. Oh, we have Cloak started. Realize his opponent has no Robo. 1 Wraith is just going to end the game.
That's cruel.
Yeah, you just build 1 Wraith, and you go, yep, what are you going to do?
+2 attack for Terran.
Styling. That's styling.
No, I think Voddy does that a lot in regular games.
What?
You know, make like Valkyries or raids, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I've seen him make SCVs a lot too. Tanks, Marines. He makes a lot of different units.
Kwark's extra sassy today.
So Tech has mined out, but he's just going to start firing his goons onto the low ground.
I mean, he's got 6 carriers.
Nah, but
Yeah, but Voddy has 1 Wraith.
He's got a
Stop
shuttle
trying-
coming, guys.
Stop trying to give take a chance.
Oh,
You
we
give him
got
gold.
elevator here.
You're
Yeah, but
trying to
Voddy
give
has
him
1
gold.
Wraith.
Yeah. Oh, but he has
We're mined
20
out.
probes.
I'd love to see some. Oh. Okay, he's not gonna drop it by the mine. Some long distance mining with the shuttle, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, you can fit 8 probes in a shuttle. It's pretty legit. He's built a second shuttle to speed up that elevator.
I think what it is, guys, when you build this many carriers, you just feel like you have to use them. It took a long time.
And he's used the carriers. He tried his best with the carriers. It just didn't work. They're now 2 Wraiths. That's twice as bad as before.
Oh,
There he
busted.
is. Well,
If he had 30 minerals, he can make a nexus somewhere.
no, he can't. There's a
Everybody has-
marine.
Yeah, every base state.
Tanks are
Okay,
coming
it's go
back.
time. How many Wraiths do we have
Oh.
now?
This bridge is
We
gonna
have 3 Wraiths now.
suck getting over.
Oh,
he
they're
did.
invisible. Oh, here come the Wraiths. Oh, this has gone badly.
Well, GG.
If he mind controlled an SCV, he could repair those carriers. Not
GG.
even true.
Because he's poor, he doesn't have mirrors.
And also because that ability doesn't exist in the game.
Oh god. Okay then.
So that last game, I don't like how Tech played it, but it's like 9 gate natural zealot rushing a wall is just unfortunate. But at the same time, he could have scouted the wall early and adapted. I have whispered him on Discord though with the SCV scout timings, so I trust that the next time I cast one of his games, he will adjust.
I'm sure he's gonna appreciate that, Kwark. You've been permanently blocked now by Tech.
Tech's a cool dude. I play with him a bunch.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. Alright guys, so Voddy advanced. I thought he would be the underdog in that matchup, but he did quite well.
Yeah, I feel like Tech was really struggling with the map though. It's like Voddy was. Also, Voddy likes to look at new maps and work out how he wants to play them. And Voddy came into that game, or that series, with an idea of how he's going to do it. Like he always established a very early position on the map and abused the terrain.
Next match, guys, we got Sziky versus Ultra. I think Kwark and Pato predicted that Sziky would do well. And MasterRey is going to be joining us.
No, I predicted Ultra. Do not change my statement, please.
Yeah, I predicted Sziky.
I predicted
Ultra,
Ultra.
Yeah. Last time I played with Ultra, he said he was considering quitting StarCraft.
Well, he quit it and he came back. He quit and he came back. It's a normal thing. You will get used to it.
Hello, guys.
Hey, MasterRey!
MasterRey.
Hey, Ark, let's get this started.
All right, MasterRey, who do you predict is going to win between Sziky and Ultra?
I'm saying Sziky.
Okay, I like
3-1.
being the underdog.
And Sziky's just such a strong player.
I say Ultra. 3-2. Close game, but Ultra wins.
I haven't thought about this map much TVZ. I'm trying to work out where the Zerg's going to take their third. Because it's not like there's a high ground third anywhere with a ramp to it. It's not like there's a third that's like got a super narrow entrance. This is... I mean, are you just going to put your third in another main base? I think you have to.
All right. Sorry, guys. I just have to change the overlays. We're getting into it now. Map test tour and Sanctuary. Thanks for joining us.
The third has to be in a main base on this map. I feel in this matchup just because there's no good gas thirds for Zerg here. So we have close position. Sziky as the peach Zerg in the top left, Ultra as the purple Terran bottom left, and this is going to leave Ultra's natural facing Sziky, but that will at least help shield his main because any turrets that natural will implicitly cover the main, which is nice for him. And yeah, Sziky's going to have to take a third at the top right.
It's like polypoid positions, basically.
Yeah, but Polypoid you can at least take like a 6 or 12, like one of the middle expansions. This map, you really are forced into placing your third in there's only one place it can be. I think that makes it easier for the Terran too, because sometimes the Terran's pushing out and they're trying to play a game of can I work out where the expansion is before the muta catch up. In this game, Ultra's going to know where it's going to be. There's only one place.
Do you say he can't take it at 12 or 9 because it's just too wide open a little bit?
Yeah, they're not high grounds. They're not ramped. The only, I think, viable third base for Zerg on this map is another main. And there's only one other main it could be in this location. Do you disagree?
I just thought about, we have seen in the Wavelet tournament, we have seen Zergs taking third bases at low ground as well, in that 3 and 9 o'clock. So I think I agree with you that he will, like 95% surely take another main, because it's not only on low ground, but also a little bit more open. But
Yeah,
I'm not saying that you can never take it on low ground.
I mean, there's low ground like the Circuit Breaker low ground expansions at 3 and 9 that are like they still have a small entrance and you could still sunken them up. But looking at these ones, you'd wouldn't want to. They're just you would take the main over it. Yeah.
Yes.
So Sziky just opening with standard 12, 11, 10. I like that. And he gets a first scout with both the Overlord and also he sends a drone. The drone didn't need to be sent, but he's just having fun. He's making sure he sees exactly what's going on. And he confirms it is a gasless Vax CC. Oh, he's also delaying the CC a bit. Ultra's up to 500 minerals, but he hasn't placed the CC yet. This is Sziky just styling on him. Is he gonna? Oh, he gets it. Oh, it doesn't get out alive. Okay, it could have been worse for Ultra, but not by much. Yeah, Sziky just styling. And he's got 150, 100, and there's the lair. So we're going into a standard 2-hat lair opener.
Delay in his supply, I guess. Have to send another SCV to finish off the depot.
Yeah, Sziky knows exactly what's going on. Ultra knows exactly what's going on, but I like the position for Sziky slightly more. This is a lot of lings. This is quick 6 lings, and if they catch this SCV, that is not good for Ultra. Because you want to know if they are doing a few lings into droning up and taking a quick third, or if they're going like just 2-hat all in. Because they can go either direction. Zerg can run an economy on like 10 drones. Only 2 Marines, no bunker. Oh, not ideal. He can just back out here if he wants. Oh, yeah, gets another SCV. Bunker will eventually finish, but he doesn't need to do more damage than he's already done. Oh, he gets another Marine. Okay, these Lings have hate himself. 6 Lings killed 3 Marines and an SCV. So that's fantastic. And it just means the Marine count won't be there. Because behind this, the Spire is surely going to be started soon, Sziky. Come on, where's your Spire? There's the Spire.
I think he wants to win with the Lings.
Yeah, he's just microing his little heart out. But the point is that 4 Marines are dead. And that means that when the muta timing hits, he won't be able to hold with the Marine Medic. There just won't be the Marine numbers.
Let's talk in general about how Muta Harass is gonna work out on this map. There are 2 cliffs, one near the ramp and one obviously next to the natural. But there is not a cliff at the mineral line. What do you think about that, guys?
These positions are good for Ultra. That if just a few turrets at the mineral line, natural, will prevent Sziky having good movement into the main. Zeke's going to have to go the long way around. This terrain layout makes it easy for the defense of the natural to cover the main. If you compare it to something like Sylphid, on Sylphid you can harass the natural, but you can also just fly like on the over the water behind the natural into the main. You can't do that on this map.
Yeah.
So Spire's about to finish. eBay is not finished, but the turret should still be in time anyway. But the Marine count is not great. We've got, what, 7 Marines? And yeah, Sziky's sending his drone to top right.
He needs to spam turrets or he will die.
I'm sure he's going to.
Like 5:45, you have to start building turrets or you will die.
Is Sziky going for the +1 air? That's cool. So he's just going to try and dominate this with Muta. And yep, there's our drone at the top right. And as I said, Ultra knows that that's what the third is going to have to be, because there's no other place it could be. Bim's done, Ranger's starting. But it's not like Sziky's super all-in. Sziky's just going Muta for map control while he takes his third. This is just free Muta. It's just like scouting Muta. Nope. Only 2 Marines in the bunker. Bunker down, Marine down. That's a nice little pick off. Because the bunker can't focus fire. So you can just have it split down between the Muta and pick it off.
Also, the stim is very late from the bunker because you have to unload the Marines and then stim and then load them in again.
I don't think he's lost a Muta yet. He's just picking off a few Marines here and there. Okay, now he's lost one, but he's killed like 6 Marines so far. Oh yeah, Sziky's just crushing him. Still, if he didn't lose his first 4 Marines, I feel like Ultra might have a few more Marines at this point. Losing your first 4 Marines is kind of bad in the matchup. Top right is up. Hydroden's on the way, and this is just such a clean game by Sziky. He's just showing you how it's done. Take a third base, control the map with mutas, head towards lurkers. And Ultra has very little behind this. He has a factory that's not finished yet, 3 racks, and +1 on the way. At some point we're going to see Lurker Tech and a Queen's Nest, but looks like Sziky's opting for a 4th hatch in main first, so he's just going to build up his unit production.
+1 upgrade finishes in around 5 seconds. For the Mutalists, I mean.
Purepat is in chat spoiling RCG for us. The fact that they're live games doesn't, and that the casters have had no chance to possibly watch them doesn't seem to matter to him. So double starport is done. One of them can't make vessels, I think, based on that terrain. I can't see where the control tower goes. Yeah, Ultra agrees. He's got to move that. And he's pulled ahead in workers. These SCVs, so these mutants have just done so much damage. So Zyky's now ahead in workers, ahead in bases. His Lurker tech is done, so he can hold the bases he has. His Queen's Nest is on the way. Everything's coming up Zyky.
Also, the starport was blocked by the Marines trying to chase the Mutalisk, so the second vessel is a little bit delayed here.
Yeah, and if you look at Ultra's position, there's nothing redeeming about it. There's no, well, at least he has X. He's behind in tech, he's behind in upgrades, he's behind in economy. I say he's behind in upgrades, he's not behind in upgrades, but like Zyky's exactly where Zyky wants to be. He just started double Evo. So Zyky's upgrades are on the way. It's not like a lost game, but if you had the opportunity to start a game from the beginning or resume it from here, I think as Terran you'd be like, no, let's start from the beginning. This is not where I want to be.
Yeah, being behind your workers is always a problem.
Immediate carapace and ling up damage for the Evos, so it looks like Zyky will be able to just establish his Ultra switch. Or his crackling Defiler switch for the late game.
Pato, you're a Terran player. How is Ultra doing right now? Does he have win conditions?
No, he will die soon.
Why? What's his problem?
He all his lord was delayed from that 6 links, and then it was like a snowball, and with a player of the level of Sziky, of the mechanics he has, he's in a very bad spot because he's not able to attack. He doesn't have enough vessels to irradiate.
Yeah, that one lurker at the natural is actually 4 lurkers. If you select, both the vessels down. Holy shit!
Plus, the upgrades are delayed, so even if Sziky opted to go for Crazy Surf, he will be dead.
Oh, the lurkers are down.
Yeah, but not the fighter, so that's a surprise.
Nidus is up though, and we've got Kwark about to finish. Kwark is like 80% done.
Yeah, but why not the fighter? You have the fighters.
He does not consume. The fighter man only just finished.
Well, that's pretty much late. You have the pilots, but minute 11 or so every serve.
That was some good game sense by Ultra there to recognize that he could actually bust that. There were 3 lurkers there stacked up, but he got a wide arc on them and he just went for it. But now Kwark is done, 1-1's about to finish. I think the moment 1-1 finishes, the Lings are going to clean up. All the medics dying too. Losing these medics is painful because it's just a lot of gas that he doesn't have available to him.
1700 gas for Sziky. He hasn't built any unit yet. Nor the
he
fighters, no Ultra.
If he wanted.
If he does what he needs to do, he will win easy. But
I mean, now he's held that push. He's in great shape. The Ultra taking his middle only, but a middle only is not a match for a third gas. And it's 1-1 are done, 2-2 is on the way, Consumer's on the way. I don't think Ultra has like a follow-up timing. Oh, lose another vessel.
But Sziky isn't doing any units, only Zerlings and few lurkers.
Okay, we have a Defiler. Come on, Defiler. Consumer's almost done. Defiler dies. Do we have a second Defiler? No Defilers in production. I'm getting worried for Sziky at this point. Defiler is a pretty important unit. He should look into that. Medic also a good unit, and Ultra should look into medics. This is This is like some weird, like, very honourable, you don't build medics, I won't build defilers game. There we go. Both players are dishonoured at the same time. One player's going with medics, the other player dishonouring with Darkstorm. Sziky, you are allowed to build more than one defiler at a time. Nobody's gonna be upset with you.
Got fire bats, guys.
He's not building any defilers. He builds one defiler, uses it until it dies, and he builds another one. He's really conserving that gas.
I don't know what he's doing, to be honest. He's doing
There are
building.
4 fire bats coming. Dark Swarm wouldn't even save him at this point. He needs some lurkers. He has not a single lurker left.
He's got Plague almost done for his 0 defilers.
Yeah, but I don't know if he's scrolling or what the fuck he's doing.
There are no defilers. He's playing it like it's a hero character. He builds he's still no defilers. He's upgraded Plague, but he has no defilers.
Yeah, man, he resurrected that one defiler twice already, but now he's not resurrecting it again.
He's tried the defiler. Defiler has died twice now. It's clearly not a good unit. It's time to explore different options. He's facing the Ultra Mount. And he's getting the Defiler energy upgrade. He feels like his Defiler isn't energetic enough and maybe would be more energetic if it had... See, one Defiler would shut this down. One Defiler is what he needs for this drop. I don't know about this, Sziky. I don't know what's going on in this game. There's still no Defilers in production. No Ultras in production. He's got 1800 gas.
That was really nice, guys. He killed a lot of Lings and 3 Lurkers. I thought, why not pick up your units and go to the main, but that was a better move.
Darkstorm is perhaps a good spell. We should look into this.
But you never will win with just Ling. And it is, I don't know. I just don't understand.
He saved that 2000 gas for the next game. He's going to just start the next game with 2000 gas tank.
I don't know. I just I don't see the strategy in this game.
From Sziky.
Yeah, from Sziky, of course. Ultra is doing what he can, but he will get slammed with anything. Even 2 defilers and ultras or lurkers or guardians or whatever he decided to do, they just spend that gap. Even ultras. But he's trading horribly because he's playing against Marines with just Starling. He's so ahead that still he managed to win that trade, but
he has Defiler energy and no defilers.
Yeah.
That's not something you often see.
I never seen this from Sziky.
Yeah, he's going into Ultras now, still no Defiler in production. It's crazy. Maybe he has some kind of weird crazy bet going on with someone that he can defeat Ultra without Defilers.
But with Defiler energy for them.
Ouch.
It's
Yeah, no drones. 20 drones, he will not be able to pump any ultras, so now the game is lost.
he's got a good bank. He can he spent
Not
all his
for
money on
Minerals.
Lings.
No ultras. The game is lost because
But there are no medics. The bet is back on. The you don't build defilers, I won't build medics bet. Look at these cracklings go.
But he has a lot of medics on the left.
Oh, these cracklings are gonna save the hatchery. There we go.
So he has no minerals, but tons of gases. Ultralists cost minerals and gas. Defilers cost pretty much only gas, so...
So you're saying that he should build Ultralisks. I think I understand where you're going
I think
with
that's his logic, yeah. Well. I mean, he's barely surviving, but I don't think he's losing drones, he's losing expansions.
He's only ever built
He cannot
2
survive
defilers.
any longer.
The entire game,
Yeah.
he spent more money on Defiler upgrades than he did on Defilers.
Yeah.
Well, now it's too late.
You think now it's too late to build a defiler? Because he's not building one either way. Yeah, this is some weird
No.
bet situation. Somebody bet
Yeah.
Sziky that he couldn't win without going defilers. It's not even like he skipped defilers. If he skipped defilers, that would have been okay. If he did no defilers, just straight into like Ultra or straight into Guardian, whatever. It's that he went defilers, went consume, went plague, went defiler energy, and then didn't build any. That's when it all went wrong. He created a situation where he was very reliant on the defilers, then he didn't make any.
This might be the death blow, guys.
That's a moral win for Sziky, I think. Sziky succeeded in whatever he was trying to do.
Yeah.
I don't know what it
Weird
was
game.
that Sziky was trying to do, but it's... He
It is a weird game.
was trying to prove that you can't make him build defilers, and I mean, you can't. You can threaten him with losing the game if you like, he's not going to build defilers. He will build the defiler man, but not the defilers.
Ah, man, crazy. I mean, it's like you said. He actually, it's not like over exaggerated. He literally spent more resources on the defiler upgrades than on defilers. It's so amazing.
A defiler energy was an odd choice for somebody not building defilers. He was so far ahead too. If he just hadn't built a defiler man, if he'd just gone straight into Ultra Cavern, he'd have been so much better off.
He wouldn't have break in with the first push. Yeah, and almost Zerg has the filers by the 10-minute, 11-minute mark.
Well, he went for a 4th hatchery before Queen's Nest. It was like 4 hat double Evo, then Queen's Nest. So he wasn't going for like a defiler rush. But he should have had more lurkers if he wanted to do it that way. I feel like it's not. You can delay the defiler if you have a plan for holding with something else during that window. I liked Ultra's attack where he identified that there were just like four lurkers. He killed one of them, and then he just got a wide angle on the Marines and went for it. But there should have been more than 4.
Well, we can all agree that that was pretty strange.
Yeah, it's not often you see a player rush defilers and then not make defilers, while also getting defiler energy and plague. He didn't cast a single plague all game. He only cast 2 swarms. Entire game long, he cast 2 dark swarms. Okay, so I don't have the same relationship with Sziky as I do with Tech. I don't know if he'd appreciate it. I'm sure he is. It's just with time zone difference, we haven't hung out much. It's funny, all of these players are so much better than me that it's weird to give them like tips because it implies that I think that I might be no more than them, and I know that I don't. It's yeah. Yeah. Sziky, I'm struggling with my ZVT. I'm using the strategy of defiler upgrades, but not building defilers. Any tips? I would never say that to him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but I also predicted 3-1 for Sziky, so I feel kind of robbed this
No. I predicted 3-2 for Ultra.
Yeah, Pato's been saying Ultra this entire time. I'm the one
Yeah,
who's been saying Sziky.
I don't know why they keep denying that. No, he is. Yeah, because he didn't make what 99.999% of the Zerg does. That is killing one defiler, throwing one swarm, and laughing at your marine and medic wall.
Yeah, but he did go for a quick plague and energy upgrade, so I mean, he had that going on. He wasn't casting swarms, but it's because he was.
Which he didn't use.
Well, it's not his fault. It's not that he didn't like. It's not like he had a defiler ready to cast a plague and then didn't cast it. He didn't build a defiler. I mean, how can you cast plague with no defiler?
I don't know. That was a strange game, so it doesn't count.
Yeah. It's. I feel like Sziky beat Sziky that game. Okay, so this time we have same 6 lings. We have 4 marine or 5 marines. They shouldn't get anything like what they got done last time. Done this time. So already it's gone a lot better for Ultra. He didn't lose his SCV building the CC. He's not going to lose 4 of his first 5 marines. Everything's coming up Ultra.
Yeah, so maybe now Sziky not being ahead in the early game will actually make defilers later. Let's see.
He made 2. I mean, how many do you want?
Spire is going up. What do you think about the positions in this time? So Ultra's in the same, but Sziky is now coming from the right, flying in with the Mutalists. Does that change?
I like this a lot better for Zerg. I think the number of turrets needed to cover the main is going to be far higher, and I like that little cliff by the natural to the right of the supply depot. I think that will be abusable for the harassing the Vax. You can harass the depot.
Yeah, I think so as well. This is not for this is not the polypoid. I mean, there's a cliff, but it's a little further away from the ramp. This one is directly above the ramp as well, so you can always just snipe units going up or down there from the cliff.
No drone sent to the third base this time. This is playing like Sziky just wants to end it on 2 hat.
He has a third hatch in the main.
Oh, so he does. Never mind, I'm just not watching. I was waiting for that drone to go to the top right, but it just wasn't happening. So yeah, it's going to be just trying to end it on Muto, I guess. I'm expecting to see a +1 when the Spire finishes. There we go, +1. Ultra's in a solid position though. He's got his turrets on time, he hasn't taken any damage. Ultra's where Ultra wants to be this game.
I have to say, guys, maybe you can answer this. Do you really think that the +1 air attack makes a big difference? Because in the last game, he did like 95% of the damage with the Mutalist harassment before the upgrade was done, and after the upgrade was done, he only had like 5 Mutalists left, and it didn't really do anything for the rest of the game.
The upgrade finished when he was at the natural. He killed 2 towers, then he broke into the main and killed a bunch of SCVs. That was when he took the worker lead. It was right after +1 finished.
Okay.
It isn't an expensive upgrade, to be honest, and if you're willingly planning to do damage with your mutas, it is an okay thing to do. But I don't know, it depends on the factory timing. If it is before the 6-minute mark, you will not have a big window to harass, but if he delays his factory, like after the 7-minute mark, you can get pretty good trades with the Marine Medic Ball if you micro correctly. But I don't know, he didn't do that, so...
If we look at the numbers, it's the cost of 1 Mutalisk for 11% more damage. So you need, if you're building more than 9 Mutalisks, it is worth it. So he's going for the hatchery at the top right again, and again it's cross positioned from his opponent. But this time he did a third hatchery in main first. That's nice. Resetting the marine count like that.
When you're getting harassed by a Mutalist, Pato, do you try to target one of them with all your Marines? Is that something Terrans do?
Yeah, you have to. If not, you will die. You have to target Firewall Muta. And it depends on the style you're playing, you need to spam first, because this will happen. More if you're facing good Zerg like Sziky, where he can do this kind of thing. If you don't have +1, you will not be able to trade. If you trade mutas, always remind that mutas cost a lot of money and gas, and if you kill mutas, the Zerg is obligated to replace the mutas is lost, and that in fact makes the Zerg delay his hive timing or his sack option.
I think Ultra might be dead.
Why?
Whoa.
Well, because he's taken a bajillion damage from Muta.
We have to say he's dead if Sziky makes Defilers. Because we said the same last game.
Well, Ultra tried to build his starport after the factory finished, and then Sziky picked up the SCV, and then he picked up the Marines that came to control the area where the starport was trying to be built. And then he picked up all the other SCVs, and then he killed the bunker at the natural. And that means the starport's only starting now. The science facility should be done at this point. But it's also delayed just because Ultra lost control of his main base. His main base literally overrun.
Well, I don't think he's that bad. He's forcing a lot of good trades, and now basically Sziky has to defend with lurkers.
Look at the supply. Ultra's behind 20 supply. He has like 10 supply of units. The rest is all workers. He doesn't even have a sound facility.
And I think with the Marines not being natural, the 3 lurkers can just run in there and that's pretty much game over.
Ultra took so much damage this game.
Yeah, but there's no bunker and there's no hive. If he would have a bunker, that would have been held like really easy. Just one. I'm not saying 3.
He had a bunker, but it got killed during the Muta harass.
Yeah, you can replace it. Now, yes, he's on his back foot.
I mean, the vessel should have been out quite a while ago, but it's just he lost control of his main base. He couldn't build them. He tried to build a starport. The SCV got killed. He tried to retake the area he wanted to place his starport. The Marines got killed. He sent another SCV. Got killed. It's just lost control of the main base. Down on workers. Down on supply. Down on bases.
Yeah, Now that he lost his natural node.
We're seeing Defiler Mount and Greater Spire. So the Defiler Mount is for the upgrades, and then the Greater Spire is how he's actually going to win the game.
You're never going to forgive him for not making Defilers in that game, are you?
Never.
He was going to win the game fairly easily. I don't know. It was a throw.
You made the liar out of me.
Didn't Sziky win a bunch of those Defiler.ru tournaments?
That's true, yeah.
Without Defilers?
I don't know about that.
Our casters don't pull any punches.
Yeah, the fire is the best unit in the game. You need the fighters to win late mid-game.
Well, had he chosen to not go Defiler, had he gone Ultra or Guardian, he still would have won. It was the choice to go Defiler without any Defilers that got me. Which is so confusing. The lings of the lurkers don't save anything. Ultra's got a very precise mouse click there. He said, no, I can still click on the lurker. Don't know how he did that, actually.
Well,
I didn't even think that's why he put the lings on top of the lurkers.
Yeah, it's just to make it difficult to click.
But Guardians will make the trick.
Oh, we got a Defiler, guys.
And we got Guardians. So the Defiler's just as a bait Defiler. The Guardian guy's going to win the game. It's a mascot.
What kind of Pokemon is that?
Jesus.
We have a Devourer being built as well.
Oh, it's to bait the Irradiates, so that he doesn't have a lot on the Guardians.
Well, that's for Dark Swarm. Okay. He's going to use that Dark Swarm spell that I've heard so much about. You know, a lot of Zergs seem to think Dark Swarm's a good spell.
Okay.
He's got a second
Goodbye.
Defiler. Okay, this is already more Dark Swarms than last game.
Okay. So now it's GG.
Yeah, in comes
No,
the
right?
in comes the Defiler. So not the Defiler, the Devourer. We're good.
You need a mute, not just one Devourer.
I don't know, I feel like Ziky's fine without Muta. How do Devourers work anyway?
That purple thing like multiplies the damage of the muted of other units. So the Devourer by itself, it's kind of... It's armored, it's okay, but it needs muted to actually work.
Yeah, you can say the effect of the Devourers reduces armor, and
Yeah.
it stacks per shot. It reduces 1 armor per shot.
Nice streak over there, but he's stealing his medics as well. Okay, GG.
Each acid spore will increase the cooldown of the enemy's weaponry by 1/8 for the original cooldown value,
Yeah, it slows attack speed. as well.
and each spore unit takes an additional 1 damage per attack. Well, the more you know.
By the way, now that we're talking about facts about the game, the Dark Swarm is actually not as wide as it looks. So if you have some units on the right or left edge of the Dark Swarm, they can still be hit normally for full damage. It's a square, so the box that is actually protecting the units is a square, but the orange cloud that you see, the visual representation of the spell, is more wide than a square.
I feel like the opposite. I've seen a lot of units that look like they're very slightly under the Dark Swarm that are still covered.
Yeah, on the top and bottom, but not on the left and right. On the left and right, you can hit the units that are touching the cloud, and on the top and bottom, it's not the case.
Mr. Jadong Poker in chat is upset that I don't know how acid spores work. It's who makes Devourers? Why would I need to know that? If your opponent makes Devourers, you just storm them. Okay, so we have close position again. Ultra is the purple Terran top right. Sziky is the blue Zerg top left. So these positions are like the positions last game where the Zerg, so Terran main is exposed to the muta.
However, this is the position for the Zerg player, but he didn't make Defilers. To mention it one more time.
He made 2.
Yeah, he made 2, okay.
How many Defilers would you like him to make?
That's all you need. Just
Maybe
two
we should
swans.
say... Yeah... yeah.
You guys
I
are the
like-
most unforgiving
Yeah.
crowd ever.
I like that we don't have any Zerg users among casters, so we can all spread hate to Zerg.
Should he just
know
kill
it's our
himself while wearing like a Defiler shirt or something?
He might.
Hey, I'm on Ziky's side here. I think 2 Defilers is the right number.
Oh, thank
Ziky's
God.
like a
Thank God. Thank God that you're on his side.
He's like a super nice guy, doesn't tilt at all. I mean, I've had it, you know, I got to pester players a lot with messages, so I get to know them. He doesn't deserve this kind of shabby treatment.
Well, he's a god.
Yeah, he's always
I'm just surprised.
Let me guess, a
So-
god that doesn't make Defilers, though.
Yeah.
He makes 2. It's
He made me
you guys
doubt
are acting
about
like he
his-
didn't make any Defilers at all. He built a Defiler, then he went back for Consume after the Defiler died, then he built a second Defiler, then he cast 2 Dark Swarms, then he got Plague, then he got Defiler Energy. And that's how it's done.
Alright, guys, he made a early pool here.
Yes, the 9 pool with a gas trick for 10th turn. and it is close position, so this would actually do pretty well.
Yeah, and Ultra go the other way on the scouting path, so maybe he won't be able to see it in time. He needs to be the second depot because he hasn't scouted on the first opportunity.
Let's see
And
if he
be the
gets another
latest.
SCV. 10 hit points. Oh,
No, he will
Okay,
not
so-
allow that.
oh no, Ziki's
But-
going to heal up and try again.
Well, I think he's trying to keep the attention on the drone and
Yeah.
not be able to spot the 6 links that will entry from his ramp, and he will kill them all.
Yeah, this seems kind of suspicious. If I were Ultra, I'd be worrying. I'd be wondering why the tryhard here.
Why?
No marine
So-
in production. This is not ideal.
Yeah,
Still no marine in
so now-
production. Oh, the
Oh,
drone
the
comes in and he's.
drone.
Oh, beautiful.
You see, Ox, that's godless skill.
Nobody thinks Ziki's a bad player.
Okay. Good micro by Ultra, but still, Sziky's in a very good position. He lost.
Ziki's ahead on
he made-
workers. Admittedly, one of Ziki's workers is in Ultra space killing
and
him.
that, and that drone is. He keeps on busting those links. Oh, he will get away?
No, he's not going to get
What?
away.
No,
Marine's
no,
too
no.
finish.
No.
Okay,
Okay.
so Ultra has regained the worker lead thanks to that drone kill. But Ziki's expanded in this time, and Ultra hasn't built his CC.
Yeah, that was funny
Wow.
enough.
Sadly, one of Ultra's workers is on break and not working at all on the top of the mirror line. That's unfortunate.
Not for the worker, he's just chilling. Ultra
no,
caught him.
got it.
He's an Argentinian worker. Argentinian SCV. They don't work. They just pretend.
Siesta.
There's a lot of hate today from you guys. What's up, man?
Yes.
I-
Because
I-
we are angry.
How's
I'm
your
on the side of the
summer going?
workers. I'm on the side of the workers here. If the workers can get away with chilling behind the mirror line, good luck to them.
So Sziky's in a terrific position. He can pretty much do whatever he wants to, while
He's gonna deny the
Ultra
scout
has to
too.
be, Ultra has to be very careful. He has to scout if he's going like full lean, if he's going like lurker buff, if he's going for muta.
Will full link's
One
been
buff.
effective? Because he's got 3 hatcheries, just pump out a bunch of fast links and overwhelm Ultra.
Yeah.
Or it's
Yeah,
risky.
yeah.
Hydra. You could end this with Hydra if you wanted. He's not going to, but he could actually just end this with Hydra.
It's not like it's a 100% GG, but he's in a very good spot, and Ultra has to be extra careful on what he's planning to do.
A Ling all in would be risky, though, you think?
Ling all in, yeah.
Yeah, of
Yes.
course.
Because he already
More-
has the advantage, right? Why risk it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you never know.
He's up to 4 workers.
Plus, if you scouted a 3 hatch with Terran, they always respond, or they usually respond with a fast eBay and +1, so that will order delays, extra barracks. So 3 hatch full Sterling is not that kind of a gamble, because they need to micro and you need to scout them what they are coming at you. If not, you will die because you will be producing marines from 1 rax, and it will be very hard to stop, to be
So
honest.
Zeke just got a full scout. He knows exactly what his opponent has. And he's just going to build another wave of links for map control, who are heading towards Spire.
Yeah, no fast eBay, so no fast +1. He will try to make some pressure with the marines and medics, but he will not have much success because, again, Sir has 3 hatch, so he can just kill the marines with links, or threaten to backstab with those links.
So when the muta show up, it's not going to be like 6 muta, it's going to be 9 muta showing up immediately, which is going to
That-
be an ugly situation for Ultra. Because 6
Yeah.
muta you can kind of control with a few turrets and marines. 9 muta, you actually need to fight them, and they will win that fight half the time.
So back in the day, 3 hatch was a really standard build order, because of the things that we are seeing now. But it came like unpopular because Terran responded with a fast eBay and +1, and they made that 5 racks bill order where they can punish Zerg for that kind of play. So that's why 2-hatch Muta came to play.
Okay, so Ultra has scanned. He knows what's going on. I like these played to Firebat in the bunker because what we saw last game is that as the Muta were harassing his main, the Link just killed the bunker at the natural and then started killing turrets. This game, Firebat in the bunker should have a much better chance of defending. But even so, there's going to be a lot of Muta. It's going to be tricky. We've seen that the Sziky's Muta have just overrun Ultra's main before. He doesn't have marine range either. Only one marine in that bunker. That's just a pretend bunker.
And you can really see how Sziky can abuse this high ground cliff that is very protected from any marines trying to approach the Mutalisks.
And now he's got an angle on the bunker with the depot dead.
What?
Yeah, this is it. This is it. These Muta are just too strong. There's no marine range, no +1. Mutaling are just going to overrun them.
Gee.
So that's effectively 3-0 for Sziky, but due to the honor system, he did give the first game to Ultra. So we have one more game to play.
Well, to be honest, all the games, even the first one, Ultra made like a big mistake macro-wise or build order-wise, and he fell like 2 way behind. So maybe if he can fix this, I think it will be really close. I'm still sticking for a 3-2 win for Ultra.
Sziky should be able to close it. I think Ziky's just a better player.
Can
Ultra's a cool dude, he's a good player, but I make Sziky love him.
I believe.
He's cool, but you totally dismiss him.
Yeah.
I dismiss his chances against Sziky, but...
Because he likes him. You don't understand.
By the way, guys, I made a prediction for the last game.
Yeah. Oh,
And
on the chat.
it was when the yeah, in the chat, right, in Twitch. And that was when the Zerglings just entered the main, so I was really I was scared that the game will actually be over when the Zerglings got in, and the prediction is still up and people can just get the free win on the prediction. But man, guys, nobody predicted anything. What's going on, guys? Chat, are you here? Viewers, let's get some activity in the chat, and I hope you use the next prediction.
You
Thanks,
don't let
MasterRey.
me gamble. I want to gamble, but I cannot gamble because I have the mod thing.
No, you can gamble now, they changed that.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. All in over.
Yep.
I will lose my 15,000 points. Sziky points.
I've lost all of my points gambling on this channel before.
Oh.
I'm going to bet everything I have on Sziky though. That's a safe bet. Doesn't matter what anybody else bets.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, 15k on Sziky. So if somebody wants to bet 1 point on Ultra, then you'll get 15,000 to 1 odds.
People are doing it. Okay, good job,
I'm
guys.
doing it. I'm betting on Ultra.
Okay, it's still 100 to 1 odds.
I will invite you to my summer house down in Argentina when I win this bet.
But there's only one person betting. Why are you
Yeah.
slowly adding to your bet on Ultra? Currently, if you bet 1 point, you win 100% of my points because you're the only person betting. If you bet 10, you still win 100%. You're just increasing your stake without increasing your chance of.
Let me bet on Ultra. I will bet on Ultra.
But if you're the only one betting on Ultra, it doesn't matter how much you bet.
I'm not sure it works. But anyways, this is the first cross-position game with Ultra spawning the top right and Sziky spawning the top left. Right, guys? Does that change things? What do you think?
Well, this time Sziky can pick which Voddy he wants. He doesn't have to take a certain one.
Okay, I bet it.
When you have a cross-position game, of course, like the early aggression might be a little bit weaker because the distance is longer. But the third base of a Zerg is very important because the Zerg has to take the third base closer to the Terran in this position. So that could open up the way for the Terran to go for an early push on the third.
I'm going to be right back, so...
Oh, and Sziky scouting the middle with the drone here for any proxy barracks. So, Pato, you seem to follow Ultra a little bit more. Is he the kind of guy who throws in proxy racks in the middle?
Yeah, I think so, MasterRey.
Okay,
my-
Pato. Thanks for the
Horrible
answer,
Pato expression.
Yeah, so, okay. I guess I'm solo casting, or maybe with you, Ox. So, Joan gets not into the main, gets blocked by the Marine here, has to retreat, but he doesn't lose it at least. SCV is also on the way to Zyky's base here, and there's no block, so he will obviously get in. And see what Zyky is doing with the first 100 gas here. So the first 100 gas always very important. Will he get Zergling speed or will he get the lair? And there, I think Ultra even saw the lair starting. So when you see the lair starting, you know when it's done because you know the build time of a lair. But when you come in and it's already building, you have no indication how far the progress is, so you don't know when it's done. So that's a nice scout for Ultra here. Meanwhile, we have an expansion for Ultra, no depot or bunker to block any Zerglings, but since he's seeing the Zergling count with an SCV, he knows that he's safe. He saw 4 Zerglings leave the base and he's safe against 4 Zerglings easily. But now that the SCV obviously is hurt and has to retreat, he should make the depot or the bunker soon, because Sziky could always go into mass Zerglings. Not a very high chance because he only has 2 hedge and he started the lair first, but still, it's always a possibility. Yeah, gets that SCV, but yeah, still the command center was not delayed. Ultra can start mining, but Sziky gets a scout in the base. Can he see a lot? He can see the academy starting. He sees that there's no engineering base, so this is an important scout. The build where you go for the engineering bay first for the +1 and then academy afterwards is very popular, but he knows now that this is not a fast +1 build. This is the normal academy build for the fast range upgrade and of course the stim and the medics early on.
This is like the first game where Sziky hasn't had a worker lead at this point.
Yeah, so far, yeah, that could be. The command center was not delayed. Ultra just he didn't have to make a depot or bunker so far, so he could just produce SCVs non-stop, get the command center early. Okay, but we have 2 hedge mutalisks with 2 gases, so he will be able to make 6 Zerglings 6 mutalisks very soon. But links are coming in. Not really that effective. I think he killed like 1 SCV and 2 Marines.
Yeah, I think he's trying to cause chaos because behind this he's building Muta, and this is a timing where Ultra wants to be building turrets. But if he's be forcing Ultra to spend his APM on something else, then that limits or slow down the turrets. It's not about the actual damage things they're doing, although they are doing more than they should. They did kill 3 SCVs. But
Oh, 3, okay.
It's just chaos, I think, that he's after here. Because I mean, look at the turret timing. The turret's just they haven't been getting produced.
Yeah, they are slightly late here, but he's moving out the Marines to possibly intercept the Mutalisks here, or make them change direction so they don't arrive at the natural before the turrets are done.
With no range, these Marines should be picked off by this Muta, I think.
Yeah, he needs to be very careful here. He needs to go back as second stim forced. Medics are out of energy with one more stim, I think. Okay.
That's a nice trade.
Yeah, nice trade for Sziky. But there are enough turrets up now that those remaining Mutalisks cannot really do a lot here. One Mutalisk is very low in HP, so only 4 high health Mutalisks will not be able to accomplish a lot. But there are more coming. But yeah, and we have the +1 again for the Mutalisks, as we have seen in every game.
And that third base is absolutely goes straight into a third gas. This might just be a Muta heavy game. We've seen he's gone for quite late Hydrogen Evo chambers in the other games too, so maybe that's just Zyky's style, but for me that very quick third gas implies that he wants to just go into like a large number of Hydra, so a large number of Muta.
Yeah, it could be. In the first game he only made like the initial 11 or so, then the upgrades finished and he didn't make more Mutalisks afterwards. In the third game, however, he did make like 8 more after the upgrade finished. And it worked very well for him, so maybe he wants to do it again.
Not building. Okay, there are 2 more Muta, so yeah, this game is just going to be playing Muta. I quite like that decision, especially with the quick third gas.
Yeah, and the trades are also very good here for Sziky all the time.
Yeah, but that +1 for the 7's been pretty late. It's just finished now, but it's the moon's already dead. Yeah, he can just keep building Mutalisks all day. He's got 3 gas, he's got a strong economy, 4 hatcheries. Until the vessels are out, there's not really much that Ultra can do.
Yep.
And also, once you get this many Muta, you can start rotating the low hit point ones out. Just fly around with 11 Muta and have the 11 healthiest Muta in your group, while the low hit point ones heal up.
+1 finish now for the Mutalist. He's getting some damage in, killing 2 turrets, and now flying to a nice spot here. He can kill both Marines, no medics.
Delaying that sand facility too, because that sand facility is Ultra's only chance of regaining control of his base.
Yeah, and you can really see the Marines are not fighting together, they are just coming in groups of like 4 Marines or so, and he's just losing so many.
Muta basically are all dead at this point. He's got 9 more building. He's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, he did the damage that he wanted to do, I think. Even though it's still fine.
Yeah, he can just replace the Mutas, and it's not like Ultra's vessels anytime soon. Picking up the SCV on the sand facility was really quite important. Okay, behind this he's going for Hydrogen Queen's Nest, but they're quite late. He's going to actually have to build more than 4 left to skin that, because we saw the first game, he dominated the Muta for a while, but then there was a timing where Ultra could attack as natural between the Lurkers and the Dark Swarm. And Sziky didn't build extra Lurkers just to bridge that timing.
And we can see it reflected in the supply. The Zerg just is pulling too far ahead. The vessels are still a long way from casting the first irradiate.
Yeah, Sziky has this one. I'm feeling pretty confident with my. Yeah.
Okay, first irradiates are ready now. The vessels have 75 energy and irradiate is done. There we go. Ooh, not the best split. Oh, losing like 5 Mutalisks there. Only 3 left here.
As long as he has
Hydras.
enough lurkers to bridge the timing for the Defiler, he should still be fine. Hive is mostly done. And there aren't that many Marines anyway, but I've got like PTSD after that first series where I don't want to say it's definitely safe for the Zerg, but as long as he has enough lurkers that he can have 2 of them irradiated and still hold the push, he should be okay.
Yep.
4 lurkers wasn't the magic number that first game though. He needed like 6. He had 2 irradiated and then 2 more just got killed by wide arc of Marines. Oh, vessels! Both vessels down. 4 lurkers
Those
again.
were the ones that already cast the irradiate, however, so he still has 2 more.
Yeah, I don't know about this 4 lurker being the magic number that Sziky seems to believe.
They are slightly not stuck on top of each other. If Ultra really can click perfectly fine, then he could irradiate
And
another
stream
one.
won't be done in
but
time,
yeah.
so if he just irradiates the second one, then he can just do the wide angle marine fake again. This is exactly what happened game 1, where Sziky built 4 lurkers, lost 2 of them, and then just allowed the bust. Okay, second one's gonna die to irradiate. Yeah, he's not replacing them. This is what happened game 1. This is how Sziky lost game 1.
Yep.
Okay, wide angle marine attack, and okay, he can nidus in the lurkers on his other base, and he's going to. The angle here is not as good either.
Yeah, I think the lurker is further into the natural and not so far on the outside.
Yeah. It's interesting to me that Sziky almost lost in the same way as game 1.
But there it is.
That Dark Swarm spell seems pretty good. I always wonder why they don't eat the consumed units. It's like eat the irradiated units with the Defiler. Seems like the
Yeah,
quickest way to make it disappear.
I think he just even consumed Zerglings with the irradiated Defiler and then didn't cast anything. So that was weird as well. But yeah, he has another one that has energy. He's casting the Dark Swarm, so he is pretty fine. But if we look at the worker count, it's actually pretty much into Ultra's favor. If he gets the third base up, maybe he can stabilize.
Nah, look at how many Defilers Sziky has. Sziky's taking his 4th gas. Ultra taking a mineral only with 6 patches. This is fine for Sziky, I think.
There are no lurkers left, and there are fire
Oh.
beds. Not a
You know what?
single
Yeah,
lurker.
I was wrong. He just doesn't. He does not like lurkers. Okay, that's a nice plague.
Nice plague, yeah.
I
Oh, this is actually pretty close.
Yeah,
Where's the
don't-
swarm? One
Got it.
fire bed left. Okay, no fire bed left. No fire bed. He's fine. Okay, there's one. There's one more. Fire bed.
No, dead.
Dead. Okay, so close.
That Defiler this unit seems pretty strong. I think that building Defilers was a smart play.
I think I agree. We have maybe Sziky is onto something here. Maybe he can like revolutionize the ZVT.
Oh, going for the eraser. Oh, the erasered vessels managed to kill the Scourge. You don't see that every day.
I think he just hit one each. They were both yellow. Well,
ever
okay,
gonna see
many
out again?
drones transferring through the Nidus.
There's
I'm
no,
not sure.
there's
if
one defiler.
those
We
help.
have one defiler.
Well,
There's
a lot of
fire
fire
bats.
bats. I think that's it.
Oh, and the Dark Swarm is protecting the Plague Marines. What's all gone wrong? And he's got 1500 gas again. Where are the Ultras?
Oh man.
Oh, my points, my beautiful points. I bet everything on you, Sziky.
Okay, I just came back to say, haha, I won.
Poetic justice, Kwark. You were so mean to him.
Oh my god. Okay, so thank you, Nelson, for my points. I will get back to the shadows.
My beautiful tap points.
Yeah, so I have some little sound problems, and I think Ox, you mentioned that I have feedback, right?
I think we're good. Yeah,
You
I
think we're
didn't
good? Yeah.
hear it anymore, and maybe it was just me. You sound great, MasterRey.
Okay, good. Because I was ready to restart my computer, but okay, then I'm coming in again. So the problem I think for Sziky was there that he made 4 lurkers, but then he stops. When those 4 lurkers, okay, no, never mind, he had 3 more, so 7 total. When those lurker die, he's just not rebuilding them, and then he's losing against like 6 fire bats under Dark Swarm.
Yeah, we have 1500 gas in the bank. It's really quite odd.
Yeah.
Yeah, game 1 he had 4 lurkers too far forward, 2 got irradiated, then a wide arc mage just killed them. That game he did the same thing, but the lurkers were further back and he brought in the ones from his other base. But then after he lost the ones from his other base, he's like, okay, well, I guess I'm done with lurkers. I built some, but they died, so don't want to try to make that mistake again. Okay, I'm going to still go all in on Sziky with my 90 points that I have left.
Okay, I'm going to start. Prediction for game 5 is now up in the chat, guys. Go, spend your points.
Got a tiebreaker, boys. 2-2.
Yeah, I am all in on Sziky, but now all in on Sziky is just 90 points.
You're a stubborn man.
Well, I need to like commit to this if I want to win back my 15,000 points. How many doubles do I need to get from 90 to 15,000?
A lot.
You need to sell your house, Kwark. And your family.
Channel points. That would seems a bit excessive.
This means everything to us.
Okay, so the positions are so that Sziky's Mutalisk will arrive at the natural of Ultra again, so that is the same situation that we had in the very first game of our series here. And that is the one, well, I don't want to mention it again, but Sziky was ahead and then he unfortunately lost. But his Mutalisk did a good job and he was pretty far ahead.
I checked. I have to do double or nothing 8 times and win 8 times in a row to get my points back.
Nice.
Anybody want to donate some points to Kwark in case Sziky wins? Why don't you make a prediction on Ultra?
Okay, so what do we have here? We have, I think, 12 hatch, 11 pool, 10 gas for Sziky here. Now continuing the drone production, of course. Oh, wait, a cancel on the top right in this main of Ultra. What was that? Was that a second supply depot? Oh yeah, he cancelled the second supply depot to get a faster expansion after scouting the 12 hatch. That's interesting. Pato, are you still here? Or maybe Kwark, you know something about this? Is it really worth to cancel the second depot?
I don't know if it's worth it to cancel it. It's. I mean, I don't play TVZ, but it might be worth it to not make it. But I think cancelling when you have that mineral loss for the cancel, it can't be worth it, surely.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. And also, it was almost completed. It's not like he's saving the SCV mining time or whatever in that moment. Yeah, so interesting decision here. But now he rebuilds the second supply depot right after starting the command center. Again, we see the same build for Sziky here with layer first, now into circling speed. And Ultra going for the 2, Rex intercepting some of the links here, and now we will see him go into the academy again. So this is pretty much the same build for Ultra with a very fast command center. And Sziky is not taking the second gas yet. I'm not sure about the exact timing for Zergs to take the second gas, but we can see him, he's actually making more Zerglings here, 3 more Zerglings on the way, but also some drones. So that's an interesting amount of Zerglings.
Yeah, I think he wants to try and do like a run by before the muta hit, just to get a bit of chaos.
Yeah, he did that in the first game where he killed what, the 4 Marines, I think.
Yeah, that was with his first 6 link. That was surprisingly effective because he killed 2 Marines and the STV building the bunker, and then he killed 2 more Marines.
We don't see a depot or a bunker in the natural of Ultra, but he's sitting on the ramp. So this, I'm not sure. I think he's in a fine position, but he could lose some SCVs.
Yeah, because Sziky's going to bait him out with 3 links, and then once he's out, he's going to go with all of them. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That was such a cool play. The medic survived, but the Marine's already dead. That was perfect. With that 3 links just for the bait.
Isn't that very common? I'm surprised that Ultra actually went out there from his ramp.
It is very common. Crossy does this all the time too. But and it's common, but it works.
I think when you see 3 links running into your natural and they have circling speed, you have to assume that they are more than 3.
But I mean, sometimes there won't be more than 3. Oh, he's going to get another Marine. Oh, he's killed so many Marines here, and the muta are already on the way.
Turrets not started, 3 Marines alive. Oh, the eBay is just finishing now. He needs to start turret immediately, especially in the natural here. Okay, starting 2.
Yeah,
I think they will be done in time.
Yeah, but the Marines have no range, there's not many of them. I feel like if Sziky just goes after the Marines, he'll do fine. The issue he's going to have is that it's difficult to get into the main from these angles because the natural shields the main. But his Marines are just so vulnerable. With no range and no +1, and Sziky's just going straight for the Marines. He knows that the Marine group is too small.
The turret also not done by the barracks here, so Sziky can almost jump on it. Okay, just waits a little bit too long, turret finishes, but only 1 turret anyways. Ah, some miss micro there by Sziky, killing a single Marine but losing a Mutalist for it.
There's some links that can run into the natural in a second though.
Yeah. Yeah, Ultra just doesn't have the Marine count to defend the
Oh,
main and
Zeki's
the
taking the
natural.
6 o'clock base. That is not the one I expected. Yeah, and these Marines are getting split up from their medics.
Okay, the SCVs.
Yeah, the worker count. I mean, it's Sziky normally has like 30 workers by this point in the game, but this game these extra links that he's been building have been coming at the price of the drones that he hasn't been building. So he's killed so many Marines. He's going to get that medic too.
Yeah, he's like on the brink of finishing Ultra here, I feel, but he's almost a little bit all in as well. If it doesn't work and Ultra stabilizes somehow, then Ultra's in a good position with that worker count.
Yeah, I mean, Ziki's already taking out of this. He's got his third base. The Lurker's on the way, but you're right that there's a strong worker count for lead for Ultra here. That there's a lot of money's been committed by Sziky into this Muta play, I think. Now he's broken that tower, he can get up on this angle here. And these Marines are just going to get pulled all over the place by that mineral patch. Sziky not committing, that's weird. Okay, now he's come back in. Yeah, because he can just run up and down the right hand side, and the Marines have to run left to go up and down the ramp. The Marines can't follow the Muta. And the medic has found some SCVs that wants to heal. It's medics will just desert their Marines at the first sign of an injured SCV. With the Muta bouncing damage, SCVs are always going to take some damage, and if a medic sees them, the only thing you want to do is go heal them all.
Okay,
That's the
plus
bunker
one not
defending the middle
finished
line.
yet.
Why do we think there's a bunker defending the middle line now? Is he just really worried about these Muta?
I think he is realizing that he's on the brink of being defeated here, and she just wants to survive.
The Muta number has just gone down from 8 Muta to 4 Muta in a second. There were so many Muta there that were on like 1 hit point that Sziky had been keeping alive. But the moment that they started to die, they all died. Because one dies and the damage is more closely focused on the remaining 7. Second one dies, third one dies, fourth one dies. This Muta flock has just disappeared.
But he's rebuilding 4 more. If we look at the worker count now Sziky is actually ahead, so he did kill a lot of workers there in that last Mutalist attack when he lost those Mutalists. So I think it was still very good damage. And with the third base being up and Lurker upgrade already completed, I think Sziky's in a very nice position. 4 Lurkers are coming here. But I mean, there are 2 bunkers. So third one building. In theory, Ultra should be able to defend the Lurkers here. Queen's Nest just started, so Hive is pretty long way from being finished here, so yeah, it looks like he's just containing Ultra for now. Where are the vessels? That's the question here. Starport
this time we're going
almost
tanks.
completed.
Every other game's been pure SK. This game
Oh, yeah.
is going to be single starport tanks.
Yeah, interesting.
I don't like the decision to keep going Muta. I don't think it's going to work. He's not getting the continued value out of them.
Sure. I mean, a lot of Marines are in the bunkers, so there are not a lot of Marines left here at the barracks, and the turrets are done, so I think he can get some damage done, but yeah. He's losing another Mutalist. Okay. He is rebuilding more. 5 more on the way. He has a lot of lurkers this time. He's not like trying to defend his base with 3 or 4 lurkers. He has 7 out there.
This second eBay is quite late, isn't it? I feel like being on one eBay at 12 minutes in with a sound facility done is not ideal.
Yeah, that is true. But we also only see a single evolution chamber for Sziky. Last games, I think we saw a double evolution chamber very early. Maybe Ultra scanned that and somehow decided he doesn't need the second eBay that early. But I'm not the TVZ player, you know.
Okay, tanks are gonna get a kill here if they scan. Oh, he's busy watching the meter. Okay, one lurker down. Not gonna get a second one, but he's close. Can't lose that vessel. Can't lose that vessel.
Ah,
Lost the vessel.
only 3 lurkers left now with this one getting killed by the tank. Okay, never mind.
Now he could potentially break those lurkers, I agree.
Oh, nice shot there, focusing not the first but the second lurker to kill the first and the second at the same time. So only 2 lurkers left. We saw Sziky dying because he's not rebuilding lurkers. I really hope he can do
going
this
greatest
time.
fire this time and consume, but I'm nervous for him. He doesn't like to rebuild those lurkers. He builds like 7 lurkers, and that is the number of lurkers that he wants, and then after that he's done with them.
Yes. And the Great Spire just now finishes. The Guardians will not be ready, and he has no lurkers. Defilers also are just spawning, but yeah, Consume needs a few more seconds. Maybe the Dark Swarm will be done in time, but I'm not sure. It will be super close.
He doesn't have Defilers as natural, only this third. Consume's done. Okay, he's noticing it. One back.
Okay,
Where
so
are
he's
they
consuming
going to
now.
make the Guardians? He has the Greatest Fire done. Where are the Guardians being morphed? Oh, they're being morphed behind the natural.
Just say in the main or so. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
8 Guardians on the way. Dark Swarm is scared, so...
He can't use them for defense. The Dark Swarm's going to help the Marines against the Guardians. These really should have been created on the other side of the map. Like, these are useless.
Okay, but still a good amount of Guardians, so even if they take a little bit longer before they can attack Ultra, Ultra really needs something to combat them. He is starting Race now after that currently building vessel. But Sziky just has such a big army, I'm not sure if Ultra can defend the Guardians here.
Yeah, if he had a second vessel, he could irradiate on top of the vessel. I don't like that irradiate at all. I feel like you have to either irradiate your own vessel to get the damage onto multiple Guardians, or irradiate the Defiler. But irradiating one Guardian doesn't make a difference. That was not the play. Like, just killing one Guardian isn't going to win you the fight.
It's very close, but I think Ultra can barely do it, maybe? With some reinforcements?
And if he had irradiated a vessel and flown on top of the Guardians, he would have done so much more work with them.
But Ultra survives.
These Firebats are getting work done here. Ultra survives, that's
5
great.
more lurkers. 5 more lurkers on the way. Nice. So now actually Sziky realizes, okay, Firebats are pretty strong, even with Dark Swarm. I need
fire
some
goes down.
lurkers. The Firebat 13 kills.
all these medics have like 1 hit point and they're plagued, but 1 hit point is enough. They can recover.
This is a pretty close game.
It is a close game. I'm enjoying this one. Ultra on 33 workers. He has been for a while. He's doing very sustainable mining on these bases. These bases are not going to run out of minerals anytime soon. It's weird that he hasn't built any new SUVs in so long.
Okay. Sziky running around here with a group of Zerglings and 3 lurkers. There are 3 still bunkers, however, so if Ultra can react fast when they come into his natural, he can still defend. Ooh, no reaction. Tank and Marines are dying here.
Is he going to get a vessel? Maybe? Yes. Nice.
Lings are getting into the main. Firebats needs to react. Yes, okay, he sims them, clears the Zerglings, no problem.
Sziky's still ahead on supply, but this is so close.
Oh, there's a big group of Lings coming again. 1 more lurker, 2 more defilers, and Ultralist on the way now. 4
Sziky's hive
Ultralists.
tech choices are kind of strange. He went for the old Dark Swarm Guardian combo into Plague and Ultra on free gas.
Nice Plague, really. The 1 Hydra under the Dark Swarm. Can it focus the tank?
Nope. Or it could go for the Battle
He
as well.
can still do
Battle
it.
would
Yes,
also be good.
he's doing it.
Oh,
So close.
he tried pretty hard and he got quite far. It just didn't matter though. Okay, Link taking care of the job.
Yeah. Oh my god, 2 Lings killing another tank. The Ultras are here, but
They don't have
Sziky
armor.
cannot face.
They don't
Yeah,
have the
armor,
armor.
just a few seconds. He's going
Oh,
in too
the
early a little
anti-timing.
bit.
The anti-timing. Oh, they don't have energy. One of the defilers need to consume the other defiler at this point, just to get the energy.
He has
another
100.
defiler runs in by itself. Okay, we have armor. Don't just have the armor upgrade. Yeah, okay, yeah, one of the defilers has eaten the other defiler. Plague the Ultralisk. I'm having fun with this one. Okay, the Plague Firebats are going down pretty hard.
But that 1 Firebat on the right, killing 6 Zerglings here alone. So whenever I see a Zerg just sending in pure Ultralisk without any Zerglings, without any Dark Swarm, I always feel like it's a waste. I'm not sure. What do you think?
I mean, there's a critical mass where pure ult will work, but yeah, it's if you're not at that critical mass, then you really should be doing something to either make the ultra more effective or use the time that they're buying. This is very back and forth.
There are so many medics here. Like 12 medics, but most of them out of energy.
Yeah, Plague will do that. So, Sziky's third base has 8 patches. Ultra's third base has 6 patches. Ultra's not actually mining that much right now. He's mining less than 2 normal bases. He's got a natural which has, 7 patches? Main which has 6.
And while we are watching all of those fights here, we also see Sziky getting 2 more bases in the bottom left, so he will be on 5 bases soon. But we have a little bit of a base trade here. Ultra with the big army in front of Sziky, and Sziky counter-attacking the third, killing most of the SCVs here.
Yeah, and then 1 swarm gets cast at Sziky's face. This is a classic ZVT. You offer a base trade, and then the moment the Terran accepts the trade, you're like, wait a second, swarm, sorry, no deal.
There are 4 Firebats, or 3 of them, and there's not a single lurker. there's still a chance for Ultra here to win this attack.
Yeah, there's nothing defending this base.
Oh, the Defiler! Okay, gets out. Decent fight for Ultra, I would say.
Yeah, there's only one Defiler defending that base now. The problem is that Ultra doesn't know about the two bases at the bottom left. Oh, that's a big
nice
plague. Still, that medic ward on the left-hand side. Those plague marines are actually pretty well defended. Ultra's going down. And Ultra's still dead. He's so... Sziky has too many bases, but... He's getting some kind of trade here. Got one marine left alive. Surround the marine with the medics? No. Okay, never mind. I like that we've seen no Guardians since the first Guardians. That was just an experimental tech.
Another counter-attack on the third of Ultra here. Ultra down to 20 workers. But I mean, if you only have one base, it's fine, I guess. Yeah, but Sziky just has an overwhelming army. With the 5 base kicking in, he can just produce so much more. He has all the Ultras and the Zerkins now. And now I think we could see the final fight here.
Yeah, I don't see any way back for Sziky. Sorry for the Ultra. He's too far behind in economy. His main and nada mind. His third is a mineral only with 6 crystals. He can't make the units.
GG. Sziky takes it 3-2 and advances to the semi-finals.
I'm gonna be right back, but you can start the next game without me if I'm not in, and I'll watch it on the Discord.
Okay, I will close the prediction here.
There you have it, man. Sziky 3 versus Ultra 2.
Yes, okay, so yeah, now we see the bracket on the screen again. Dewalt versus Dandy will be our next match here. That will be a PvT. I'm just thinking about who I favor there. No, but of course, Dewalt has to be the favorite here. Dandy is a strong player, but we have seen him losing or having a hard time against Tech last 2 weeks ago, I think. I'm not too confident in his TVP abilities, so I think Dewalt has a very good shot at actually taking this 3-0. If not 3-0 done, then I guess it's 3-1. But I don't really see Dandy having a serious shot at winning the match. But what do you guys think in the chat here, the viewers? Tell me, what are your predictions of Dewalt versus Dandy? The winner, of course, has to play against Oya. And yeah, I think we will just have a little break here until Ox is back and Kwark is back, and then we'll see Dewalt versus Dandy.
Alright guys, we'll get into Dewalt vs. Dandy soon. Yeah, so unfortunately, Hawk and Oyaji couldn't complete their set due to unforeseen circumstances. We tried. It was just not possible, and it was going to hold up the entire tournament to the point where we wouldn't be able to cast it today. So we basically advanced Oyaji. He will play the winner of Dewalt vs. Dandy. And of course, Voddy has already advanced after beating Tech, and Sziky barely advanced after beating Ultra.
Yes. So we will see a PVT now. Then we will see another TVZ on the left side of the bracket, and then we could see another PVT or the first PvP of the tournament. I know most people don't like PvP, but I really enjoy it, to be honest. There were times where people say it's just like a coin flip matchup, but there are a lot of little like nuances in every part of the game, or especially in the early game, where you can really feel out what your opponent is doing and get a lot of scout information, and you can like feel out if a player is going DTs or like 3 gate or so. And yeah, being a Protoss player, of course, and also Kwark being a Protoss player, I think it's a great matchup to watch here.
Well, we did see Dandy play Dewalt during the Wavelet playtest tour. I don't want to spoil the result, but I think Dandy's obviously the underdog here.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for predictions from our chat here. Chat, are you active? Are you alive? Get some predictions for Dewalt versus Dandy. What do you think will be the score of this best of 5?
Get it together, chat. Throw in your points. I mean, it's a pretty safe bet, betting on Dewalt.
Yeah, for me the question is, will it be 3-0 or will it be 3-1? And I'm leaning towards 3-0.
Well, I don't know who it was. It's that this was a Terran favored map, kind of, in some ways. Maybe it was Kwark and Pato earlier.
He said it stylistically can favor or can be difficult for some Protoss players to play.
But not
Dewalt isn't
Dewalt.
one of those. No, he's got his Shadow Star down.
MasterRey, are you joining the game?
Oh yes, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I'm in. Let's go.
Are we sure it's 75% back for buildings? Because I thought you end up in a weird situation where you have like
I'm sure,
If
yeah.
Okay.
You end up in a weird situation when you cancel a 150 supply, 150 mineral cannon or gateway.
Yeah, that's why I was
Because
thinking. Because yeah, it
that's
gets
why.
rounding. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we are starting this PvT with a Protoss spawning in the bottom left, Dewalt, and in the top right we have our Terran spawning, Dandy.
Yeah, cross position immediately makes me favour Dewalt as well. It's cross position means it's less likely to be like a shot cheesy game.
Yeah.
And also Dandy likes his 6-facts, and cross position 6-fac is going to be way less powerful.
Okay, somebody in the
Yeah.
chat says, I don't know any of these players. Can you guys just say a quick note? Who are these guys in the foreign scene?
Dandy is from Peru. He's probably one of the top 3 Terrans out there, with Koga and Terra. Very strong Terran player. Very aggressive, likes his dropship play, likes his 6-facts, likes 2-facts. We're likely to see a lot of aggro from Dandy. And Dewalt is probably the best non-Korean. He struggles a bit with PvP against Barnef, but on ladder the results are incontrovertible. Dewalt just is, he beats everyone. He's got very strong macro, very clean strategic play. He's on meta. There's nothing wrong with Dewalt's play at all. And it looks like he's opting for a 13 Nexus. Well, actually no, 12 Nexus.
And of course he gets rewarded for that by the cross position spawns, so that's very nice for Dewalt, already starting with a little advantage here. And about the 6-fact you mentioned it from Dandy, I think I've never actually seen him going for a fast third base. I think every single game that I've seen of Dandy was always 2-base attack. Have you seen a 3-base game by Dandy?
Yes, but only like in practice games with me.
Okay.
On the broadcast games, he does like his 2-base timings a lot. Yeah, he's going to be immediately rewarded for his 13 or 12 next with a cross position.
Yep.
So this is like a
we're
greedy
still-
version of the 13 or 12 next. This is he's not going to use his second nexus for supply. He's just going to keep building probes up to 17 probes. Then he's going to build a pylon and build even more probes. This is like as greedy as you can be.
Yeah, we also sometimes see Protoss going for 2 gates to maybe defend a possible marine rush when the Terran scouts you with the early Nexus. But he's also not doing that. So he's going straight into gas, he's going straight into the core, and of course the pylon, as we mentioned, for the extra pro production. So yeah, very greedy build here.
Yeah,
by
even
Dewalt.
core before Zealot and 1 gateway for 1 Zealot only. This is...
Yeah.
It's just absolutely certain that it's not going to be any kind of early pressure. And he's right, it's going to be a 2-fac. This could not be better for Dewalt. So 13 or 12 next is actually the hard counter to 2-fac. The reason is that you will get your Dragoon range and your 3 gates in time to hold it very easily. You'd think 2-fac would be the pressure build that counters fast expand, but it's not. 2-fac counters like a rangeless 23 Nexus or like a very quick Reaver, but it does not counter this style of fast expand.
Yes, the only way that Dewalt can lose from here, it feels like, is that if he doesn't scout this and stays on just 1 gate for an eternity, which he's not doing. He's already adding the second gateway here, so I think he will be fine.
Yeah, he kills the scout SCV as well.
Yeah.
So Dandy's doing a good job of hiding what's going on here. This bunker does make it look like it's a CC. However, it's cost position and it's already behind on the build order, and he's going to confirm with the probe. See, this is why I was saying Dewalt is so strong. It's just such a clean style. He throws his Zealot into the bunker to tank the bunker while he gets the probe in, and he just confirms.
Yeah.
Dewalt doesn't lose.
Yeah, with this, there's no chance that Dewalt can lose this game. When he already has a huge build order advantage, and then has all the scouting information, a player of this caliber, like best foreigner in the world, will not lose anymore. But I want to mention that the bunker is so far outside that I think that almost gives it away. I think,
that's very suspicious.
You would make it so deeper in the natural so far that if you really go for an expansion, that by seeing the bunker position, Dewalt already assumed that it's going to be one base, I think.
That, and I mean, it's kind of suspicious anyway, just because Dandy does this. This is like, you never assume that Dandy has a CC behind that bunker, because it's just, or you never assume twice that Dandy has a CC behind the bunker, because he's Dandy. He doesn't have to. So he's opting for mines and seeds. So this is going to turn into a hard push. He's just trying to take position here. He's not trying to like end the game immediately. He's trying to take position so he can place his bunker, place some mines next to the bunker, and then go into siege mode. Now that actually might be effective. So Dewalt has 4 gateways, which is a lot of gateways, but he doesn't have a shuttle. So if let's see Dandy place the bunker.
I think he can just move this. To be honest, he has enough units already.
Yeah. We needed to be in position slightly earlier. The vultures weren't ready to place the mines. And now, yeah, the marines are dead. Oh, the last tank goes down. The marines can get in the bunker, it's just the tank died too early. Yeah, this is over. But like, I did like the idea that instead of just like charging into the natural and hoping for the best, you take a position outside the natural and you fortify it, and then you slow push in.
Yeah.
That was a smart play. It just, the vultures and the miners didn't go down in time, and the tanks were in such a all close to the front, so that you're going to get all the tanks at once.
All right, so let me ask you guys something. 2-fact is effective if it's not cross positions like that, right?
Not 2-fact never good against 12 necks.
Like, what I was gonna ask is, had he known that these were the spawning positions, would he have gone 2-fact? And is it too late to like change your idea of going 2-fact by the time you scout your opponent?
Possibly, because he'd already had 3 STVs on gas for a bit, I think, by the time he realised it was cross positions. He was already planning to go 2-fact, so the only thing he could do is like a late counter expand. And even then, like, it's Dewalt. It's, you're not happy about going into a late counter expand against him. It's, yeah, okay, I'll just play build or disadvantage against. There's no good build for him to do.
Yeah, I think the Nexus first, so the build order, is the biggest advantage against the 2-factory in that game, and not so much the position. I think you can still go for 2-factory in the cross position if the Protoss is going for something like fast robotics Reaver or so on one gateway, then it can work. But with the 12 Nexus, the Nexus already kicked in by the time the Terran arrives. He already has 4 gateways, he's already producing way more than the Terran. So the 12 Nexus is just a clear like advantage from the build order perspective. Okay, and now we have a close position game with Dandy spawning in the bottom left and Dewalt spawning in the bottom right here. So,
yeah, so this is a position that I think is good for Terran, because
yes.
the Protoss has to expand like up the right hand side, so expanding away from the Terran, but the Terran can expand towards the Protoss, and in doing so cover their main, and it leads towards a very narrow bridge that is right outside the Protoss natural, so there's no attack angle for the Protoss to break the Terran push.
Yes, I agree. There's a difficult position on the good old map Circuit Breaker. I think most of you guys know that. When both players, Protoss and the Terran, spawn in the top, or both spawn in the bottom positions, you have this bottom path, if they spawn at the bottom, where the Terran can push through, that is very narrow. I kind of feel like this is the same here. You can push this bottom path at 6 o'clock, and it's very hard for the Protoss to actually flank the push.
Yeah, the Protoss will be forced into a position where they have to start doing counterattacks. So Dewalt is going for a Zealot Goon, by the look of it. This is no gas. So the question is going to be, is it going to be 2 Zealots into Goon or 3 Zealots into Goon? Because both are viable. I think it might be 3 this game, based on his core timing.
Yeah, looks like that's the case here.
And
We have
this
seen
is the
him doing this a lot.
From Gasless is not good against this. Dandy might be in trouble already. Because it's close position, there's going to be Zealots just running at his natural. And it's not like he's going to be able to clean them up with a Vulture. He has no factory, he can't even build a factory, he has no gas, he can't even mine some gas, he has no refinery.
And
he's
he
so
also
far away
scouts
from
the
what
wrong
he needs.
direction.
Yeah. He is just so far away
Oof.
from having what he needs to counter this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game's probably over.
He's not even making a Marine. not a single Marine producing.
Okay, there we go.
Now the first one starts. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to see this and go, okay, yeah, this has gone wrong.
Ooh, rough start into this match here for Dandy.
Yeah, I mean, these are just 2 build order wins as well. I mean, what can you do?
Yeah.
There's going to be a Goon done before the factory starts. Goon Ranger's on the way before the factory starts. Even if he places the bunker's going to fall. It's just... this game's silly.
Yeah, 2 Zealots still full HP, 1 even has full shield. He's going for it.
Yeah, factory
3
still
Marines
hasn't started.
Good micro here by Dandy. But yeah, he without the factory.
Yeah, the Zealots aren't part of the win condition, it's the thing. The Zealots are just keeping Dandy busy while the Goons get across the map, and the first one's almost here.
Yep. What's the HP on the Marines here? Pretty high, but I mean, he can't really defend this.
No, it's done. Dewalt hasn't lost a unit yet. Will he lose a unit this game? Yes, he will. Okay, moral victory, Dandy. Probe coming back in for some more damage. The Goon range is mostly done, factory isn't finished.
And there's the GG. Man.
Yeah, you go for the factory expand.
Yeah, I mean, we saw 2 greedy builds. In the first game, we saw Dewalt going for a very greedy build, and sadly, Dandy didn't have a punishment, and he didn't scout it early enough. And in the second game, Dandy wants to do the same, go also for a greedy build, but Dewalt had the perfect counter build. So if you go for a greedy build, you can never complain when you lose it to the hard counter, because every greedy build has a disadvantage against the very early aggressive build. I mean, that's just how the game works. And if you take the gamble, you have to be ready to face the consequences and lose the game. So you can just not go for a greedy build, and then you're fine, and you're not losing, and you're not losing to a build order win. Build order loss.
Yeah, absolutely. You see it when Dewalt plays Scan, I think. Dewalt goes for these really eco-heavy, fast Nexus plays against Scan, and it's because he's good enough that if you give him a slight advantage against Scan, he can win. But I think that he recognizes that in like a straight-up game, Scan's probably the better player. So you say, okay, like a third of the time I just lose the game outright, but the other 2/3 of the time I have a much higher chance of winning than I would normally have. So like if in an even game it's 90% they win, 10% you win. But in a game where you have a build order advantage, you you increase your chance of winning to 50% in the 66% of the time where you don't immediately lose. That's still a higher win rate overall. Yeah, but if you think you were probably going to lose anyway, then you might as well.
No.
It's I mean, I've beaten Dewalt by DT rushing him with like a really naked DT rush that dies to a hard counter. But the thing is, it's Dewalt. He was going to win anyway, so who cares? You might as well do that kind of build against Dewalt because it's not like you were planning to beat him in a Manco game.
But we have to say, if it's like 100% clear that one player is better than the other, then of course the better player will not go for a greedy build. He will just play very safe because he knows that your only chance to win is like an all-in.
Which is when in PvP you go for Gateway, Dragoon, Nexus. Because they have to stay home and build that Robo because they don't know if you're doing a proxy DT rush. It's not always the cheese build that, or like the aggressive cheese build that gets you. Sometimes it's the macro cheese that gets you.
Yeah, but still, there's still a very high chance. If one player is S rank and the other one is like C, then it doesn't matter that he has an early expansion.
But like if you're like S rank playing against B, you actually have to play like ridiculously safe builds because you don't know what they're doing, and then they can just do a gamble build and get ahead anyway. It's kind of funny.
Are there any proud players out there who are like, I'm gonna beat you straight up standard, I don't want to win with the DT or some sort of cheese build, because it doesn't really count. When you win, the person's like, yeah, you didn't beat me straight up. Or no, like...
There are lots of players who say it doesn't count when you beat me, but I feel like the players who say I only ever do like the most standard thing don't win that often, so it's... They don't have much to be proud of.
I mean, the whole point is to win the game, right?
Yeah. You do have to mix it up sometimes. You have to mix it up every game, but you do have to mix it up sometimes.
Especially in a set, yeah. Which is very different from ladder games, where you're playing one opponent, one game.
Yeah, like ladder practice, I'll often go like 23 next every single PvT, just because it's the most standard generic build, and if I'm playing a best of one, that's just what I'm going to practice, because I want to be good with it. But I wouldn't do it like 5 games in a row in a set.
Are you like that too, MasterRey?
I usually play pretty standard, I have to say. And for me it's weird. I usually play better versus better players, and then I lose to some like high B ranks. It's a little bit weird.
Do you ever keep track of who you play? You're like, oh, I played this guy the other day, I'm gonna switch it up, or that doesn't matter?
I do it if I play the same guy
consecutively,
like right after each other. Yeah, consecutively.
I try and keep track of the people who 4-pull me. Just trying to remember their names. I've run into somebody who 4-pulled me a few days before, and I just did like a blind forward cannon opener. 4-pulls me again. Just such a feel-good moment.
Alright, so what's going on, guys? Dandy's got his expansion up.
Yeah, so Dewalt is doing like the safest expand you can do. It's not even like a 23 Nexus. He went for a third pylon and just kept his probes coming. Went for a third Dragoon. So Dewalt is accepting a build order disadvantage. This is actually the situation we were talking about earlier, where we were saying, is there a situation where you feel like you're the better player, so you have to do a much safer build? This is it. Dewalt's build is super safe, but his Nexus is late. Whereas Dandy's build is, yeah, this is a standard like gasless expand. He'll be able to repair that bunker for as long as it takes. He'll get his siege tanks. He'll be fine. And he's also got the STV confirming what's going on. That's huge for him because he can see no quick robo, no threat of Vivas, no threat of DTs. Don't need an eBay. I just need to repair my bunker and wait. Now he does need to not lose that bunker. But hopefully he can manage that. So yeah, this is build order advantage Dandy. It's completely playable for Dewalt, but Dandy has been forced to do a build that is... So Dewalt has been forced to do a build that isn't optimal just because he wants to be safe.
How does the map and the positions on this map factor in? Because there's certain pathing when you're in these positions horizontally that maybe favor a particular like rush or build.
Yeah, I mean it's narrow bridges, so it's... You wouldn't want to you can't get like a sweeping flank with Mass Dragoon or anything like that. You'd want to, I think, build a shuttle and Weaver on this map to defend against the push.
Yeah, I think Terran can push through the 6 o'clock, and then get into a nice position to potentially like siege the natural rally point.
Dandy's bunker's in trouble. He lost a SCV there, so it doesn't have enough.
Yeah, he needs one more.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, it's fine.
Okay, Siege is not on the way though. He's just building pure tank. Oh, you need to repair that. 17 hit points. That's really sad. So yeah, we're going to see a Viva, and I agree with that play. I think Viva on this map is going to be fantastic, because these narrow bridges that you don't want to push through as Protoss suddenly become inverted. It's suddenly a very difficult situation for Terran to get across the bridges when there's a Viva splash going on. And we see that Dewalt actually managed to overtake Dandy in SCVs despite only killing one SCV. This is Dewalt has much later Nexus, but he just pulled ahead.
Yeah, this is exactly what we're talking about. So Dewalt goes for a safe build, Dandy goes for a little bit greedy build, is not punished by a build or loss this time, but we can see Dewalt being the better player, just pulling ahead anyways, even with the later Nexus.
Narrow bridge there, Dewalt just sets up the concave and says, okay, you can come through the bridge if you like. I'll have 6 Dragoons taking a shot at one of your tanks. You'll have 3 tanks, but only one of them's firing. It's just such clean play.
I'm not sure why Terrans are trying to go through that bridge. I would just go through the 6 o'clock, and then you have even a high ground. But he just doesn't have enough tanks anyways.
Yeah, and now the Weaver's out with the 2 Zealots. He can't do anything now the Weaver's out.
Thanks for subbing, Zach.
I like that he's picked off the probe going to 9 o'clock. He's keeping his opponent on 2 bases. That's strong. But he's got no Marines. Does he have any Goliath? He doesn't even have an army. He's dead.
No turrets.
Yeah, no turrets, no Marines, no Goliaths. Like, this might not kill him right now, but it's going to do so much damage that it's going to be a very difficult game for him to play.
Shuttle speed is around 15 seconds from finishing.
Yeah. And at the same time as this, Dewalt is going to clear the mines and establish his third base while keeping the Weaver pressure on. Six workers up. Yeah, he's clearing up the minefield. Yeah, this is a risk from Dandy here too. Dandy would just go mass factory, no armory, no eBay, no academy. What Dandy's doing here is the cheese build. It really is. It's not even like a regular 6-pack. This is I hope they don't scout that I'm doing this 6-pack. Well, I hope they never build a Viva. But if I mean, Dewalt's always going to build a Viva. This had a 0% chance of working. I don't know why Dandy did this.
I mean, he lost 2 games and he feels maybe like he's not the better player, so he goes for a little gamble. But the Reaver...
This isn't how I would gamble. I would gamble by building like a quick starport and a blind Wraith. I wouldn't gamble by doing a build that's hard countered by Weavers against Dewalt on this map.
Yeah, but again, then he defends and the game goes longer, and in a longer game the better player comes out ahead in the end again. So yeah, I think
if you want it to be a really short game, you can just leave right at the start. My point is, it's not automatically good if it's a short game. This is not the right kind of short game for Dandy. Dandy wants the kind of short game where he wins. Dewalt needs to close that wall right now. Okay, this is gonna give him an actual comeback opportunity here. That wall should have been shut off. I'm amazed that Dewalt let that happen.
But Goons on the ramp.
Even so, that's more damage than he should have taken. And also, during that time, the Reavers were meant to be doing damage to Dandy, but they couldn't because Dewalt was busy defending. It just... I don't see any situation in which Dewalt doesn't build Reavers on this map. This is like such a speed shuttle Reaver map. So Dandy's build being hard countered by speed shuttle Reavers, it just Doesn't seem good to me.
Yeah, now we see the attempt to move out for Dandy, losing the first tank. No focus on the Reaver. Kills 2 goons here, almost 3.
I had to go for a second. No,
Oh,
those tanks are getting
Some
some free shots. Yeah, Dewalt not keeping track of his pathing there.
again.
I don't know about Arbiter on this map either. I guess he doesn't want to go pure gateway style because it's such a difficult map for gateway units, but he knows that Dandy's gone for a quick 6-pack. So he knows that this game is going to be like a short... Oh, how did the Vultures get in the second time?
Vultures
Come on,
again.
Dewalt. You had a Dragoon there this time. This is exactly what Dandy needs. This is a huge comeback play.
You guys
And
think
this
the
time-
pathing on this map really favors Vulture Harass?
The pathing on this map is just... Oh, they're still doing it! The Dragoons have just left them! He has killed like 15, 20 probes of Vultures at this point. This is silly. Like, that is why Dandy said in this game, is all of those probe kills.
Oh, and the mines killing 3 Dragoons. Yeah, Dandy really getting some good trades, and now he's pushing out. Can he kill the Reaver somehow?
No, he cannot.
He cannot.
But these Dragoons are... Okay, one of them down. And even in supply. The Arbiter isn't done yet either. See, this is why I was slightly nervous about the Arbiter. I was thinking that, like, Speed Shuttle Storm would not be as powerful as the Arbiter, but it would be done on time. And sometimes done on time is what you need. You go for the suboptimal counter because it's the counter that will be there when you need it.
I think there's a gap in between that pylon. Apparently not.
He can mind jump it though.
And Dandy thinks there is a gap. Oh,
Oh, it
he's
does.
actually just moving through. Wow.
I don't know what just happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. But I saw a clip like 2 weeks ago where a Vulture just ran through 2 pylons as well, without mines. Sometimes if you really click it through and force it through, sometimes it can just go through. It's possible, yeah. I saw it like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, this tank splash. Yeah, he's making good use out of his speed shuttles. Okay, I'm
Oh, and
pretty
we got
confident in Dewalt's chances at this point, but I mean, he should be so far ahead on probes. These Vultures have done so much work all game long. And
We
Dandy's...
got a nice big raid here by Zero with 150 people. Thanks a lot, Zero. And yeah, for all the new viewers, we are currently in the map contest tournament here for the map Sanctuary, 4th place in the map New World Map Contest. And we are having an 8-man tournament here, and this is the last match out of the round of 8 between Dewalt versus Dandy. And we are getting the fight right now.
Where's that speed shuttle gone? Oh, there's speed shuttles on the right hand side. Dandy's position looks better than it is. His upgrade timings are kind of non-existent. Oh, Dewalt with the shuttle play. I was going to lose both shuttles though. Damn. The whole point of this play is that the Zealots that you drop early on will kill the turret so you can shuttle your Reaver back out, but he managed to lose his Reaver. Oh, his shuttle. This is not doing what he wanted it to. It's causing chaos, but it's not actually... the chaos isn't helping. There's no timing that is being set up by this. It's not like he's suddenly waiting on Arbiter Energy or something. This is just generic chaos.
Oh, Vulture's getting into the top left. He could kill that Nexus if he just focuses it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Dewalt has much you can set up there to bail it out. I don't know about this. This is, I mean, Dandy's upgrades are non-existent, and Dandy's middle only is only got the 6 crystals, so Dandy's behind on eco quite a bit. But at the same time, Dewalt only has 1 Arbiter.
It's That's one
Oh, that is a
stasis
huge
drop.
stasis.
Yeah.
I don't know why Dandy's on that side of the bridge. Like, that's the bad side of the bridge.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, well that's GG.
I think he can still defend this.
Yeah, but it's he's had his tank count completely reset.
Yeah,
I mean,
but-
also, he has top left. It's just I don't think that Dewalt needs top left to win. I think the mineral only that Dandy has kind of sucks.
Well, he will get his stasis units back, so that's something for Dandy. The supply is still pretty even, and you say he has no upgrade timing, but he's on 1-1, Dewalt is on 1-0, and he's not even upgrading. Okay, just now started the second upgrade.
Dandy's
so
on 1-1, and we're
Dandy
16
is
minutes into the
ahead.
game, and there's no +2 on the way. It's
yeah, but
really.
I think it's fine if the Protoss is not upgrading at all.
I
mean, now he
couldn't
started,
disagree
but
more.
still. Okay.
I think that Protoss upgrades don't make a huge difference. Terran upgrades do. Terran upgrades are like comparable to Protoss tech. It's the Protoss has to develop their storm or their stasis or their carrier or whatever. The Terran has to develop their upgrades. So Dewalt's here with his late game tech. He's got his stasis. He's got his 2 arbiters. He's got everything he needs. Dandy is just on 1-1. Although he's about to kill all the probes again. Dandy's done such a good job on these probes. All game long, he's just been terrorizing Dewalt's mineral lines.
Yeah. The worker crone, pretty bad for Dewalt now, and with the top left killed, he has 4 Nexi only, and he's down over 10 workers. And Dandy is getting his 4th up on the right now, it's almost completed. I'm not sure, there's no defense, so if Dewalt scouts this, he can kill it, but it's still a very long way around to actually kill it. I think Dandy is in a fine position here. What other upgrades
There's no
now?
+2
Where's
started.
Armory? Okay,
But it's not spinning. Armies is natural, it's just not spinning.
Yeah,
That's why
the
I'm
problem.
saying.
Okay.
Yeah, because like Protoss needs the tech units because the gateway units stop working once Terran gets upgraded. But if Terran doesn't get upgraded, then Protoss is in a fantastic position because they have the tech units and they aren't too worried about the gateway units not working anymore.
Oh, big recall here. Double recall. Oh, and there are just not enough tanks here. All the tanks are getting killed by the second recall. The second
tanks
recall
just
was
aren't
actually
working that
super nice.
Yeah, but also the tanks just aren't like doing one body kills everything. That's the thing. This is what the Terran army doesn't have the killing power that it's used to at this point. Instead of having like 3-2, which is where it's meant to be, it's on 1-1, which means these Dragoons just aren't dying.
Yeah, especially from low-ground dry ground, where half of the shots are missing.
He's got this combination of Dragoons which are actually able to man-fight his army, and also they're getting recalled in. This should never happen. By the time recall's going on, it should be a Terran army that can just stomp the Protoss. Still, Dandy made this far more even than it should have been. Like, Dewalt's opener was beautiful. It was that quick speed shuttle Reaver against the against the no armory, no academy, no eBay six-pack. He just shut it down completely. He got so much work done with those that Reaver harass, but Dandy recovered it very well with that vulture play.
Yeah, that was definitely the big thing going for Dandy the whole game, killing so many probes.
Yeah, like right at the start, he just a vulture at 9 o'clock, picks off the probe, heading there. Then he mines it up so that Dewalt can't clear it. Then he hits it, runs by the natural, again, hits 9 o'clock again, denies top left. Like everything but the vulture play that Dewalt or Dandy did, I wasn't a fan of, but the vulture play was so good, it was just keeping him in the game by itself.
And now Dewalt is scouting that right base at 3 o'clock, and that is killed. Then I think Dandy has nothing but GG.
Yeah, I mean, Dandy's base is on fire. It's literally on fire. Dewalt's taking the 6 o'clock, which is next to Dandy. No, again, I'm just so impressed by that vulture play because I thought he was dead. I thought this was going to be a short game. We saw the speed shuttle harass it. It shut down Dandy's build entirely, killed all the workers. Dandy's build never recovered. It's not like he had his 2-1 timing. He still doesn't have +2 started at 20 minutes into the game. Dandy's build really was shut down hard, but he got so much done with the vultures that it didn't really matter that the build order didn't exist.
And at this point, yeah, okay, never mind.
Okay, yeah, it's a clean
GG.
Theo. But that was like the first game where it wasn't a complete build order win. It was just mostly a build order win. That's another thing about Dewalt is that he gets lucky more often than most players, which implies it isn't luck. It's if somebody like wins like half the coin flips they do, you're like, okay, well he's just a coin flippy player. Dewalt wins like 90% of his coin flips, so there's probably something smart going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, and that's even when the very opening was good for Dandy here, with the gasless expansion against the little bit later Nexus.
The opening was good, but I didn't like the follow-up at all.
Yeah,
It's
no, for sure.
just... You can't go something that's hard countered by Speed Shuttle Reaver against Dewalt on a map that's all about shuttles.
Yeah, I mean, especially Dewalt. He likes to go speed shuttles more than other players, even, I would say. So against Dewalt, it's really a risky play. Yeah, okay, and with that, we have our final four. We have Voddy versus Sziky in the first semifinals, and we have Oya versus Dewalt in the second semifinals. So what do you think about Voddy versus Sziky?
I mean, Sziky hasn't been at his best today, has he?
You know, he's not building defilers, okay, but
Or Lurkers.
I've seen Voddy going for these Valkyries so often, but dying to Mutalisk early on, that I think it will not matter if Sziky builds defilers or not, but because he will kill
Right.
Voddy.
The question is, who do we believe in less right now? Which is, that's odd for a Voddy Sziky series, but for those of you who have just come from the Zero raid and didn't see our Sziky Ultra series, Sziky didn't build defilers in a few of the games. He built the defiler mound, just not the defilers.
And the upgrades, but not the defilers.
Yes.
Okay, but still, I think Sziky showed that he can do a lot of damage with Mutalisk. He did that in most of the games against Ultra.
Yeah.
He almost killed Ultras a few times, and I just saw from experience, I saw Voddy dying to Mutalisk more often than Ultra so far. And I've cast a lot of Voddy's games, so I'm really scared that he will try to go for the Valkyries again and then just lose to the first 11 Mutalisk because he has no Marines.
You're not wrong. Voddy does seem to like to just die to Mutalisks. Okay, cross map though. I'm favouring Voddy. I think Sziky's probably the better player, but if these were played on the same day as the Sziky Ultra series, were these played on the same game on the same day, Ox? Okay, so maybe Sziky's playing better today than he was on the Ultra series.
You're never going to forgive Sziky for that Ultra set, are you?
It's not about forgiving him. If I'm going to predict him winning a ZVT, I do need to know if he wants to build defilers. Because if he doesn't want to build defilers, that changes my prediction.
So my prediction will be 3-1 Sziky, because I think Voddy will die to Mutalisk 3 times, but then there will be 1 8-Rex where Voddy wins.
Voddy just going for the Vax at natural. Oh, Depot now, he's just going to go for Walden. Interesting. Yeah, I'm thinking probably in that case Walden, CC straight into the factory, the way he likes to do, with like 1 Marine.
Yes.
Then he'll have like 3 rangeless, stimless Marines with no medic when the mutas arrive, and he'll lose them all.
It could be. It could
This
be,
is 9 pull speed. Interesting. Oh, never mind, just 9 pull with a gastric. This is very good for Voddy. 9 pull cross position.
Yeah, this is great for Voddy. So maybe a little bit of an advantage for Voddy here. Have we seen Sziky go for this build in the Ultra
Yeah,
Series?
this
I
was.
don't think so, right?
Yes, it was. This was the build he did game 3.
Okay.
I don't remember which one game 3 was. Game 3 he was bottom right, Sziky was bottom left. So Ultra's bottom left, Sziky was bottom right. The links didn't do that much damage. It was weird, but his first game when he went 12, 10, 11, 12, 11, 10, the links did the most damage.
Yes. So drone scouts, tries to block the depot here, tries to prevent Voddy from finishing the wall so his Zerglings can get in, but he just fails. But was very close, but now Voddy
the
should be fine.
Vax produces Marines on the bottom. And he's cancelled the second Marine. I think
But he
Voddy
has
might
one.
be dead. Voddy's dead. He's dead.
He needs
can't
an
build Marines.
SCV. Yeah, but he can just. But I mean, he had the Marine in the left here because he was shooting the gas. But I think one Marine behind the wall can still defend this, right?
He cancels the second Marine as well.
Yeah, but why do you need a second one? Aren't you fine?
Well,
with
because he
one?
just
If you-
lost.
Yeah, because the drone got in and got the gas steal off, so he moved his Marine away. But if that didn't happen and he had the Marine behind the wall, I think you can still survive, right?
I don't know. I mean, you've only got one SCV repair. You can take a second SCV off the command center, maybe, but it's not where you want to be. It's that was unfortunate.
Maybe a little bit of late scouting for Voddy as well.
Well, he should have been fine anyway. He had an SCV ready to repair the depot. It's that cancelling the second Marine for me is what really did him in. But Voddy's a very greedy player. He will
But the second
absolutely
Marine
do that.
wasn't gonna come out anyways.
No, it had time. It was like 3/4 done when he cancelled it.
Okay.
He had plenty of time to get that Marine back. He just he was playing a minimalist style. Like he queues up the second Marine in case it's like a 6 pool or something, and then cancels it if it's a 9 pool.
Okay, but now we are not in a cross position game. We have both players spawning on the right side here, with Voddy being in the top right and Sziky being in the bottom right.
Yeah. The question is, are we going to see another Warden at the natural? There's one thing I know about Voddy's style, it's that he doesn't learn from his mistakes. So we might see another Warden at the natural.
Yep, that's the case here. Or
It's going to be a Vax.
Oh, 8
Oh, no,
Rex.
but- no,
8
okay,
Rex.
depot. It's depot. He's just faking us by waiting for 130 minerals, then building the depot.
Ah, I checked the work account for the supply. I mistook that. I thought he was on 8 supply, but he was actually on 9. And I
Okay.
just saw the 8 of the work account.
So we're going to have... then Sziky go up to... Okay, it's going to be like a 12, 11, 10, I think, from Sziky here. It's a very generic, very standard.
I want to see if Voddy scouts earlier this time and make sure that the same result of last game can't happen. I mean, he doesn't know that it's not the same build for Sziky, but I think he should be... He could assume it and play safer.
He's left a hole in his wall as well this game. This is... if it was the same build again, he would just lose.
Yeah, looks like that. And he's scouting the wrong way, so... I mean, the pool is super late for Sziky, or later, of course, because he went for the hedge.
Yeah.
But
I'm
it
always
could really be a straight-up loss for Voddy if this was a link build.
I'm always amused by Ziki's drone harass. It's like he sees where the opponent is with the overlord, and he goes, okay, well now I know where they are, I can drone rush them. And he's really good at it too. Like his drone moving shots are just on point.
Ah, 3 more hits on that SCV.
you got to get it out to the extractor. Come on. Heal it back up. There we go. And Voddy had to pull a bunch of SCVs just to be safe there. He had to send a second scout SCV just to make sure what was going on. However, now he knows what's going on. He really is just going 1 Marine. And he goes, yeah, 1 Marine is the right number of Marines. That's not a mistake. I'm going gas, I'm going factory. Let's get those Valkyries.
Yes. Yeah, that's what we're gonna see.
I would quite like to see like 1 Goliath when he does it. Just 1 Goliath at the front just to soak up some Ling hits. Because that's how we see him lose, is the Muta arrive and then the Lings hit the front and kill when the Marines go back to deal with the Muta. When he does this build. I've never seen him win with this build.
Me neither.
Well, in his defense, he's playing super hard Zerg players, right?
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's just really like exhausting for him to go Marine Medic and just defend against mutas in his base like all day.
This might be a really good ladder build too. I don't know, but it's...
He said he's seen Koreans use it, and he's been successful with it before when we had an interview with him during the Best of the Best tour.
I like the scout timing. He's confirming it's Spire. That's good. And he knows exactly what the Spire timing is, so he knows when the Muta are going to arrive. And I think that he'll be aiming to get his Valkyries out about 10 seconds after the Muta have killed him.
I mean, to me, it seems like if you play Terran, you're always on the defensive. Like, if you're playing against Protoss, you gotta make your bunker and defend against Dragoons. If you're playing against Zerg, you gotta prepare for Mutalisks. Are they ever on the offensive?
Yes.
Yeah. Then I don't know what I'm talking about.
That's dandy. Oh, but Lynx go in here, killing 1 Marine.
Yeah, and he's got no stim, no medics, no nothing. So these rangeless Marines really are going to have to handle the problem by themselves. And the starport timing has been missed. He was busy dealing with Lynx.
Yeah.
That's okay though. The Valkyrie timing wasn't important with this build. I'm sorry, buddy. I love you. I don't know why you do this build. It never works.
Now we can also see that he has a lot of gas, so he didn't have the minerals to start the starport earlier, even if he didn't have to deal with the Zerglings, but he had a lot of gas, so maybe if he pulls out some SCVs out of gas, he can optimize his timings a little bit.
So Sziky's taking a third and Voddy's found it. The bottom left is the only real place the third can be. Because on this map, the like 3 o'clock and 12 o'clock, or 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock aren't great gas expansions for the Zerg, so it has to be bottom left, and Voddy identifies that, which is good. And I'm doing the positivity cast right now, so I'm just going to invert what I would normally say and say that Sziky's Muta timing is really good, and he's found himself a fantastic timing window where the Valkyries haven't even been started. And I think that he's going to be able to exploit that timing window by getting on top of the starport.
God bless whoever redeemed that point channel.
Oh, it looks like he's found a timing where the turrets aren't even finished. There's 2 SCVs dead already. Now, Voddy's going to try and defend with these Marines, but unfortunately these Marines are powered by positive thinking and enthusiasm, not by medics and stim and range. So they're showing up, they're showing willing, they want to be involved, but unfortunately for them, they're there with a little flashlight, just hoping to scare the Mutas away. Now the Valkyrie is almost done, so the question is, can 1 Valkyrie defeat 6 Mutalisks? Actually, it looks like Sziky is just droning. Sziky's he's just given up on.
Yeah, I just want to say that whenever I saw Voddy losing to Zergs in this build, the Zergs made a pair of Scourges, and Sziky has not done that yet, but now just as started this sentence, he actually starts a pair of Scourge, so we could see that snipe on the Valkyrie, but I thought, yeah, he's switching back to drones, he's not producing the Scourge, he's going into the Lurker, so it looks like Sziky actually does not want to try to kill Voddy early on.
That's very gentlemanly of him. Sziky gave a lot of respect to these Marines too. I don't think maybe Sziky knew that these Marines were stimless. Because part of how Voddy's build works is the Marines will show up and wave their arms in the air, they pretend to be really scary, and the Muta just back off. But what you don't know is that the Marines have no stim, no +1, no range. They're just pretend Marines. Behind this, Sziky has a lot of drones. He's got his... Oh, he got a Valkyrie. Nice. Sziky has a lot of drones. He's saturating bottom left. He's got his lurkers almost finished. I think maybe he could have gone away with cancelling +1, given that he knows his opponent has Valkyries. I think that Voddy's push timing is not going to work. He's currently working on getting his Marine range, but the lurkers are going to be finished long before then. Sziky's, I think, yeah, Sziky's playing a very clean game here. He's getting his 4 patchy down in his main. He's heading towards Hive. Lurkers are going to be morphing in a second. Oh, he's supply blocked. Oh,
One Overlord just died in the natural here of Voddy, and now there's another Overlord ready to be killed.
This supply block is actually doing an awful lot of work. Like, okay, the lurkers just started. But if Voddy had map hack, he would be running across the map as fast as he could right now. Sziky doing a great job here with his muter, just buying time. He's making Voddy follow the muter. And Hive is on the way.
Oh, another Valkyrie goes down. So he made a total of 3 so far, and he lost 2 of them. Only 1 left here, and this little Marine group, I think it will just get crushed by the 6 lurkers that are coming.
Yeah, Valkyries are such expensive units. If you keep them alive and get a critical mass, they can pay for themselves. But you do need to get that critical mass because they're very expensive to build.
Is there any way to counter the Scourge from killing him? That seems to be how they die.
You've got to control them perfectly. But Zerg players have started mixing the Scourge in under the Mutalisks.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Then, tanking with the Muter. I think this might be it. That's a lot of lurkers. We do have Marines in a bunker.
What?
Never mind. Tank's doing work. We are not anywhere close to Vessel though. No sound facility. And what are Terran's upgrades? He's got no upgrades on the ground, no upgrades... Well, no upgrades on the Marines, no upgrades on the mech. He's just going no upgrades. That eBay is just like a mascot.
Meanwhile, Sziky going double evolution chamber, double upgrades for the melee units here.
Yeah, and the
Defiler
Mount
right now.
This doesn't look good for Voddy. He's got a very slight timing here if he can get in before the consume and before the upgrades. But it doesn't look like he can cross the map in the time he's got, especially given that he has no silent vessel. So he has to scan every single lurker.
But almost all of the Mutalisks died, only 3 left here, and there's a dropship. So maybe that can enable Voddy to get like a lot of damage done and maybe win the game.
Yeah, he does need to get a lot done with this dropship. Another wave of... the Mutalisks are still alive though. Muters are so good against drop play.
Oh, he rebuilt 4 of them. He only had 3.
And the upgrades. The thing that makes Muters stop working is the upgrades. If the Terran isn't going for Silent Vessel and isn't going for upgrades, then the Muters are just good all game. The Muters never drop off.
Oh, and now the Mutalisks can clean up this army. But the dropship is in the main. Dropship in the main. Oh,
There were
Vultures
Scourge in position, but the Scourge are just not working today. Dropship's even going to make it out alive. The Scourge are just not interested in working. I mean, Sziky still has 40 drones. It's silly how many drones he has.
And GG by Voddy. Mutalisks are cleaning up.
That was well played by Sziky, but at the same time, I've never seen Voddy's build work. I know I'm meant to be positive, and I'm positive that I've never seen it work.
That's not how the Kwark positivity cast works.
The opponents of Voddy did a really good job at playing against this strategy of Voddy.
Sziky did do a good job picking off the Valkyries, but at the same time, it was so passive for so long. Because he gets the Valkyrie just in time to save him from the mutate in time with the help of turrets. And then he has to go back and get a factory with add-on for the tanks. You have to go back for the medics, go back for the stim and the marine range. It's like you survive the muta, and then you have like 20 more things to do before you can push out on the map. Whereas if you do the standard play, you survive the muta with marine medics and stim, and then you have marine medics and stim. They're already all done. That's all you need.
I think from a very limited experience with that build, you mentioned the critical mass that the Valkyries need. I think that's an important point, but he's sadly losing Valkyries every now and then, and he's never getting to a good number of like 5 Valkyries or so, because I think the reason for that is he is trying to do a little bit too much damage with the first initial like 2 or 3 Valkyries, and he's moving a little bit too far out, and then he's losing 1 or 2 to the Scourges. I think if he just really stays defensive and accepts that he cannot hurt the Mutalisk early on with the first Valkyries, he could get to the critical mass.
I both agree and disagree. I feel like the Valkyries, you have to get value out of them. But at the same time, I agree that his attempts to get value haven't been working for him. But it's the same with Corsairs as a Protoss. If you just build Corsairs and you do nothing with them until you have like 6+1 Sairs, then you're not going to get value. If you don't go fishing with them, you don't go hunting for opportunities, you're not going to get value. But also you can lose the game very easily by running them into trouble.
But maybe they get so much value if you have that critical mass of like 5 or 6 Valkyries, that it's fine that you don't get value early on. That's just my theory. I'm just trying to think of how this can work, you know? But yeah, okay, let's see what he has planned for the next game.
So I am meant to be positive again, so I will do my best to be positive. Voddy this time is mixing it up. He's going for the Vax in main, so not going to go for a wall-in and factory rush, I think, this time. And Sziky is again going for the 12, 11, 10.
Drone harassing again.
Yeah, it's going to be
Nice
so annoying.
pair.
He's so good with those. If I wish I could do that with Pro, I would just make Terrans leave the game. He's not giving up. He's going to keep chasing it.
Meanwhile, SCV of Voddy getting into the main base of Sziky. You can see that the gas mining has not started yet, so he should have a pretty good idea about the timing of a possible lair.
Yeah, he's scouting that it's basically as generic as it could be. 12, 11, 10 is a very standard Zerg opener. And yeah, he's just going to expand off of 1 marine. That's a good play by Voddy. I think the moment his SCV scouted the hatchery, he cancelled his second marine, just so he could get a slightly faster command center, because he knows that there's no lings on the map. 6 lings being made now though. It's cross position. I have every confidence that Voddy can place a depot and get some marines behind it in time.
Also, there's no link speed, so he is pretty safe.
Two of those lings got made from the natural, so Voddy should reasonably believe that there are only... Okay, this is cool. Voddy can reasonably believe that only 4 lings and that one of them's in the main. There are actually 6 lings, and one of the ones from the main is joining the other 4. I don't know about this. I'm slightly worried for Voddy here. I like this with Sziky, where he just he shows 4 lings and he makes an extra 2 from the natural.
But then again, the Terran knows that Zerg has a natural, so
yeah, but sometimes Terrans don't believe in things. Sometimes Terrans don't believe in lings they haven't seen. Oh, I mean, I do the same as Protoss sometimes. I'm like, well, I've seen that you have 4 lings. That's the number of lings you have. If I don't see it, it doesn't exist. Voddy's doing a great job here of denying it, though. I was scared for Voddy, but it's...
Oh, are you scared now, still?
Yeah, that's not what he wanted.
Oh, and link speed finishes right now. That's crazy timing.
2 SCVs down. 3 SCVs down. I mean, this is paid for itself already.
Yep.
Back
Oh,
to
and
the
now they're
natural.
getting into the natural. Oh no.
Oh, Zyky's lings are so good. 4.
Oh,
he
and
took
he
5 to
found Heinz
yeah.
injured.
5. That was such value. I don't even feel like that was a Voddy mistake. That was just really good by Sziky. I mean, he pulled Voddy's marine to the right hand side, but Sziky worked for that. Like Sziky created the opportunity there. It's not like Voddy just handed it to him on a plate. Sziky did the work and he got rewarded.
We saw the same earlier in the Sziky versus Ultra. Just the difference is that Sziky went for an actual attack on the Marines when he pulled out the Marines from the ramp.
Okay, so we have the +1 air started. We have the muta starting. Only 3 mutas at the moment. But I mean, he's already killed like 5 SCVs, so he's in good shape.
+1 air again.
With this being cross map, Voddy doesn't automatically know where Zyky's going to expand. Oh, the lings get in again. That overlord positioning in the middle, I love it. He gets so much vision from that. Yeah, no
there's
range
a
on these
Sanku.
marines. These are pretend marines at the moment. They have stim, so they're not completely like cardboard cutout. But these are not the scary marines. These are just pretending to be scary marines. But Sziky should be able to shave some off the side of this if he micros correctly.
Yeah, those Marines are very far outside. He really needs to be careful. But I think
they're all
too
gonna
late.
die.
Nicholas
Yeah.
number, yeah.
They've got no range. Sziky can just shave the group down like that. Yeah, I don't know about that by Voddy. Like that was like a bluff play to just force the Zerg back onto the side of the map, but you don't have to lose all the Marines to do that. And with the
Now
expansion of the top
that's-
right going down, yeah, it's great position for Sziky, I think.
Yes. There's a very low number of Marines out. I think he needs to build even some additional turrets here. Otherwise he could chase straight up loose. But only 6 Mutalisks, so it's not like 11 or so where he can just kill many Marines. So Voddy is not going to die to this. Are there more Mutalisks coming? Yeah, 4 more on the way, and the +1 is almost done for the Mutalisks.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's got his Hydro Den finished. He has his third base coming up. I wouldn't mind seeing Lurker here, but it looks like he's if he thinks he can just use the map layout or the base layout to split up the Marines. And I mean, he's getting it done. This group of
Yeah.
Marines is getting split into all groups.
These are 3 Mutalisks.
Yeah, I don't know.
And he's
I don't
killing
know how people
Marines.
are coming home though. These 3 Mutalisks, they can either go through the 3 turrets or they can go through the 3 turrets.
This is
Yeah.
why I figure some Terrans
them
or
made it
Voddy
home.
goes Valkyries, right? Because it's just so hard
Yep.
to deal with Mutalisks.
All
running
3
rampants.
Mutalisks go make it home. One of them has 9 kills. One of them has 4 kills. One of them has 1 kill.
Okay, 6 more Mutalisks coming and 2 more even on the way. So he will have that 11 Mutalisks, and I think he could do a lot of damage. +1 is finished now.
The only thing Sziky's missing is an Evo. I'm looking at Sziky's base. He's got 4 hatcheries. He's got his third, taking his third gas. He's got his Queen's Nest coming. So this is setting up for the Hive, except for the lack of an Evo. So he's not going to have any kind of +1 armor timing. That means he's not going to have any time ultra timing. He's going to have to go into just trying to hold with Defy Lurker, I think. Evo just finished, but there's no +1 on the way. And it's not unplayable for Voddy. He does have the upgrade advantage if he gets some good dropship play. Because Sziky, once the critical mass is hit and once the vessels are out, Voddy will have map control, Sziky will have Defy there. so that we'll put Sziky on the back foot, but wherever the swarms are, Voddy won't be able to do any damage. With good dropship control, I can see Voddy winning this.
Yeah, for sure. Voddy is not in a bad position. The work account is pretty good for him. And the Mutalists, now he rebuilt like a total of 8 Mutalists or so, but they have not really done a lot so far. And yeah, in other games we have Sziky, we've seen Sziky building 2 evolution chambers most of the time. This time he's only on 1 and just now starting the carapace. But Hive is almost done now.
Oh, these
Mutalists
Mutalists
are
found the
in.
window. Yeah. They found a sweet spot where there was no defense, and they can just have to funnel into here by themselves. I'm surprised he didn't stay longer, honestly, because there weren't
No,
medics in those Marines, but I guess that he just wanted to make sure he kept them alive. Consume is, I guess, not yet started. Defiler Man is on the way. So, and this is basically fine for Sziky. He's where he wants to be. It is attack o'clock for Voddy though. This is the timing. As I said, I'd love to see a dropship behind this. Like 2 vessels with the army and then 2 dropships. Because he can... Oh, there's an Ultra Cavern as well. An Ultra Cavern on free gas. Ultra Cavern before Consume. Hit Defiler Man, Medfinish Beast not upgrading Consume. Okay, Consume is just starting, but I mean, now is not the time for Ultras, surely. It's he doesn't have quick armor upgrades. He's only on free gas, and he has to hold with Defiler Luck.
Yeah, sometimes I'm also a bit confused by Zergs going for Ultralists and Defilers at the same time on 3 gas. It's often they just die because
I
of
think that's a GG play just now though.
Yeah.
Crack finishes and he just charges them in immediately. The Mutal on top of the barracks, so it's not like Voddy can recover, and Voddy turns his entire army around. There's not actually that many units here, they're just in the wrong place.
Well, he's a bit undecisive. Some Marines are turning around, some are not.
And this is unfortunate because Consume's not even done. His army would have been here. He could have done this.
Okay, double defense metrics. This is on all-in play here. He's not going for irradiate, he is going for the bust. But he's not running up. He needs to run up. Oh no, oh no. Well, that failed.
Yeah, that was, I feel, like winnable for Voddy right up until the last few seconds, unfortunately. That counter-attack play by Sziky was really strong. Because Zyky's Consume wasn't done on time. If Voddy had had enough home to defend and also sent out half his army to attack, he would have hit before Consume.
I think this is one of the most frustrating things about the game. I talked about it the other day, how, you know, you got to get your build order and basically work towards building up an army so you can finish the game off. That takes, what, sometimes 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. And then in a matter of few seconds, the whole thing can be blown. It's really frustrating and challenging, right?
Well, that's Terran and Zerg for you, I think. Terran is the one who needs a long time to build up your army, and Zerg is the race that can end the game very quickly. So you have those two match up, that can happen.
Situation where you just save the game in a practice game, and then you just go back and reload the save and play out those critical few minutes over and over. Okay, so who do we have now? Because that's the end of that series, right?
Yeah, that's right. So next
Okay.
we got Oyaji versus Dewalt, guys.
Okay, we saw them in our last tournament in the finals, and Dewalt cleaned up. I think it was 4-0. I believe that Oya can take games with Dewalt, but I don't know that he's going to win the series, unfortunately. However, I have a radical prediction that we're going to see Proxy 9-9 in at least one of the games.
Yeah, I think especially if you lose 4-0 to a player, then I guess your hesitation level against cheeses is a little bit lower.
So Oya is he's very good at proxy 9-9. Like it's not just it's not a Hail Mary play by him. He will play out a proxy 9-9 properly if he has to.
Hmm.
Gonna make a prediction, and then I'm gonna predict Oya.
Okay, we are starting the game with a bottom right Protoss here in Oya and Dewalt spawning in the top left. So cross position game. Do you think that favors any of their playstyles?
I think it favors Dewalt significantly because I think that Oya, when he plays Dewalt, he likes his timing attacks. He wants to go for cut probes, like 2-gate Mascoon Shuttle Reaver timing attack against like maybe a 1-gate Reaver expand from Dewalt and just try and get in there with critical Master Goons and end the game. But cross position makes that much harder.
Yeah, I also think that Oya is more of a player, like you said, who goes for an attack with the Reavers, a straight up attack, while Dewalt is more the player who likes Reavers for harassment and get an advantage for the later game.
Yeah, or Dewalt just will put a Reaver at his natural and just take a quick Nexus.
Okay.
So far, very even. Neither player doing anything interesting early. Neither player scouting. Question is, will they both go for the gas? They should. This is a big map, but it's not unheard of for people to go for 2-gate. No, both players going for the gas. Okay, so all very standard. And what is going for the earlier scout? I quite like Oya not scouting or not scouting early in this matchup because the things that he needs to be worried about, like an early Nexus or 9-9, Dewalt isn't likely to do those. Dewalt is a very predictable player in PvP. You could not scout at all and you could still play a pretty optimal game. And Dewalt just scout in the middle immediately. Dewalt is, he's aware who he's playing. He's going to do like a full lap of the... That's giving Oya some respect there. That's, he knows who he's playing. He's even going for the Zealot. Okay, yeah, I like this a lot by Oya. Now, I normally criticize players for skipping the safety Zealot, but Oya is trying to get like a greedy build against Dewalt, who he thinks is very safe and solid. And these are the kind of like small optimizations that I want to see Oya doing in this matchup against this player. If I saw him like skipping the safety Zealot on ladder, I would think that was bad, but against Dewalt, absolutely. It means he's going to kill that scout probe early. It means he's going to get no vision on what he's doing early. That's going to be setting him up for success.
And he has a 1 probe advantage.
Yeah. Once he kills the early probe, also Dewalt has to be thinking, well, did he cancel range and go for the Citadel? Because it's entirely possible. Actually, it's Dewalt going the Citadel. Interesting.
Dewalt getting the correct spot on the ramp to block the probe. That's good. Sometimes it's a bit hard on these weird ramps, especially on new maps, to really find the perfect spot. But he got it, and yeah, his Citadel build could work because of that.
Yeah.
I also like the pylon gets vision of Oya's base for much longer, so he knows if the DTs can work, if there's a robotics or not.
Yeah, now Oya should be going for Robo right now. That's the safe play. There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
That Robo is on time. It is cross position. If there was like a proxy gate, then it wouldn't be on time, but as played, it is on time. Dewalt is skipping Dragoon range. That means that if he takes a quick expansion off this, he will not be able to hold it. Because he's using all of his gas for DTs. If he goes Storm after this, then he's going to end up in a situation where there's like 2-gate Goon with range, and just rangeless Dragoons cannot fight ranged Dragoons.
Can't you just go mass cannons?
You can, but you don't want to. But yeah, you can go for the cannon expand for sure.
We should see a Forge very soon if he wants to do that.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't. need it. Yeah, he's going to send out the DT to poke, and then based on what the DT sees, he'll commit to the mass cannons. But so far, I like Oya's position. He's going to take his own expansion, and also he's going to have the observer on time. He's going to have the Dragoon range advantage. As long as he doesn't take more damage than he should from the DT, then Oya should be able to punish Dewalt.
But he only has 1 gate production. I'm not sure if he can really punish Dewalt. I think Dewalt will be fine until the storm gets up. Oh, okay, but he's not going for the gates.
Yeah, he's going to Dragoon range, and he's going for like a recovery play. But you don't need the original like 4 Dragoons that you make with range can by themselves punish. You don't need like mass. It's not like a kill move. It's a I'm going to just dance around your natural shooting at your Dragoons move. It's just a super high value move. Now, does his first observer cross the map is the question. It shouldn't. Okay, he sees the DT.
And turn it around. He's
Turn it
surely
around.
turning it around right now.
Around.
He's turning it around. He's surely turning it
Okay,
around.
yeah, okay. Why you worried me there, buddy? Don't scare me that way. Okay, he's got a second observer about to finish, and he also has a support base, so it's going to be... I don't know about the Viva. I would have gone for Shuttle here, but either way, his Nexus is in great timing. And look, he's up 4 workers too. Because Oya didn't lose the scout probe either. Oya brought his scout probe home.
Was it worth it for him to get range that early?
Oya?
Yeah.
There's nothing else you want to be getting more than range at that timing, because if you go super quick observer, you don't actually have the gas to make the Dragoons constantly. It's a weird situation where I find if I skip range for a faster Robo, then I can't make my like 4th Dragoon because I've just spent 100 gas on the observatory. I end up mixing in Zealots. I think it's fine.
I asked just because I heard you say if you're not using your Dragoons in a PvT, there's no point of you getting range first.
But that's for the minerals. That's because you like PvT, you can just take very quick free base, and also you rush the observer to the. Okay, so Oya's getting his observer in. He's going to see its 4-gate goon. He's going to see its no robo. It's an interesting situation for Oya here. He knows that his opponent is playing nervous. He doesn't know. Like Dewalt has no way of knowing whether this is like a citadel from Oya behind this, going for like a DT drop, or what it could be. Now it is going to be goon pressure, but Oya's fighting against this. If he builds some more scarabs out of that Viva has exactly 1 scarab. What are you doing, Oya? If you lose because it only has 1 scarab, I'm not going to forgive you. No, he can't hear me.
I think the Oya is fine with the number of goons alone. Yes.
I think he's gonna fire 1 scarab and then he's building the other 4. We're good.
He built it.
I think he's gonna fire 1 scarab and would back off.
Maybe for the non-Protoss viewers, you can actually reproduce scarabs, and you should in the fight, of course. But the Reaver is actually shooting scarabs faster than you can rebuild. So if you don't already have the buffer of 5 scarabs when the fight starts, you will effectively reduce your attacking speed. Because you can
shuttle
only
speed is about to finish. There's no supporting units in the shuttle, it's just a Reaver, but it's still forcing cannons. Dewalt just had to place double cannon as natural, just to make himself slightly safer against this.
So Dewalt just like moved in the center of the map where the shuttle was going? Was that just game sense?
I think so. I can't see any unit that could have seen the shuttle.
Yeah, he doesn't have an observer, right?
Yeah, doesn't have a robo.
I'm not suggesting he hacks, guys. I just think he's so good that for some reason he knows the timing or where the shuttle's going to go.
So Dewalt has 2 storms. Oya has 2 Reavers and comparable Dragoon count. In fact, Oya's up 12 supply and 14 supply now. Oya has a kill timing here.
Storm is done. 4
There's
storms.
2 storms.
No, okay,
There's
only
2 storms.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oya has a kill timing right here. And it's not like Dewalt knows. Dewalt's got like a probe on the map waiting to give him an early warning, but Oya's just gone straight around the probe. If these Reavers are properly spaced, it's going to go very well for him.
Oh, he's going to cut off the Dragoons on the bridge.
Oh, beautiful, yeah. And also that Robo at the natural, there's a chance that's going to get picked off too. Okay, you got to dodge these storms. Beautiful.
Oh, good dodge. Well, he almost has the third and fourth Storm here, and he has 4 more Templars, so he's almost at like 6
Those Reavers
Storms
are too
here.
close together. Those Reavers are way too close together.
Oh
This is
no.
why you don't put the Reavers that way. Oh, also, he should
there
be
are
using
3 more Storms.
he should be using the Reavers to pick off the High Templar. He's got an observer so he can see them, like so. Okay, he doesn't get it.
Yeah, but there are too many Storms.
He's getting good trades, and he cleared out the DT at his 6 slot.
Oh man, I think it's really unfortunate his Reaver was attacking that cannon and pylon. He could have done a lot of damage there with the first Scarabs.
He's still in a good position though. He's got even workers. His third is slightly quicker than Dewalt's third. He's got shuttle speed, which is going to come back handy later on. And his tech is in a good place.
You think he's gonna win this?
It's going long against Dewalt. I mean, I wouldn't bet against anybody long game in Dewalt, but
MasterRey, what do you think?
I think Dewalt is in a better position, to be honest, because he caught up in workers, he's actually ahead in workers, and I always think that Storm Archon tech is way superior against Reaver tech, or pure goons in this case.
You're
And
saying
the
Dewalt not
Storm
because
is
it's
nowhere to be
Dewalt.
seen.
You're saying because of just his
Well,
unit composition?
That as well, but in general, if I see like a Archon Storm army against a Protoss on similar supply who doesn't have the Templar Archive completed yet, I always predict the Storm Templar guy is gonna win.
I agree to an extent, but it depends on if they continue building Reavers through the game and if they're good at that. Because I don't think the Storm Archon army is like inherently stronger. I think it's much easier to control and get damage out of.
What about
I
on this
feel like-
map with bridges and stuff?
This map is going to favour the defender either way. But I agree that I prefer like a Storm heavy army just because it's easier to use. But Oya will, if he keeps building Reavers and keeps getting value out of them, they will. It's not the Reavers that are ineffective units, it's that they are hard to micro. So once the game gets to a certain point where there's like 100 supply armies, you don't want to use them. But if you have good enough multitasking, the Reavers don't fall off.
We also have to take a look at the upgrades. Dewalt's +2 is halfway done. Oya's +2 is just started. So there is a timing for Dewalt where he could fight with +2 against +1. Not that it makes like a huge difference, but there is an advantage where he can take a fight.
What happens
Okay.
when units got when players have all these units and they're just moving around the map? What's going on here? They're just getting
You're
a feel
looking-
for moving around mass units. Here we go.
You're looking to get like an arc.
I see.
If you look what happened there, Oya moved his army straight right, not towards his opponent's army. Okay, so Reavers are going to work it. This is very clumped. Storms have been cast, and there aren't many more storms.
Yeah, the Storms, I'm not a fan of the Storms so far. Not a single Storm on the Reaver.
Oh, these Reavers are being manually targeted. They're getting good value. Oya's Archon's coming in.
Yeah, now with the Archons especially. And the
Yeah.
Storms not hitting the Reavers, it's very good for Oya.
Yeah, Oya's up 30 supply. He doesn't want to go into that concave for obvious reasons.
Oh, I really like Dewalt pulling back the Zealots until the Archons are dead. He really killed the Archons and pulled the Zealots back, so otherwise the Archons will just kill the Zealots. Nice.
What I was saying right before the fight started was that you want to create a situation where your army is where they're coming into a flat line perpendicular to their direction of movement. So you pull your army like directly right as they pull the army down. Oya did that, which meant the Dewalt who had to turn his army around and pull it back, creating his own line for Oya to run into, and they both moved around like that back and forth until eventually they both felt like they had their armies properly in formation, and then they just went for the fight.
Yeah, if you're into Navy terms, that's called crossing the T, because one line is like horizontal and one line is vertical.
And because they've got the guns at the front and the back, so if you are parallel to them, you can fire with both your guns. Whereas if you're coming in, heading towards them, you can only fire with your front guns.
Yes.
Back in the days of dreadnoughts.
So, where are we in this game? Similar worker counts, similar supply, tech basically completed for both players.
It's taking his fourth gas a lot more quickly though, and gas really does matter in PvP. Because when you take a mineral only, that encourages you to make a shit ton of zealots. And the problem with a shit ton of zealots is that they die very hard to archons, and storm, and reavers, and basically everything. So if Oya is able to establish that fourth gas and defend it, he will have a good lead on his opponent. Now, what is counter-expanding? This is a very mirrored game so far.
Yeah.
Oya also has a shuttle speed advantage. Now that means that if he there's a shuttle that's got a reaver in it, but if he wants to, he can get a lot of harass done that his opponent cannot match.
What's going on
it's
with the
interesting
mass
that we have-
movement of units, guys?
That's exactly what we were saying. It's you're trying to make sure that your army is in motion and ready to
Engage?
form a line. Yeah, if you tell all your army to go in one spot, it clumps up in a ball, and then if you tell your army to move as a ball, it will turn into a straight line heading towards the opponent. If you keep your army in motion like this, then it's already in a line that's presenting its wide side to the opponent.
Does Dewalt have patrol on right now, or is he doing that manually?
Probably
Manually.
manually. Yeah.
Wow.
But it's the same for Oya. You want your army in a long line that can envelop your opponent if your opponent moves parallel to it.
Oh, this is exciting, guys. Max Army's here.
Yeah. Oh, Reaver, careful.
Oh, the shuttle. Get
Getting
out.
it. Yeah, finding an angle here is just so difficult.
Oh, there's a little group of Dewalt on the right side.
Oya's
this
on move
is
command.
Very messy.
Oya's not. But then Dewalt's army on the left-hand side is just stuck on the bridges. This map is
Yeah,
not favouring either player. Oh, the Reavers are together. That's not what you want to see. And he just placed the storm right on top of them, both Reavers down.
Oh, so good storms for Dewalt, and he
Look, the zealots
also
on the left-hand side, they're just stuck on the bridge.
exactly. Very good storms, very good fight for Dewalt here.
Yeah, Oya's army has just gotten itself in a terrible position. He can't find a good angle to get out.
And with that, Dewalt taking a 50 supply advantage here.
Oya was doing so well until that last fight too. I mean, Oya has nothing to be ashamed of in this game. There were some very clean attacks. It's just it's these ramps on this map are so difficult to move your army through. When he tried to break Dewalt's 9 o'clock, he couldn't move his army across those bridges.
You think that was
It's a little
intentional
bit
by
similar
Dewalt?
to-
I'm sorry to speak over you, MasterRey, but I'm just wondering if Dewalt was kind of waiting for him to attack so he could have defender's advantage.
I mean, that's how you play the game. In a mirror matchup, you don't often want to be the one attacking if you're in even scenarios.
Is
You
it
want to wait
like
for the attacker.
it's riskier for the attacker always?
I mean, it's because they always have to be attacking into you, which means it's your position. You have a better arc. You can storm them on the way in. You can force them to come into a prepared position. And in this case, there were 6 cannons at 9 o'clock that immediately deflected the shuttle and the reavers right as the fight started.
Okay.
Oya ran in, had to turn back immediately, and this should be the end, honestly. Oya's down 50
Yeah.
supply. He can try and defend this, but it's not going to be good.
He has a
Effective.
Reaver, he might survive, but yeah, he's taking too much damage. Okay, he will not survive. There's a second storm, but the Templar is stuck in the back.
Yeah, goons are too fat.
Okay, there we go, second storm, Reaver's dead.
And behind this
this
Dewalt
should
is just
do
taking
the
top
deal.
right with cannons too. Oya's actually got better upgrades.
There's pretty much nothing left for Oya.
As I said, Oya's got nothing to be ashamed of in this game. He played it very cleanly. It was a good game. He was up 50 supply at one point. It's just, it's so difficult to close out PvP on a map with this much terrain. You get the big army, and then you have to somehow kill a base with it. But which base are you going to kill? The one behind the bridge or the one behind the bridge?
When you have a maxed out army you got to control, is it harder to have like shuttles and reavers, or to have Templars, or they're both equally challenging to
Much easier to use.
control?
You just put the Templar end of your army, then when the fight starts, you grab whatever Templar you can see and spam storm. Reavers, you need to actually manually target the Scarabs if you want maximum effect.
Yeah, the thing is, if you have Shuttle Reaver only, then you maybe can compare the difficulty to Micro, but I mean, it's not like Oya has Reavers only, he also has the Storms and the High Templar, so yeah, really difficult for Oya. And I think that's also why I think Storm Tech is always, yeah, pretty much always better, because you can't perfectly micro 200 supply army with like 3 shuttles or 2 shuttles and 4 reavers, spread them out against storms. It's not possible.
Seen Dewalt do it. I mean, I agree that I like at A rank, sure, what you're saying is correct, but like there is a point where players can just keep making the reavers through the game and continue to get effectiveness out of them.
Epic game, guys. Oya versus Dewalt. Dewalt takes it. Mainly because of that first engage. I wonder what would have happened if it didn't happen
Won
like
the first
that.
engage.
Yeah, the second engage. It was the second.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the major one. It seems like the pathing on this map is complicated, and you have to be careful for something like that not to happen.
Yeah,
I want to talk about that as well. We saw Fighting Spirit. Everyone knows Fighting Spirit. There you have the situation where you have 3 bases in your quarter of the map, and you have to push out through a bridge, and that's always difficult. You cannot push into a bridge, you cannot push out of the bridge. So I think this is a similar situation, just with 4 bases instead of 3. I think the best way that Oya can play this, when he has the advantage in units, when he's maxed out, just have a very nice big concave around the exit bridge. And then take more bases on the map. Force Dewalt to go through the bridges to react to the additional bases that Oya's taking. I think that's the correct way to play that situation.
Well, he was up like a buttload of supply at one point, and it's when you're up that much supply, you feel like you're going to regret not closing out the game.
I think take 2 bases and wait for your opponent to move into inferior
I mean,
position.
that's the cleaner way to do it, but I've lost so many games that way. Well, I'm like, I can just get ahead in bases and win the late game, and then I get ahead in bases, take one really bad fight, and lose. I liked Oya's decisions though. His build was very clean. It was just a standard 1 gate goon, range, robo, expand with Reaver follow-up. That was a very standard PvP build order. He made some small adjustments just because it was Dewalt in terms of the later scout and the skipping the safety zealot. They gave him a probe advantage. I really do think Oya played that in a way that led him to deserve the win. It was just that one really bad fight where he was attacking a base through a very narrow bridge.
Yeah,
So this
positioning
time
is super important in PvP.
Yeah, this time we have close position. Oya as the magenta Protoss top left, Dewalt as the black Protoss bottom left, or whatever colors you see on stream. But close position, and let's think where the expansions on this one. So Dewalt's going to be able to take his mineral only, and then 6 o'clock quite easily as his first 4 bases. Oya is not going to be able to do the same thing. Oya is going to be expanding towards Dewalt, and his 9 o'clock is going to be a real bit to defend, I think. Oya might want to take his 12.
Only? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because if he takes the middle only and then he takes 12, he's being pulled in 2 separate directions, if that makes sense. Dewalt's natural expansions are all on one direction. Dewalt's, sorry, Oya's aren't. Oya wants to take the middle only and also the 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I think Oya would take the 12 o'clock first, and then the army is so big that you can take your mineral only without being in danger that Dewalt can take across the bridge.
So if we look again, we see Dewalt having to do a slightly earlier scout and scout the middle for the 9-9 because it's Oya. Whereas Oya is again doing a later scout and his core timing is about 5 seconds faster. Although he is building the safety zealot this time. I think this is a nice play to make just because you skip the safety zealot on game 1 just because your opponent doesn't know what to expect. You can't keep skipping the safety zealot though, you will eventually get punished. But like Oya's pylon slightly faster, it just you get slightly better timings if you delay that probe scout. And he's just taking advantage of that.
These are the top 3 Protoss outside Korea, guys. What do you think? Oya and Dewalt.
Yeah. Oya, Dewalt, Barnef, the top 3 Protoss, no questions. And this is a quick Citadel from Oya, and it's not going to get scouted because he has that Zealot on the map. And it's actually the quickest Citadel you can do, because when the core finishes, you have a choice between Dragoon or Citadel. If you build the Dragoon, your Citadel slows down. Now what Oya's done is he's using the Zealot to wall the ramp, so he doesn't need the Dragoon. He slowed the Dragoon down, and if Dewalt had actually scouted him second, if Dewalt had sent the probe the right direction, he would see there was no Dragoon on the ramp, and he would know something was weird, because Dewalt's Dragoon's been finished for a few seconds. Oya's is finishing now. But he doesn't know, because the probe went the wrong way. So Oya's doing a good job of masking this. He's getting a little bit lucky, but he's also using that luck.
That's a problem if you cross scout and the opponent is not cross position, and then you scout the empty position next. Then you will not get this gun information in time.
Okay, so the Robo has started, but it's going to be close. He might actually lose 2 Dragoons on the map here, I think, walling it. This is because right now Oya's not shown anything. Oya is Oya's representing a normal build. DT's coming out and he's going to expand behind it. Question is, does he go for the forge? Oh, I love Dewart's pressure here with the 2 goons. Range is going to finish and he's just going to go out and dance with the goons and say, okay, how many goons do you have? Do you have Dragoon range? And then the moment he sees that Oya doesn't, he's going to know something's gone wrong here. Okay, Dewalt, don't prove me wrong. Go pressure.
Yeah, he
Go
needs to
pressure,
pressure
Dewalt.
now.
If you don't pressure, then this is not going to go well.
And really, I have to basically repeat this because I think this is the most important thing of early game PvP. You want to pressure the Protoss to check how much gas he has spent by checking goon count and range. But yeah, he's not doing it, and now the DT is. Okay,
I see the blur. Okay, the observer won't be done in time to like stop any losses, but it will. He'll just have to wall the ramp and lose the Dragoon. He'll be fine.
Yeah, he will have 2 goons.
Now Oya is doing a gamble here, which is I was going to just repair it with shield battery. That's pretty neat.
But it will not be in time. Sadly he didn't position his goons correctly, so Oya only had to kill 1 instead of 2.
Yeah, and
so now he's losing some probes.
And he's losing some gas, which is also important.
Okay, 3, but still fine, I would say.
And Oya's follow up to this. Oya is taking chances, but they're quick. They are smart chances to take. He didn't go for Storm, didn't go for Forge. He says, I think that you probably aren't going DT, so I'm just going to not bother with any kind of defense. I'm going to rush my Dragoon range, and I'm going to place a bunch of gateways and hope for the best. And I think Oya will actually be able to hold here if Dewalt pushed. He's going to have defender's advantage. He'll have a concave, and his range would be done. So I like this. And Dewalt can't push super early anyway because he needs to keep. Dewalt needs to keep some units back home just in case of a second DT. So yeah,
but Dewalt is going into DTs now.
Yeah.
He is in position to build the Templar Archive, and I'm not sure if Oya is taking too much of a gamble. The observer of Dewalt is now scouting Oya's base, so Dewalt knows that Oya has no robotics, so he can go for the DTs, and so far Oya needs to start the robotics very soon. Very, very, very soon.
He needs to start a Forge, honestly. Robotics started now wouldn't help.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, this game's over if he doesn't start a Forge.
Yeah. In the next 5 seconds.
There's a Robo.
Robotics, no, it's not enough. It's too late for the robotics. And Dewalt sees it. He's putting his observer next to the robotics.
Yeah, this is something that you'll see if players play each other a bunch too, because on ladder you don't want to commit to your own DTGs after somebody DTGs because you run into cannons, it just doesn't work. But if you play somebody a lot and you realize that they have this like super risk-taking style, you learn to exploit it. What Dewalt's doing here is something you do against Oya. There's the forge.
But only a single DT building, so I think Oya can be fine here. If he
I mean, the
blocks
question
it
is
a
how
little
many
bit
High
with
Templar does he
units-
lose? How many Dragoons does he lose? How many probes does he lose?
Here's a nice goon line, so I think Oya can really block this with his goon line, and then the observers out in time.
Forge is about to finish.
It's close.
Observatory is starting at the natural.
Where is it? Okay, in the natural, yeah. If he closes the gap on the right side of his goon wall, he's fine. Oh no, he's actually moving out.
He's not placing a cannon either. That forge was just just to make the base look cooler.
Ah man, why is he moving a little bit forward? Why is he destroying his own goon line? Oh no.
There goes the DT.
Oh no.
I wouldn't mind seeing it just go straight for the High Templar though, honestly. High Templar's a high value target.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, he's seen. Observer's about to come out. Also, like, kill the probes in the natural. That's what the observer's not going to spawn. You don't want to kill the probes next to the observer.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, he's got one in the natural as well.
Oh,
Okay.
there's another one, yeah. Oh,
very nice.
so many.
Okay, this is enough damage.
Yeah,
This is
5
more
in
than
the
enough
main,
damage.
6 in the natural, 7.
7. Yeah. 14.
Okay,
15.
15, yeah.
Oh, that one probe. Is he going to get it? Okay, Oya's all in at this point. But, oh, there's the
Man, if
Darkon.
you just had
Look at
this
the Darkon.
line closed.
I love that Darkon. That's such a nice play. He says, okay, the only thing you have going for you is you have High Templar that have been building up energy. I'll build a Darkon, and I can use that against you. This game is unfortunately not winnable for Oya.
Well, he has a better army, slightly better army.
Until the Darkon gets blown up. So until the High Templar gets
Oh,
blown up.
the High Templar's still stuck in the main. I'm not sure if he forgot it or if it was somehow stuck on the terrain. But it's coming now, it's late.
I'd be surprised if he cast any storms.
Yeah, I agree, but there could still be a chance that Oya, for example, goes in right now and snipes it, you know?
There's a 7 supply difference, there's the 7 worker lead, so the armies are even.
Better position in the beginning for Oya here, but now Dewalt is getting into a good concave. Actually, I like it for Oya.
Yeah, Dewalt should not be trying to leave his base out into those bastions. Just
Hold
sacrifice
position.
the pylon. Yeah, sacrifice the pylon. And just hold the concave.
He can snipe the Dark Archon.
Yeah, you're keeping that High Templar safe. High Templar's coming forwards.
He needs to snipe the Dark Archon, I'm not sure.
It's only got the one High Templar. This Darkon is actually not paying for itself.
I think Oya can actually like win this attack if he gets 2 storms off. But now, yeah, it's not going to work anymore.
There goes the High Templar.
Yeah, okay, with that, the chances of killing Dewalt is
It's
gone.
only a 7 worker difference. It's not unplayable, but it's not ideal.
Yeah, but we see Archon in the main base of Dewalt already. No additional Templars making good.
Storm drop. I don't know which base you storm drop here. Do you storm drop the natural? That's really difficult to.
For which player?
Get. Oh, I was launching a storm drop right now. There's a storm drop going across the map.
Ah, okay.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh, Dewalt's seen it.
Oh, good reaction by Dewalt. Very good reaction. That was nice for Dewalt.
Yeah, they're even on workers now, but I mean that was 2 High Templar and a shuttle.
Oh, but good trades here for Oya. Okay. So, it's close enough that Dewalt cannot kill Oya here.
Now, Oya's taken the gas third, and Dewalt has taken the mineral only third. That is a big deal. If they also the mineral only third only has 6 crystals, it's not actually very good. If this game stabilizes and they both just stay on these 3 bases, that is fantastic for Oya. This being 3 base against 3 base on these particular 3 bases, like Oya's going to be able to build a lot of Archons, and Dewalt's going to be able to build a lot of speed lots, and that's not great for Dewalt.
Where's the feedback? Oh, first feedback going off. Very nice. But there are a lot of High Templars. And they're coming from the right. Nice storms there.
Yeah, very nice storms.
Dark Archon on the other side here.
Oh. Feedback to one that's already cast its storm.
The baiting High Templars.
And I like Oya's position. I'm not going to say like he's done it, but I like his position. He's got a better third base. I would like it if he was mining gas at his third base, but even if he doesn't, it's got 8 crystals compared to 6. It's just significantly more money.
You guys think it's easier to defend that base instead of the mineral only too?
It depends on your map vision. You wouldn't want to have to like take that high ground off them, but if you could stop them getting onto that high ground, yes. Oya with the double forge, no upgrades? Okay, they just started. I'm sorry, Oya. Sorry for calling you out, only to see you fix it immediately. Okay, I want to see Oya to go a good number of Archons here, and that's exactly what he's doing. This is either he's doing it by chance or he's doing it because he knows, but this is exactly what you do when you have a mineral only, and they have a mineral only and you have a gas base. You just go Archons. Because what are they going to do? They can't. If they go Mass Dragoon, you run over them with Zealot Archon. If they go Mass Zealot, you run over them with Zealot Archon. You just have a better resource mix than they have. I don't want him to attack because he's ahead, but I do like his situation.
Yeah, if he scouted the 6 o'clock maybe, that would be a nice
Yeah, he
target,
should deny
but
6 o'clock, but he shouldn't
should not
run across
attack
these
it, yeah.
bridges.
Mm.
Or he should just take top right, honestly.
We are in a similar position to last game. Oh, nice feedback for Dewalt here. But yeah, we are in a similar situation to last game. Oh, but oh, he is actually attacking? No.
Oh, the Archon is coming forward, it's hunting. Never mind. Oh, shuttle
so
with 2 DTs. It's DT drop in the main. Oh, this is a cute move.
The natural.
And
here.
honestly, we don't storm drop.
Okay. Okay, there, yeah. Storm drop in Devolt's natural right now.
Yep. Oh, Dewalt just pulls the probes out.
Pretty good.
Oya's just going to
damage.
sack his Nexus. I don't agree with that decision. He didn't even build an Observer. This is
I'm not
this
sure
has
if he
done
actually
so much damage.
saw that.
He pulled the probes. He did see it.
Okay.
He pulled the probes, then he just tried to do a counter all in. Then he decided against the counter all in, but it's done so much damage during this time. He's still not built an Observer.
He has one there. I think he maybe have not seen the DTs. I maybe thought it was a High Templar drop, so he pulled the probes and then he didn't look anymore.
I don't like him taking the mineral only as well. He should not the top right. Top right, he should just take the main. He's falling behind. I mean, he's still ahead in supply, but like that main base was still mining effectively. There was still 1,500 gas in the simulator. He's lost a critical gas expansion. He's behind on bases. He needs to replace that.
Yes.
And it's weird that it had one cannon and it had. Oh, he's going to pick up a shuttle. Pick up the shuttle, please, Wyatt. Thank you. It's weird that like it had a cannon and it had some defenses on it, and he just needed to send like the units that were rallied and an observer to rescue it, but he didn't do it. Chat has pointed out that Oya has cancelled. No, Oya finished +2 weapons. Didn't cancel. +2 weapons is done.
So, to finish my sentence that I was starting earlier, we are in a similar situation to last game with Oya being ahead in supply, ahead in army size, and he's sitting outside there. This time I really want him to not attack across the bridges, but just take maybe even one additional base in the top right.
Yeah, top right, and just put some cannons on the ramp is all you have to do.
And scout bottom right. Make sure that Dewalt is not getting cannons up there.
For sure, that is also an important thing to do. I wouldn't mind him taking 9 o'clock at this point in the game, just because now he has those Mineralonies, he does actually have the resources to drop 20 cannons. 9 o'clock's not a good... 9 o'clock's a bit of a liability until late game, but late game, you can take it just for position. You take it just so you don't have to worry about that part of the map anymore, because there's so many cannons on it. If that makes sense. So Dewalt doesn't have any armor upgrades. Oya's on 2-1, about to be... or heading towards 3-2.
A storm drop in the natural of Dewalt.
And shuttle speed's done.
Oh, very good second storm. Crazy. Even 2 High Templars. Oh my god, that was so good.
He gets the ones on the main middle line too. And Dewalt had just gone all in at the top right, but there's nothing there. He goes, there should be a base here. Has Oya just taken the wrong base? To which the answer is yes, Oya has taken the wrong base.
Oh, okay, that is also huge.
And Oya's out of position. It's okay, Oya can just sack this Mineraloni and go mine his main. His main is... There's still loads of resources in there. Oya really should be mining his main, honestly. It's kind of weird that he's not. Because Dewalt's main is mined out, so Dewalt's only on 3 bases actually mining.
Yeah, they are like 2.5k minerals still. Maybe
yeah, and a
2k.
bunch of gas too. It's like... I mean,
He's
Oya's
mining the
ahead.
gas.
Oya's up like 40 supply.
Is that the same Dark Archon from earlier?
Yes, it is. It's up to 4 kills. And I mean, these upgrades are I really think the 12 o'clock base versus the Mineraloni really has been so much value here for Oya. Oya's been able to get the second upgrade, he's been able to go for the more Archon heavy units. There's a reason like Dewalt's sending Zealots in odd paths around the map, and it's because Oya's just has the better unit, or the better resource mix.
Who's lagging? Is it Kwark or is it Ox?
I don't know, but I turned up the latency. Okay, this is going to be the key fight. And look at Oya's arc here. Oya has a giant arc coming from like 270 degrees.
Yeah, this should be it.
Yeah, there's Zealots on top of the Dragoons now. Oya's done it.
Perfect surround.
It's I really do think the choice to take the Mineraloni is what cost Dewalt this game. I think that after the DT's got 15 kills, which is a silly number of probe kills, it's just Dewalt says, okay, now I'm going to take a Mineraloni with 6 patches. That base is shit. It's worthless. It's not just that Oya has the additional gas from 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock also has 8 patches. You get like a third more minerals than the Mineraloni gives you.
Yeah, I fully agree. Also, in the very end, 3-2 upgrades for Oya versus 2-0.
Yeah,
So
because he
there
had
was
some money.
a 3 upgrade advantage because he had that additional gas as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And you see that happen in Polypoids a lot too. Polypoid's a classic example of a low value Mineraloni versus a high value gas base in PvP.
But in Polypoid, you have this additional advantage that you have the high ground, which makes it a little bit better, but the gas base is obviously still a lot better. You don't need that high ground. Or you can still take it without taking the base there.
Okay, so we have Oya as the black Protoss in the bottom left against Dewalt as the grey Protoss in the top left.
I can't change the color, guys. Don't rage at me.
Oh no.
They're messing with us. Yeah, I've really liked how Oya's been playing the series. He's been taking risks, but they haven't been stupid risks. I like how he played game 1, where he just he skipped the Zealot and he delayed the probe scout. I liked how he played game 2, where he went for the he went for the Zealot toward the ramp while getting the quick citadel, but he situationally chose to do that because of the Dewalt scout pattern. And then he took another big risk where he said, okay, I'm not going to go for Forge Expand, I'm not going to go for High Templar, I'm going to take the gas I have, go back for Dragoon range, and then just place a bunch of gateways. So if Dewalt does go for 2-gate Observer, then he's going to find that what happens after he kills the DT is he runs straight into Mascoon. And he will straight up lose to DT if he does that, but DT's not that likely. He's taking smart risks.
Yeah, for sure. I have definitely seen it going the other way as well, because Dewalt had 2 gateway production of Dragoons. If he has a quicker Observer, then he can maybe even kill the DT player before the Mess Gate Goon kicks in. But yeah, in this case, the Observer was a little bit too late for Dewalt. It had to stay in the main because the DT got in, and then the gateways of Oya already kicked in.
Yeah, it's sometimes you'll see a player, they clean up the DT and they just value all their units across the map immediately. And if there's only one DT, they win the game. If there's a second DT, they lose the game. And that's the problem that Dewalt has, because Dewalt's having to play smart. He's having to go, okay, do I believe that you would make the second DT? And the answer is maybe. I can't assume that you didn't. Although this game we are seeing Dewalt with the 2-gate opener against Oya with the building the safety zealot 1 gate, and I was going to get rewarded with a first scout, so Oya is feeling very good about this situation, I think. He will immediately scout this to 2-gate, or he'll immediately scout this to 10 zealot. Or 10-gate zealot. This zealot that's on the ramp right now should not be here this early. It's not a safety zealot. Oh, it gets in. Oh, bad news, Dewalt. And Dewalt's actually going for the Bonif 2-gate. Interesting. This is the 2-gate 21 gas. Oya knows this build very well because Oya has lost to it plenty of times. Oya knows what you do against this. Now, what you do against this is you build a second zealot after the Dragoon. And what you don't do against this is get out on the map early. Let's see if he does it right. No, no second zealot, he's just going for another Dragoon. So the reason you build a second zealot is because of the build time. The second zealot can get on the ramp early enough that you can actually stop them getting in. Whereas if you go zealot, Dragoon, Dragoon, you can't.
Oh, the probe could block the Dragoon? A little bit.
Oya's not handling this. Oh, Oya has fucked this up. His zealot's going to get caught.
Ah, yeah. You can't.
And his second Dragoon isn't done because Dragoons have a long build time. Oya, you've messed this up, buddy. You know how to defend against this. And now Dewalt just going after the probes. This is how you do this build. You just go straight after the probes. 3 probes dead.
I think total of 3.
Yeah, if you include the scout probe, yeah, 3 probes dead. And he gets the late scout and he stops the gas mining. And behind this there's Master Dragoon being produced by Dewalt. He's missing his range, but he has a 2 probe advantage anyway. And okay.
Yeah, okay.
He's just going for the robo.
Meanwhile, support bay for Oya here. He wants to go into fast Reaver on 1 gateway.
This is the Reaver expand, surely. There's no shuttle.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he's just... This is an odd game. So I think Dewalt thinks it's DT, even though he saw the robo. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, why is Dewalt going for no Dragoon range Reaver or no Dragoon range robo? This doesn't make sense. The only reason you'd ever do this if you have a super hard read that they've cancelled their Dragoon range or cancelled their robo and gone for DT rush.
I think he wants to go for speed shuttle.
But with no Dragoon range?
Yep. For harassment.
With no Dragoon... 2 gateway, no Dragoon...
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
You're a madman.
I think that's what he's doing. Oh no, he's actually going for Observer.
Yeah, he's got he has misread this. And he is taking...
He's not seen the robotics, yeah.
Well, you think he thought it was a Citadel?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's thinking. This is very weird.
Yeah, this is just something you do. Oh, Reaver has no scarabs. You'd only ever do this if you had a super hard read on what it was, and it's not the thing that he's reading. It just isn't the right thing.
Yeah, you shouldn't go for fast observer if you already were inside your opponent's base scouting the robotics.
He has 2 gateways too, and no Dragoon range. He's going Mass Dragoon, but these Dragoons don't have range.
I think at this point, I would actually assume that he forgot it. I mean, he's the best player outside of Korea, but I think he just forgot his range.
Was that Zealot by Oya's mineral line bait to distract his goons so that he could come in and kill that Reaver, or that was just unintentional?
Unintentional, I think. Oh, we're seeing a... This Dragoon is very brave. Oya at this point is like, wait a second, do you not have range? This is so weird. It was like the hardest hard read that Dewalt had there, that Oya was definitely going for some kind of cancel Robo GT rush. And I don't know what he saw, but I mean, it didn't exist.
I think he will still go for the shuttle speed now. I mean, at this point, maybe he realized that he has no range.
That's
but
an interesting rally.
Oh wow.
Okay, Dewalt's range is done. I mean, 2-gate goon, no Dragoon range, pressure build.
He's starting the range right now. Yeah.
Just so bizarre. They're even on workers. Dewalt's actually up slightly in supply, but Oya's shuttle speed is basically done. Does he have a shuttle? Is this the shuttle speed rush with no shuttle? I'm not convinced by this build. This is I think if I did a survey of Protoss players, they would find that shuttle speed works best with shuttles.
Okay, first Reaver in the shuttle, going out of the base of Dewalt here, flying towards the natural. There is an observer for Dewalt near the natural of Oya, so he can see if there's defense or not.
And also he can go for both the main and the nat here.
Can he drop this? I'm not sure. The goons are close. He can focus the shuttle. Oh, they're not shooting! Oh my god, if he got this first shot out, it would be dead.
4 hit points. Oh, in that shuttle, you're not going to put more Reavers in that shuttle and fly it anywhere, are you? When that happens, you're like, okay, well, I guess I had to build another shuttle. And look, he's queued up another shuttle immediately.
Yep.
Is there a reason why you didn't put a Dragoon in there?
Because it's not a PvT.
Well, you know that the defending player will try to focus the shuttle. It doesn't matter if there's a goon or not.
Yeah, the goon is for pulling the tank fire, and the tank fire is not such a factor in PvP. Was that the one with the... No, the Reavers went in there. That was a bait. If he gets these 2 Dragoons, that's actually really worth it. Dewalt is next level. He sees an observer, shows his low hit point shuttle, and sends the Dragoons out to kill it. But Dragoons are 125, 50. The shuttle with 4 hit points, 200 minerals is what you paid for it when it was new, but it's worthless at this point. That's such a great trade.
Oh no!
Oya shuttle!
No!
Oya shuttle!
No!
Oh, GG.
Well. Maybe Dewalt is doing the same, then we have an even game again. Ah, almost! Not quite. No.
That's
GG.
unfortunate. He had the speed shuttle advantage, but that just meant that the shuttle flew into the Dragoons more quickly.
Yeah. Sometimes speed shuttles, or the speed upgrade for the shuttles, can make you lose the game compared to not having it.
So Oya is showing some serious skill today. These games with Dewalt are very even. Game 1 could have gone either way. Game 2, Oya won. Game 3, Oya had a strong build. Okay, so we have Oya as the magenta Protoss in the top right, and Dewalt as the blue Protoss top left. So close positions again. This time, let's try and think how this is going to work out, how 12 o'clock is going to work out. So Oya would naturally want to take 12 o'clock, but he can't because Dewalt's there. So Oya is going to have to expand down the right-hand side, which isn't optimal for him. Dewalt will have to expand down the left-hand side, which is good for Dewalt.
Yeah, that's always a difficult topic. Oya can, if he has Reavers, he can drop the natural very quickly, and then get back to his base in case he needs a Reaver to defend the counterattack or so. But Dewalt cannot really do the same. For example, if Dewalt wants to drop the natural of Oya, because maybe the main is too dangerous, because there could be goons. If he wants to drop the natural, he has to fly through the bottom. And then he's not getting back to his base in case Oya just counterattacks.
Yeah, that's a good point. In terms of the shuttle of Oya's base is certainly favourable.
Yeah.
Although again, it's not like Silphid with that big water behind the natural. If you fly through the natural, you are going to be exposing yourself. You can't fly through the natural into the main easily.
Yeah, not into the main, right. Okay, so far not a 9-9 proxy.
Oya with the 2-gate. Let's see if he does the Bonif 2-gate or the regular. And they're both going 2-gate. Okay, this is interesting. 2-gate versus 2-gate can often devolve into weird, like, fast expand situations too. Now Dewalt is getting scout first. This is great for Dewalt. If Dewalt scouts the 2-gate versus 2-gate, he knows what he has to do. He can deny gas, he can block natural nexuses, he can be very annoying. If Oya doesn't know it's 2-gate versus 2-gate, he doesn't know what he needs to do to win. So I would definitely bet on Dewalt this game.
Yeah, the scouting prop is so important against the 2-gate. Because there are different follow-ups to the 2-gate. You could go gas, you could go fast expansion. The probe needs to see that.
Yeah, well also if your probe's there, you can make them do whatever you want to do. Like Dewalt's taking his gas, Dewalt can steal Oya's gas.
Yeah.
If Dewalt steals Oya's gas...
But then Oya can just expand.
Not if he also places a pun on the Nexus.
Exactly, you need both if you want to do it, yeah.
And this is... Like, Dewalt knows this is a weird situation where the opponent can only make Zealots, but he can't ever take Dewalt's ramp because Dewalt also has 3 Zealots on his ramp. This is great for Dewalt. He's just always going to have a gas lead.
Have the gas. Dewalt only mining with 2 probes. That's interesting.
Well, he's still making mass Zealot. I think this is fine. He'll add a 3rd one once he's completely confident his vamp is secure. There we go, 3rd one has been added.
Yep.
So yeah, Dewalt has a good 80 gas advantage and his core's a lot faster. It's so they're going to be 5 Zealots apiece, but oh, Oya's getting in. This should not have happened.
Yeah, I think he was on old position, he was fine. He had 3 Zealots attacking against 2. I'm not sure why he even backed up there. Backed off there.
Yeah, this is a mistake. It's 5 Zealots against 5 Zealots inside Dewalt space now.
Well, this is a micro battle now.
Yeah. This is not bad for Oya. Also, one of Dewalt's Zealots
can
just
be
got
bad.
lost.
if he doesn't do damage here, he will not get out with the Zealots if Dewalt blocks it. So it can be bad for Oya. It really depends on the micro.
probes.
2 probes dead. That's very nice.
Three.
3,
Four.
4. Oh, nice block here.
Also, Dewalt hasn't mined gas in the last ever, and Dewalt is on 400 to 300.
But 4 probes for 5 Zealots, you think it's worth it?
It depends, but probably not. I mean, Oya's going to be, 7 probes up in a second. He's going to get his... Oya's scout probe came home, Dewalt's scout probe didn't, so 7 probe advantage is a fair advantage.
Yeah, I agree. I think Dewalt also didn't make additional probes,
Yeah.
at least sometime during this attack.
And he stopped mining his gas, because his gas probes are too exposed. Like, this is... I know, it's going to come down to how well the vamp can be defended. There's 6 Zealots here. I think that Oya's going to lose some probes of his own in a second.
He could do a gas drill with the probes. He could use the probes. Yeah, exactly. Perfect.
And he has the Zealot coming. Oh, one of his Dragoons is unfortunately caught.
1, 2, 3.
He's losing more Dragoons.
4, 5. Yeah, okay.
That, and he lost 2 Dragoons on the vamp as well. And his Archives is late. So his Citadel was earlier than Dewalt's Citadel, but his Archives is later than Dewalt's Archives. Because he was just busy microing.
But the funny thing is, Oya killed 4 probes of Dewalt. Dewalt now just killed 5, but Oya still ahead 4. So Dewalt should be ahead 1 probe, but Oya's ahead. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's... This DT is going to end the game, surely. Oya doesn't have a forge. He's always going to have to place... Okay, Oya's going to have to place his DT on his vamp to defend. That's his only chance of survival, but survival's not good enough here.
Yeah, he needs to defend his natural. He needs like 8 DTs in a line to defend his natural.
Yeah. Yeah, Oya has a chance of survival, but it's survival is really as good as it gets.
Yeah, and on the other side, Dewalt is completely fine with double cannon, so there's no way that Oya can like, kill him as well, and we end up in a draw.
Okay, so Oya could put 1 DT on his vamp, and then have 1 DT in his entire army go all in on the cannons. Maybe. Okay, does he see the blur? Does he see the blur?
Nope.
He sees the blur.
Okay, he sees it. With his DT.
Okay, so yeah, we're going all in on the cannon. What's adding a 3rd cannon?
He needs to
pull
pull
that Nexus. That Nexus is not...
Just pull probes.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And you're right, just pull the probes, and what have you got to lose? This is the only way you could possibly lose the game is if these cannons get killed.
Oh my god, the cannons are getting killed.
Wow. He doesn't have his own DT on the ramp. Dewalt, you deserve this. You deserve this, Dewalt.
Oh man.
You did not need to let this happen. You chose to let this happen.
He can put the DT on the ramp still. It's still possible. He has the DT there.
He does have a DT there.
But he has a cannon in the main, so his main is safe.
Dewalt let this happen.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I let his Nexus finish. So I was like, okay, tell you what, if you lose your Nexus, I lose mine. That's only fair. Oh, it's a good score.
Man, that was a weird game. Dewalt, he just had to defend the 2 cannons. If
Yeah,
he just
why
did
did
that
you
with
ever
any
not-
probes or whatever, he would be so fine, but now...
Okay, can he cannon crawl his way to his He's got a 2nd DT on the way, too. He should be able to kill this Nexus, I think, with 2 DTs.
Yes. So where are we at when both players lose their naturals?
I mean, Oya's up to 6 probes, is the answer.
But
'cause,
does it matter
Dewalt-
on one base? I don't think so. It's oversaturated already.
Yes, but it's really difficult. I've lost trying that before. donating more probes is natural. It's just good spot.
So the main has 9 mineral blocks.
Donating item. Do revalue your gateways. You can't keep building units, sending them to their death. Oh, this cannon's going to be depowered, isn't it? Nice. But Oya's always going to have a robo at this point anyway. Dewalt doesn't want to win this game.
Oh, there's even a gap in the ramp.
Oh,
Oh, the probe! The probe dodged. Oh no!
Second
It
DT.
died.
DT drop. DT drop is not the play here. There's a 0% chance that Oya doesn't have observers.
So, but again, I want to mention the worker difference is not important here. There are 9 mineral blocks in the main. Maximum efficiency is 3 probes per mineral block. That's 27. Plus the 3 in gas, it's 30. 30 is the maximum number of probes you need for one base. Any additional doesn't give you any value.
Yeah, but then when you expand, you do want those probes for that.
Of course, of course. When the expansion gets up for Oya, then of course Oya
Okay,
has
how
it,
much
but-
damage? There's no observer in the main, there is an observer at the natural. The observer at the natural's flying in the wrong direction. Oh, and the DT's, he's not showing the shuttle. Beautiful. Oh yeah, you should have seen this coming though. 1, 2. He hasn't noticed. He
Oh,
hasn't
no.
noticed. He's noticed. Okay, we're good. Oh, but there are so many probes dying.
Now I want him to
9
have the shuttle
kills,
there.
19 kills,
saving them.
19. That's where you need a pylon at like 12 o'clock. Or at the very least on the left hand side of your base, and Oya knows that.
Yes.
It's,
And now you feel very awkward with your 3 Nexi and 24 probes. But he can
going back
rebuild
to a
fast.
Reaver.
at least.
This is Reaver against speedlots as well. This is if Oya attacks right now, this is going to go very badly for him. There's an Archon and a Reaver against mass speedlot. I don't know if there's anything. This is a.
He has a lot of cannons there, 3 cannons. If he micros the Reaver, he can do it.
This is the worst possible composition to.
No, the Reaver!
Oh, Reaver's
Oh
down.
god, I can't
The Archon's
believe
still
it!
doing work. Archon's still doing work. Archon down. But all the speedlots are dead. Yeah, I don't know that you should be attacking into Archon Reaver with mass speedlot.
And 3 cannons. Remember 3 cannons as well. In good positions against mass zealots.
I don't think that was the play.
Okay, still no pylon on the left side of Oya's main, so he will not see this shuttle with the Reaver incoming. And he has no goons at all. There's 1 single goon at the natural, but not a single one in the main. He has 4 finishing in the 4 gateways, so they could be lucky and kill the shuttle. Oh, nice shot. And the shuttle, will it get out? I think so. Yes. Oof.
And luckily he's got 3 Nexus so he can replace them. If Dewalt makes this game go long and doesn't realise that Oya's already on free base, Oya is in with a chance, but I mean he's down 22 supply, 8 workers, it's not ideal. You look at Dewalt, so you look at Oya's position, you're like, okay, well you don't have more you don't have more workers than them, but at least your army is smaller. It's like there's nothing redeeming.
But yeah, every second that passes, Oya is coming back in this game. And
And Dewalt
Dewalt
doesn't
is
have
not
good range, so
realizing
Dewalt-
that.
Dewalt cannot attack as early as he wants to.
Okay, but it's finishing. I think that's finishing early enough to attack.
Yeah, the observer's heading
it's-
towards the attack anyway.
Okay, Storm is now starting to research. If Dewalt attacks when the range is done, before the Storm is done, he can surely kill Oya. But if Oya gets Storm and then can defend his 3 bases, I think Oya can be back in the game.
I mean, look, the attack's coming now. There's no time. There's double Reaver.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. He will. Yeah, he scouted the third, and the storm will not be ready. Okay, that should be it.
Like, double Reaver on this map too with these bridges. Like, there's unless you have a lot of High Templar with Storm ready, you just can't ever engage.
Except you have storms, but he doesn't.
Oh, are we going to see the probes die again? Not so much. 2 Dragoons out of position. Storm is not done. Oya, you can't take this fight. You can't take. It's not done.
The storm is not done. A few seconds.
Oh, and it dies for 170 energy.
No. He moved in like 2 seconds too early.
Yeah, well, that there, you sack the Nexus, surely. You sack the Nexus and say, okay, do you want to come out through this very tiny choke over there? Or do you want to wait for my army to hit the high ground behind you? Like, Oya could have actually really done a lot of value against that army if he waited. He was just trying to save the Nexus with that storm. I mean, Oya, that was the Game of Thrones. Dewalt had the game won when he had the Cannon Nexus against no Cannon Nexus. Then he lost it by losing his natural somehow. And then Oya just loses it to a single drop, which he responds to by throwing his entire army into a Reaver. His entire army being nothing but speedlots.
Yeah, and I mean, he had the 3 bases. He was not the person to attack. He can just wait and let his 3 bases work.
Yeah, I mean, you lose 19 probes, you attack move. That's, I mean, you see why it happens, but at the same time, attack moving into Reaver Archon is not ideal.
Yes.
I was very impressed by Oya anyway, though. Like, Oya was showing some very solid play.
Yeah, definitely not like no one-sided games or so. Oya did a very good job here, but yeah, Dewalt is not the best player outside of Korea for no reason. The second best player outside of Korea, in my opinion. I mean, yes, Oya in head-to-heads against Dewalt Bonus is ahead, but Bonus is losing more often to other players that Dewalt is crushing. So overall, I would say Dewalt is first place, Bonus is second. But yeah, if you count tournament results or you count head-to-head matches, then of course Bonus is first. It depends on your perspective or on your criteria.
I just realized that my mic was muted this whole time.
No.
Okay.
On the stream, you mean?
Yeah. My mic was muted, guys. What I was basically saying is that Bonnet and Dewalt They're the best players. There's going to be a Russian Cyber Games and BSL this year, and we'll see what the results are. But they're pretty tied up. We had a Battle for Ire event with them it was this year actually. It was in January. Basically, it was a 9-game live show match, and the community pitched in. The prize reached $1,100. Every single game was worth an equal percentage of the total prize. We're going to do that again. It'll be a live show match this time. Last time it was all pre-played. I'll get Kwark, MasterRey, and hopefully Oya to co-cast it. And this one is going to be a little unique because the more donations we receive, the more games they'll play. And I think I got them to agree up to 19 games. Already, I think $800 has been collected, at least by verbal agreement. We will be we're broadcasting that, I think, after Russian Cyber Games. Maybe September, we'll have the broadcast event. So that should be exciting, right?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Sounds great.
Yeah, I mean, the best of 9 was already very nice, and having even more games of these two players will be so awesome.
Yeah, I apologize for muting myself sometimes, and I forget to unmute it. It's just because there's some sounds in the background. I don't want it to affect the stream, but try to remember. So we got the finals, guys. It's a best of 7.
Sziky and Dewalt should be fantastic.
Yeah, Sziky pretty much being the best player outside of Korea before Remastered, and now Dewalt, best player outside of Korea, maybe after Remastered. So this is going to be great.
Right,
so what do we think the scores are? Kwark, what do you think?
This is
Sziky
what,
or
best of
Dewalt?
7?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right.
Okay, so let's say 4-2 Dewalt.
Yeah, that's, I think, was the same result that I was going for as well. That sounds like a good guess.
Yeah,
what
you
are
never
you,
know
about
when
you
to
guys in the chat there? Any predictions in the chat? Put it in the chat. Dewalt versus Sziky, what do you think, guys?
I feel like it's all
We have
AFK
some-
people.
No, we have some. We have
They're
some
alive?
now.
People kicking?
4-1. 4-1 for Dewalt, yeah? 4-0 Dewalt. 4-0 Dewalt again. 3-1, okay. It's a best, best of 7, we have to mention it again. Yeah, so people really believing in Dewalt here. Any Sziky fans out there? Oh, there we have Pure Pad 4-3 Sziky, okay, but a little bit closer prediction. So it looks like the general thinking is that Dewalt is probably a little bit favored here. Yeah, I mean, you can't really think otherwise, right?
I mean, Dewalt's Dewalt. You never don't bet on Dewalt. Well, unless bonus in the game, I guess.
Yeah.
Alright guys, let's get into it. The finals. Thanks for waiting. It was just played today and I was downloading the replays.
Nice. Very fresh off the shelves here. And that is also the first PvZ that we have seen today, or that we will see today. So that's very nice. I really like to see all the Protoss matchups.
Yeah. Also, given that we're meant to be like testing this map, it's useful to see different matchups on it.
Yeah, exactly. And being a new map here, I noticed in the natural. So let me rephrase. One crucial thing that if you think about PvZ is the natural and the wall-in possibilities, and I noticed that there are little markings on the ground where the pylon is going. At least I think that's what it is. Let's find out soon. I like that because I often misplace my pylon and it's too far up, and it's my gateway is pretty much outside of the choke. Happens a lot, so I like pylon markings. Is it here? Yeah, you see these left things? I'm not sure. There's these little white things on the left. That is the size of a pylon. What do you think about that?
That's, I think, just a rock.
Just
I do see the
decoration.
nexus marker though. If you look at the year 4 piece of grass, that's the nexus marker.
Yeah, that's an X marker for sure. But I still want to believe that the little white things on the ground, they are in a like a circle way. And
I thought it's on buildable terrain.
Yeah, I thought so as well. I don't know if you can build on that rock.
MasterRey, you're the map maker. You
okay.
tell us.
Oh, okay.
Well, he
I'm
has
not-
told us. We're disagreeing. It's,
I'm
Well, he's
not
played around with the
terrain
editor
maker.
before.
Yes, I'm doing some trigger maps where you can practice stuff or so, but I'm not doing terrain.
I think it's a good idea.
Don't
I've
touch
seen
that.
on maps like Shakir's Temple, they'll like tell you where the Nexus and stuff will go, but it's really the Wallens that a lot of people have.
yeah, I mean,
trouble.
looking at the top right, yeah, it does look like that is what it's doing. Also, MasterRey's being far too modest. He says he does some trigger maps. MasterRey's made a lot of custom micro maps where you can just generate any scenario on like any of the most played maps, and those are fantastic for practice.
He's got that replay program too, guys. You should download it. MasterRey, what's the website link?
It's scrchart.com. It's basically the successor of Brute Chart, BW Chart.
Oh, you made that? That's really good.
Yes, I made that.
Nice.
The website is fantastic too.
Thank you.
We have Pure Pat who is telling us the RCD results in chat, even though the casters have been casting this the entire time RCD's been on. We've had no chance to look at it yet. Like, you know for a fact that we haven't had a chance to watch RCG because we've been here. Didn't want to watch those games anyway, I guess.
Pure Pat, you can't buy the love of the community by donating thousands of dollars and then abusing us.
Oh well, let's talk about the game. We see
Sziky going for the
a
natural.
third base.
Yeah, I quite
Exactly.
like that because it's it will lead towards like the 4-base style, but I don't know that I'd want to take any of these other bases and defend them. These are not fun bases to hold in PvZ or ZVP, I think. So I like him going for the 4-base.
Yeah, for sure. The bases in between, like the 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and so on, they are a bit more open compared to other maps like Polypoid, for example. So it makes sense for him to take the far out natural there.
Yeah,
That's
and the mineral only
equally
is
as
just
open.
worthless. Like, you wouldn't
Yeah,
want to take the
for
mineral
sure.
only. Like when you're placing hatcheries later and you can place as many hatcheries as you want, sure. Oh, Sziky missed microing with the drone. I've never seen that happen before. That drone should have been on the ramp rocking the probe, but he misclicked it and it let the probe in.
He was probably microing the Zerglings in the front.
And Dewalt is exactly where he wants to be right now. He has gotten his Nexus in good time with he was able to go gas and extra pylons before his Nexus. He's held his Zealots, taken no damage. He confirmed the lair. He is confirming the third hatchery over here now. And he will be able to push out with 3 Zealots while having a Zealot and a probe holding his Vampire Suspect. So he's in a very comfortable position. I don't know about pushing out with
Gap
every
is
Zealot.
not close.
No, when I say
no,
push out with
no.
3 Zealots, I meant 3 Zealots, not 5 Zealots. It's Dewalt
You
clearly
can
is
just
not
put
listening.
3 probes in the gap. That's enough.
Well, I was thinking 1 Zealot, 1 probe, but yeah, anything but what he did. Because
Mhm.
there's link speed done now. This is a disaster. This is so much damage.
Yeah.
2 probes. How many probes do you think
And-
we're gonna get?
This is so much probe losses, but it's not even only about the probe losses. He's losing so much more. For example, here he has to cancel the cannon, so the cannon timing is off, and you lose minerals for that. He has to pull probes from the gas sometimes.
It's only 2 probes back on gas. One of them didn't go back on.
Exactly.
his
Your
Stargate timing
Stargate
isn't
is not exactly. Everything is going wrong for the
Yeah.
portals when there are links inside.
Another
the
probe?
base.
Yeah, he's floating like 400, 400. Another probe. This is a disaster for Dewalt. I can't
Yeah.
believe he let that happen. It's not even like his 5 zealots did any pressure. He just turned them around immediately.
Well, top left, if you look at that, we have Zealot with 3 kills. I'm not sure how many more were there. I think only 3 turned around, and maybe 2 or 3 went top left.
2 of them, yeah.
Not sure what they get done, but
Nothing.
I think they didn't get a lot of things done, because if I look at the worker count, Sziky is almost evened out, and this is not a good position for a Protoss player.
Yeah, it's and it was so avoidable too. I'm really amazed that Dewalt let that happen. Because it's not even like there was a zealot like 80% done that he thought was just going to go into the ramp. He just or to go into the choke. He just wasn't building zealots. He just left his choke unwalled. It's like, how does that even happen?
Sziky's pretty notorious for doing that too, right? The old school Zerg players, it was always Ling running.
Okay, so Dewalt is recovering with double Stargate. I like this because he's taken so much damage at this point that it'd be very logical for Sziky to just go for a Mutascourge timing attack. And knowing that Sziky is probably going to go for Mutascourge timing attack, his only real recovery play here is to go Mass Corsair. But he doesn't want to show Mass Corsair, so he's got second Stargate hidden in his natural.
But maybe click the core. We have not +1, we have goon range.
Yeah, that I don't know about.
I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, that has to be a mistake.
Yeah,
You would
I
not go
think so.
double Stargate Corsair with no +1.
And also goon range with 1 gateway producing zealots. So
Yes. So this is, he's manually targeting the Scourge. So this is kind of a weird situation where he's trying to pretend that he can't defend against Muta, I think, but he's actually going to be able to defend against Muta. He needs a battery though. He's taking too much damage on these Corsairs. He's going to lose them.
oh.
What is
Yeah, he
not
already
great as
took
well.
too much
Like, his
damage.
battery is,
I mean,
battery's started. But yeah, this is not what he was. Okay, he's got 3 Corsairs now. But he's
yeah,
taking too
but
much
he
damage.
took so much damage already.
Yeah, the battery should have been done a long way before this. If he loses the second one before the battery's done. Okay, he heals it.
Close one.
Okay, the Zealots are coming. There's nothing blocking for the Sunken.
I thought he was going to run in with the Lings.
That
when
was
the Zealots
very
left.
sloppy, Sziky. Like, that's a really nice wall, and also sometimes you need to put things to stop him just going around the wall.
Oh no. Oh, Sziky doing so much damage and now taking the counter damage. But I still think he's fine here.
Sziky was ahead on workers before, now he's not so much.
Yeah, but he's still fine on the worker count, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Dewalt certainly isn't happy with how this has gone so far.
Yeah, especially if you go double Stargate Corsairs and you still take so much damage to the Mutalist, you still lose probes, you still lose mining time, despite going double Stargate. Ah, this is rough.
Yeah, he needed the battery. Although, okay, so Overlord speed is a long way off. We've got Hiders with no upgrades. I am wondering what these Corsairs are going to get done, because there's now 6 of them.
Without +1, however.
Yeah, he's going to get a bunch of Overlords though. Anyway, he can pick off like 3 Overlords at the top left. He could pick off like 4 Overlords at the top right. Because these are not speed Overlords.
There are Hydras, however. There are like 4 Hydras now and a few
Offset down.
Mutalists still.
This is.
I think
He
he's
missed
fine.
his timing. Yeah, Dewalt's missing his timing. These Corsairs should have been across the map by now. But instead he just flew one of them into a Scourge and lost it, and the others have done nothing. This is not the Dewalt that I'm used to seeing. Like,
I mean, it's super hard to play if you get links in your base. All the timings are off anyway, so you don't know what timings you need to hit because it's all just messed up. Basically.
yeah, but even so, I mean, he's got Dragoon range and 0 Dragoons. There's a lot of weird things going on in this game.
Maybe he saw the Sziky game earlier with the Defiler.
So looking at, I mean, Ziky's completely fine here to take a quick fourth at the top left. He has Lurker Tech, he's got a solid wall, he has to be feeling good here. And then he can just progress into his late game. And I don't know what Dewalt's going to do about that, because Dewalt doesn't have like a strong timing coming. He just added 2 more gateways, but he's it's not like he's about to do a bust with Aviva. It's not like he's about to drop units into the top left with a shuttle. There's nothing about the situation that makes me think that Dewalt's going to have any kind of strong attack. Second Evo for Sziky. So yeah, this is just going to be a high-tech double upgrades play.
Maybe if he already had like 8 gates completed at this point or so, he could make an army to attack, but he's just starting the gateways now. He's still on 3 gateways at this point.
Yeah, probe count's recovered. He's starting his Robo, but it looks like he just wants to take his own expansion at 6 o'clock. And the problem with that is that that just gets him to behind. If he takes his own third, then okay, so it's 3 base against 4, but it's 3 base against 4 where the Zerg has the top left double upgrades and Lurker Wall. It's not even going to be able to successfully take it. The Ling's going to deny it. Link's just instantly back in there.
That's so unfortunate. Delays everything so much again.
Yeah.
But I still think a big attack for Dewalt will probably not work because lurkers are in the game. I think the only win condition for Dewalt is trying to go for a super late game and trying to split the map and somehow expand towards the other main position bottom left.
Yeah, it's just... Oh, if he loses this probe.
Oh!
Nice. 2 hit points. That probe armor, that +1 armor on the probe, kept it alive there. But again, just looking at Dewalt's
finished as well.
Looking at Dewalt's position, there's nothing there that like redeems it. It's not like he has a bunch of High Templar with super high energy. He's got 4 High Templar, 2 of which are new. It's not like he has double forge with really great upgrades. He's got single forge and his opponent's on double evo. Like it's not like he has shuttle speed and he's about to start doing a bunch of harass. He doesn't have that. Not like he has more bases. There's nothing about Dewalt's position that makes you think, okay, but at least he's just behind in every regard.
Yeah, and if you're behind, yeah, I think he just has to defend, hope for good trades, and somehow split the map in the end.
Sziky on 51 workers.
A very strong move that the Zerg can do to actually finish the game and prevent that map split from happening are drops, in my opinion. Like, drops are, in my opinion, as a Protoss, the worst thing that can happen to me. And
yeah,
he's moving Overlords. Is he actually researching it? No.
I don't think he has drops.
Okay.
I mean, he's getting... Do I save a Defiler Mound? Let's take a look. No Defiler Mound. I would love to see a Defiler Mound right now. But apparently, we're just going for crackling. I like the Sunken Spore inside the top left because one of Dewalt's recovery plays could be like a DT drop at the top left, but he's not going to let that happen. And it's such an uphill battle for Dewalt from here. As I said, there's nothing good about his position. Cackling is like 99% done.
Oh, and now he'll potentially lose the third again.
Yeah. There's a third Evo coming. It's I think there's a good chance that Sziky maxes out before Dewalt does.
Okay, so he defends the third.
You trapped him.
Oh.
Picks up a Hydra.
But losing High Templar.
There were only 4 High Templar anyway, and that's actually a quarter of the High Templar.
And also losing some units on the right side. So the trades are not even that good for Dewalt.
And Dewalt has 6 storms total. Like, losing the High Templar there actually took out 25% of his total storms.
Oh, but that storm was insane.
It wasn't bad, but I mean, there's going to be a shit ton of cracklings rushing across the map. Look at 6 o'clock. How does 6 o'clock survive cracklings? 1 goon, 2 cannons.
Boon micro.
Oh, the Zealot's on the way. Okay, he can hold it now. Triple Evo. And like, Sziky just doesn't have the storms. He didn't lose. He's got 3 High Templar total. He's only built 4 High Templar so far this game. Those are some good storms. Sziky is donating a lot of units. Sziky has a lot of units to donate.
Yeah, but Dewalt is getting good trades. Of course, still Sziky is far ahead.
Yeah,
Still
yeah, Ziki's donating. I would love to see a Defiler, just because like one good plague will end the game. I'd
Also,
like to
the
see a
army
Force,
is no Zealots. No Zealots in the army of Dewalt right now.
100% of his gas is going on to goons. Oh, that was a High Templar that just ran into a lurker. Oh, does he get a second one? No. Sziky could afford a few more drones here, I think. He's not mining gas at his top left. He's got a mineral only that he can't actually mine. He's got less than perfect saturation. A few bases, but he just has so much stuff.
So he's constantly pressuring the third and the natural, huh?
Yeah, and Dewalt's mined out as natural. So, I mean, Dewalt's currently going down to 2 bases. He'll be on 1 base in a second.
I think his main goal is preventing Dewalt from taking 4th base here.
Yeah. But I mean, he's also going up to, what, 6 bases himself.
But the trades have been good for Dewalt. If you look at the supply, it wasn't even earlier. Dewalt, 40 supply ahead now.
Yeah, well, the lack of defilers as well. He's fighting against mass goon and he's not building defilers. And this isn't how you play Hype-Tech Zerg. I think Sziky is just playing this lazy. He goes, you know what, Consume's really difficult to use. Defilers are hard work. I'll build the defiler mound maybe, but I'm not going to build any defilers.
Yeah, following the footsteps of another great Zerg who did it earlier in the tournament. Oh, that was him as well.
I mean, this massive gateway army with almost all dragoons, Swarm just defeats it. Like, this is just lazy. Defilers just take too many clicks. He can't be bothered, and he knows he doesn't need to do that to win. Using defilers is a bit try-hard. Like players who need defilers to win, need to man up.
I think the chances are rising that Dewalt can kill Sziky here with that one push.
I mean, his main and Nada mined out. If Dewalt somehow wins this, something's gone wrong.
Yeah.
There's a bajillion lurkers just overtaking Ziky's base. Surely not. Like, surely the moment the consume's done, the game just ends.
Yes, for sure. Once there's Dark Swarm, game ends for sure. But if he keeps not making defilers, maybe there's a little chance.
Okay, consumer's done. Do we have a defiler? No.
I mean, look at this. If Sziky loses this, oh my god.
This is exactly like the game with Ultra, where Ultra just attacked and Sziky was like, well, I have consume, but I'm not going to build any defilers.
I can't believe that Sziky is just not making defilers and losing game for it.
Well, I mean, he's still ahead. He's got better upgrades. He's got a bajillion hatcheries at the top left. I still think he's fine.
I don't think he's fine anymore.
I think that Sziky might leave, but I don't think he should.
I have no word for this.
What just happened?
You guys were wrong?
No, Sziky won that game. He decided he was feeling generous.
if you bring Sziky in this call here and ask him, he's saying we are right.
Yeah.
There's no
just-
way
he-
that he should have lost this game.
He didn't. He had Defiler with Consume against an opponent who only had Dragoons. I mean, we're triple upgraded like cracklings. It's
He did like 8 attacks that didn't kill a base of Dewalt. So in the end, Dewalt got good trades. I said it in the game, during the game, all the time. Every single attack that Sziky did was donating units, and Dewalt got one better trade after another. And
yeah, which led to him
that's
having a
the
giant
only
army of
reason.
Dragoons. But a giant army of Dragoons doesn't help you win in late game PvZ because they just cast the one spell and then the game's over.
yeah,
This is exactly
Even-
what he did against Ultra. Exactly the same thing as the Ultra game.
even if he has no Defilers and no Dark Storm, if he didn't waste so many units in all these attacks, he would still be fine.
For those who didn't see the start of the stream, Sziky went. He got to his height. He built a Defiler mount. He then built 2 Defilers, upgraded Consume, upgraded Plague, upgraded Defiler Energy. But he lost the Defilers before he did that, and then he didn't. After he had Consume, Plague, and Defiler Energy, he never built another Defiler. And lost the game.
It's actually crazy. Yeah.
Was he just doing that dual pressure on the third and natural a little too much? Because he started repeating it and
Well, he just
it
needed to
wasn't really
cast
going.
Dark Swarm. All Dewalt had was Mass Dragoon. He put like 2 Lurkers under Dark Swarm and he had to push it over.
Will you guys give him a break from the Defiler thing?
No, I've played this game many times.
You
and
have to get
PvZ
Defilers, is that it?
PvZ, what happens is you, after you get your third base and get your like 10 gateways rolling, you start to dominate the Zerg army. You're like, okay, now it's time to take map control and kill a Zerg base. You get to the Zerg base and they cast Swarm over some Lurkers. You're like, okay, well I guess I can't do anything now. So I've got all these Dragoons and that one spell negates them.
He
That's
had
how
so many
every late game
bases.
PvZ goes.
Was it just bad macro? It felt like he had so many bases that he should just outmass Dewalt.
Yeah, he did, but then he wasted little parts of his mass for no reason into Dewalt, not really accomplishing anything. So I'm going to give him a break for not going Defilers, but
Were his
not
upgrades
wasting
lacking?
units
He
would
did
have
go
worked
Defilers,
as
he
well.
didn't build any. He had Defiler and Consume when he left the game. He had Defiler mount and Consume when he left the game. He just didn't build the unit that eats the things and then casts the orange spell.
How were his upgrades, guys?
He had triple Evo.
Yeah, he had good upgrades.
Hmm.
2 Protoss casters, so nice, Europe. But I mean, I'm sure Sziky agrees that it's true. It's not like we are like talking him down or want to
The thing is, Sziky
flame him or
dominated
whatever.
Dewalt.
Oh, I know. I'm just
Yeah.
pulling your leg, but you know, that was fantastic. He was ahead against Dewalt. It's a shame he lost that. He knew that Dewalt didn't have any other expansions, though. I don't know why he didn't play it out.
I don't know why he didn't cast a spell that makes Dragoons stop doing damage. Or cast a spell that makes the Protoss army just die.
Oh well. Kwark, I think Positivity Cast was redeemed, so I
Okay.
think you have to change your sentences into something like, hey, Dewalt recognized that Sziky is not building Defilers, so he went less goons, was the right decision.
Dewalt just microed that pretty nicely to not let the Lings in. That wasn't bad. I
Okay,
don't know
but
about
let's
the-
actually check the attack here in the beginning, in the front. We are in the next game.
I like the pylon, kind of. The pylon is like a very nice, cool way of narrowing the choke. And if it works, I'm going to like it. If it doesn't work, I'm going to hate it.
But 3 without speed. Last time it was like 5 with speed. So there's a big difference here.
Yeah, so he managed to avoid building the forge. He can place the nexus more quickly. It's that narrowing the choke with the pylon was a cool move.
Why is Sziky expanding in the bottom left?
Because he doesn't want to take the mid left or 12 o'clock.
Because it's too open to defend.
Yeah. One
This-
probe.
One probe down.
He got one at the choke as well when he first broke in.
Okay, so 2. He's droning behind this.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
feel
but
like
this is a
12
lot
o'clock
less
is a
damage.
really good base to grab.
You want to expand towards the Photos where there's a tiny choke that you can reinforce through?
I guess
No,
And
that's
not.
going to go
Protoss
the
has
way you
high
want
ground.
it to.
Well, I don't play the game, so I'm just backseat gaming here, guys.
So he's still building Zealots, not mining gas yet, and these 3 links are still pressuring. They're just very annoying, because if you mine gas, what will happen is the links will just immediately do... just try and get between the gas and the next and pick off the probes so they come down.
I'm waiting for the first map to get created where the gas geyser is in between 2 mineral lines. So that is right in the mineral line, and you don't have to open your gas workers to the Zerglings.
Another probe down.
Yeah, maps
They
aren't
have
made
5
custom
kills.
for Protoss users, you know.
There are 5 kills
Yeah,
between
that's
these
the
links.
problem. Yeah, they did a lot, the links.
Yeah, okay, Dwarf's pressuring with 2 Zealots as well. But, I mean, he's got to pressure with Zealots because he doesn't have anything else going on because he's only just built his core.
Oh,
Still, if
more,
he can get
more
the drone
Zerglings
kills.
dying. Oh, the probes! 3 more probes dying. Zealot was asleep.
He got 1 drone microing on the other side of the map, but he didn't see the Hydra then.
Oh.
I think Sziky has him. I think the Hydra should be able to break through here. Now, good thing about Dwarf's position is his forge isn't exposed, so he won't have to replace his forge if the Hydra's killed the front. But it's going to be tricky. I mean, we've got how many Hydras on the map so far? 4 are crossing the map already. 2 more coming from the bottom left. I think that adds up to 6. If my numbers
I think
don't
there
not
are enough Zealots, I think.
He's going to have to trade the Zealots away.
Yeah,
At
but
least
I think
he
he's
knows.
fine.
Yeah, he knows that it's Hydras now. He's seen the Hydra.
Yeah, he can now add cannons, and I think he has enough Zealots to buy enough time. And the cannon is in a nice position. It's not like right behind the gateway, so the Hydras can focus it from outside. It's a little further back. So when the Hydras want to target the cannon, they have to basically run into the Zealots. So this is very good.
The war has 0 gateways. Just putting that out there. He's got a Stargate, so he can build a scout if he wanted.
What do you guys think of this Stargate? Is that a good choice?
Yes, Stargate is actually really good against Hydra Blast. People don't think it is because you normally want stuff that can stop the Hydras. But what you need to know is what Zyky's done just now, which is build a wave of drones. You need to know how committed on the Hydra Blast they are, and the Corsair tells you.
Yep.
Scout info. But it's very risky, right? Because it's
It's more
resources
risky
that
not
you're
to.
putting into something else that's not cannons or units or other
Yeah,
type.
but it's more risky not to.
Hmm.
I've lost
If you
many
make-
games from assuming that the Hydra Blast is over. Because I think, okay, I've got like 6 cannons, I've got 2 High Templar with Storm, the Hydra Blast has to be over by now. And then they come in, I storm the first wave, and then they just overrun the cannons with a bajillion Hydra and 10 drones at home.
Yeah. Or the other way, you are not sure if there are more Hydras, so you build more cannons. And then you realize, oh, there are only 3 more Hydras out on the map, and he has 50 drones at this point, and I have no gateways.
Yeah, you got to build the Corsair. You hate to do it, but you got to do it anyway. It's just the nature of the game.
Yeah.
Double Evo, very quick double Evo. Interesting. I haven't seen somebody go for double Evo like this, like ever. Double Evo on like a 4-base style when you're going for like cracklings, sure, but double Evo, quick +1 range attack and carapace.
Is it a wall
That's-
too?
Probably, but I don't know if that's why you're doing it.
But
There's
yeah,
cannons
he's
on the left
upgrading
and
on
on
both.
the right, so I mean, it's the position is of course a little bit so that he has the option to play Sunkens behind that, for sure. But there are big gaps on both sides. So.
Okay,
That's
towards
not the
6
main
gateways, +1 is about to finish. Zealot speed is on its way to finishing. Dewalt's going to make some big gateway plays here. I mean, Sziky has built enough drones at this point. He's recognizing that it's no longer drone o'clock. Now it is time to go back into units. Sziky always has really good game sense in terms of when it's time to drone and when it's time to make regular units. He doesn't drone when he should be making units. He doesn't make units when he should be droning.
So he should be fine here. Oh, Dewalt catching an overload, so Sziky's supply block here cannot reproduce more. But I think he has already enough Hydras to defend those zealots.
Yeah, these
Dewalt doesn't want to lose them. Yeah.
These zealots are just putting pressure on the map. You're not actually going to engage anywhere, but because they're faster than Hydralisks, you can pressure like this, and then once the Hydras get up together, you can back up. These reinforcing Hydras are going to come in, and the zealots just run away.
Or do they?
They should.
Yeah.
This I don't like this at all. He doesn't want to trade these away because now he has no map presence. He's got an okay trade for them, but at the same time, it's better to have them than not.
I think it was fine. He got some damage on one group of Hydras before the other group arrived, so I think the trade was okay. I think it was fine.
Dewalt is going for Viva. I like that a lot. So the reason I like that is because he knows that Sziky's going to go for a 4 base. Sziky's losing more Hydras than he should. Why are they not behind the wall?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, yeah, because he didn't know where the zealots are going, and so he went outside to defend.
And he was using the wall in the sense that his back was to it, but that's not typically how the Zerg uses them.
Okay, so now that the attack finished, the strategy for the Protoss behind this is you want to poke at the natural or the third base, so that the Hydras from the other expansion come in the middle of the map, and then you try to fight in the middle of the map. And that's exactly what Dewalt is doing, and that's also why the Hydras there in the natural were not behind the wall, but outside, because Sziky thought, okay, maybe the Zealots are attacking the third base, so I have to move out and defend that. And then he just goes into the natural and kills the Hydras in front. So this is really trying to get the Hydras out of position and getting good trades. And he did that very nicely.
And I like the Corsair checking for Muta, because if there's Muta, then it's a different game. But if it really is just Hydra and a wall on like a quick 4 base play, which is what it is, then you can just do a Viva timing bust. And that's exactly what we're seeing. His shuttle is crossing the map, there's a Viva in it. The only thing that Dewalt has to be afraid of is if there's like 10 Muta on the map, which will just immediately kill the shuttle and the Viva. But if it is what it looks like, then Dewalt's just won the game. Because Viva here is just so powerful. This wall that is protecting the Hydras is suddenly going to protect the shuttle and the Vivas from the Hydras.
Crazy good shot for the first Scarab here.
Yeah, he's manually
very nice
targeting
Scarab.
He's just picking the Hydra that would be the best for Splash and shooting at it.
Yeah, and that should be it.
It's stuff like that Corsair flyby just to make sure that it really is what he thinks it is before he pulls the trigger. Just very clean style.
Alright, so Sziky's bottom left expansion, I feel like it's so far away that he has to keep Hydralisks there, and then when Zealots come, he doesn't know like what base they're going to, and it's hard to reinforce, and it like splits up his army. What do you guys think? Is that the best strategy? Even though he expands closer to Dewalt at 12 o'clock, at least he's pretty close by.
I think the 9 o'clock maybe is better than the 12.
That's kind of far, right? On this map?
I would like to have seen a Sunken. I think a Sunken, he would have been a Sunken and just having like drones ready to drill. He could have gotten away with fewer Hydras.
I think the 12 o'clock would be bad in Sziky's position because he has then only a small little ramp to defend that. While the Protoss, if the Protoss wants to attack the 12 o'clock, he has that huge high ground where he can take down with goons and storms. So I think the 9 o'clock is easier to defend for Sziky, despite maybe being a little bit further away. But it's still a lot closer than the bottom left natural, of course.
Alright guys, 2-0 for Dewalt. Should be 1-1.
It should be 1-1. I mean, it was a silly first game. Like, even when Sziky left, he still won the game. Okay, so close position, Dewalt purple Protoss, top right, Sziky as the, I don't know, like lime green? What is
It's
that?
olive.
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 Like a vomit color. At the bottom right. The bet is apparently up. I'm going to bet everything on Dewalt just because Sziky doesn't want to win.
Really hard on Sziky today, guys.
No, I feel like Sziky is such a good player that it's up to him whether he wins or loses. And unfortunately, he keeps choosing losers, but it's in his power. Yeah, it looks like that really is a pylon marker that is on that rock. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Oh, that's the one you were referring to. Maybe the other
There's
one
no
was
reason-
Sue. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no reason that they are they're in the circular shape. That's surely a pylon. And I mean, it can be hard for Protoss players to get a good wall on new maps, especially when it is diagonal, I think. When you have maps like Eclipse or Polypoid, where the wall is always horizontal or vertical, it's a little bit easier. But when it's like diagonal, it's sometimes a bit hard. So I think it's a good decision to put the markers in there.
You know, I'm a fan of that, but I think it's really controversial anything you want to change about the game, because like in SC2, some of the things that you can do are considered hacks in SC1, like showing HP bars, right? Or being able to see the whole map on the minimap. So it's like, how far do you extend that knowledge or that logic, which is what interests me.
I'm just happy map makers are thinking about it, because Polypoid, the map maker, clearly did not give a shit about Protoss walls at the top right. I'm just, anytime map maker knows that Protoss players exist, I'm happy.
And also, there are markers where the Nexus or the command center or hatchery goes. And also, on many maps nowadays, we have markers where depot and barracks are going for a wall on the ramp. So, I think if you give those markers to Terrans, I think it's only fair to give them to Protoss as well.
Yeah, we have 6 lings and 1 cannon. This is playing a dangerous game, especially with Sziky lings. He's putting a second probe, he's placing the gateway. But even so, 1 cannon is not enough.
You think so? With the probe?
Okay. It's that is a very tight wall, I guess. But I have I've lost many times to 6 lings with 1 cannon.
Yeah, you need to block it, of course. You need to have, depending on the map, how big the gap is, you need like 1, 2, or 3 probes for sure.
Yeah.
Otherwise, 1 cannon is not enough against 6 circles.
So that looks like it's going to be goon tight. I feel like if he makes a goon, that goon is not getting back home. Although Dewalt doesn't tend to make goons in PvZ early game. Late game, obviously, he does, because they're Kwark has a late game army, but he's not like Oya, where he just builds the goon as his like 4th unit.
How does that pylon marker tell you where to make your gateway or any other building though?
Gateway on the right, forge on the left.
It's just a general rule.
Yeah, because forge
In my
walls on the
opinion,
left.
And why do you need a pylon to tell you how to do that?
because otherwise you can't place your gateway where you want it to. Like top left on polypoid, if I place my pylon in the wrong place, then place forward, then place cannon, I sometimes can't place my gateway because the cannon's in the way. It's weird.
I don't know. I think that stuff's controversial. It's like you need to do your homework and get your shit straight. But
no, but
yeah.
the most important thing is not that position alone, but the other positions. We just in the bottom right position where the creep is on the left. There's a little rest of the marking. There you place a pylon on the left of the wall and not in a similar position to the top right. So you have clearly different pylon positions, different walls depending on the position. And whenever that happens on a map, where you have to think about the wall on each position differently, and it just gets messy. So if it's the same in every position, then I agree we don't need the markers. We can just remember one wall. But if you have 4 different walls, one map,
this zealot micro is not good. He's going to lose 2 zealots and 6 lings.
Guys, I feel like that Chinese message is really directed at us. We've been streaming for like 8 hours.
The first zealot got trapped, and the second zealot just got itself trapped out of sympathy.
Yeah, 1 kill only.
He's lost both his early zealots. He hasn't actually got anything inside the main in a while.
Yeah, and he's adding a second cannon because of that.
Mr. Sony in the chat has a rhyme for us. Gateway on the right, it's Ling tight. And that is correct.
Yeah, I also always say that on my stream.
Gateway on the left, you done fucked up.
Protosses need nursery rhymes to remember how to wall in.
Because our base is hard.
Well, you can also just rhyme Forge on the right is Ling tight, or it's always tight. But then it's wrong. It doesn't work. You have to remember the gateway part, and that is not part of the rhyme, so I don't know.
It's Voters have to remember this shit because we lose the game if we don't get it 100% perfect.
I mean, you didn't really have wall-ins back in the day, at least when I was active. So it's an interesting issue, for sure.
Oh, is he going to lose one of his first Corsairs? I think he might. Scourger on their way. Scourger on their way. Oh, how does he know?
Good reaction. He knows that
Oh!
this is the timing where Scourges maybe come.
Oh, and the
but the
Corsairs.
third one leaving.
Almost got it,
Want
too.
to get the Overlord. But there's a second pair of Scourges on the left guarding the Overlord as well.
I'm pretty sure they got it down to the seconds. Like, they know when that Sarah's gonna pop out.
Yeah, but to be frank, we had Dewalt not getting any scouting information of the main base, so he couldn't
there's a
know
DT.
the exact fire timing.
Oh, Ziki's seen the DT. Okay.
Bugged out.
But there is that's not an Overlord building in the main. That is a Hydra.
Yeah, but he removed all the drones, so he's losing some mining time, but he will probably not lose anything else. The pool will not go down, the Overlord from the natural current time.
Oh, he's killing Overlords in the natural now.
Oh, that's a good move.
It is. And if he should have kept that DT alive though. Just to keep the Hydras pinned, because now those Hydras can run home, but if he moved the DT up and right a little bit, he could have kept it alive. I like going after spawning pools. Spawning pools are expensive. It's 250 minerals. You can kill a spawning pool, it's worth doing.
Yeah. 250, of course, counting the drone. I'm just saying that because I don't want people in the chat. No, spawning pools only 200.
Or maybe some very old person in the chat going, no, it's 150.
Yeah.
Oh, some Zealots just trying to kill a hatchery by themselves.
Were those drone kills on the DT? It had 8 or 9 kills.
Yeah, if those DTs, if that DT hit in the main had gone up to top right of the main as well, he could have probably gotten the spawning pool. It's that was some good multitasking there by Dewalt. He got good value out of the Corsairs, got good value out of the DTs, forced a lot of drone pools, and as a result, he's up 30 supply.
Yeah. Dewalt really in a position where he should win this game, but we were in that position for other players here multiple times in the stream, so let's see.
Corsairs coming back for round 2. There are 6 of them with +1. Now overlord speed is done, but even so, 6 +1 Corsairs are very dangerous.
Yeah, and the attack is now coming with the Zealots and High Templar moving out.
Yeah.
He'll probably dive in with the Corsairs at the same time his Zealots and Templar are taking some base.
I don't know about taking the High Templar with these, because this isn't enough Hydro... Yeah, okay, he's turning it around. It's not enough Hydrodisc that it's going to be
Is he gonna find it? Nope.
effective.
Oh, that was so close.
Oh, there were 5 overlords here.
This is too much damage.
Yeah. So if he had the High Templar here, the High Templar would get picked off easily, but he doesn't. This is why you split up the Hydras, because the Zealots you want to die, you don't care about the Zealots.
The
But
High
the High
Templar is
Templar-
flanking from the left. It's coming. Solo mission. It's storming the drones.
Still 6 Corsairs alive as well. Somehow.
High Templar in the third base.
150 energy. 150. 1.
Bam!
Oh, beautiful.
And
98 to 5.
trigger the GG here.
Yeah.
There we go. Nobody expects the solo High Templar flank.
I like that play though, because the speed dots are really fast, they're really tanky, you can just run around the map with them. If you put a High Templar in your group of speed dots, suddenly you have like an anchor dragging behind that either causes you to lose your group, or you have to keep your group back guarding the High Templar, at which point the speed dots are no longer effective. So breaking it out of the group and having it go to its own solo mission was a strong play there.
Yes.
I think it's a mistake to keep your High Templar in your groups with speed dots early game.
Yeah, when you have like 6, 7, 8 ranged dragoons, then it's fine, because then the Zerg cannot just get like 5 Hydras and snipes 3 High Templars, because he will lose them. But yeah, before you have dragoons, it's really dangerous to do that.
Ox, would you like to show the game to the viewers?
Yeah, as soon as I get into the game, guys, and I gotta
sorry.
close down all kinds of panels.
Okay, we have close position again. Dewalt as the blue Protest bottom right, also bottom left, and Sziky as the red Zerg bottom right.
Are you happy, chat? You can see the game now?
I didn't realize how much delay there was. Well, Dewalt is showing a pretty dominating win so far.
I think the
looks
chat
like,
should
yeah.
listen to this game just with audio. You know? It's much more pleasurable. Use your imagination to figure out what's happening.
Yeah, MasterRey, you were correct. That is where the pylons go. But Dewalt, he does not agree.
Yeah, but here you can perfectly see it. Here, if you place a pylon in that marking, it's a completely different wall compared to top right.
Yeah.
But it's a good one. You can place the forge on the left side of that marking, and then the gateway on top, and that makes it link tight. So gateway on top of forge is link tight.
Okay,
I
so we're gonna
suggested to the map makers that they create some sort of guide with wall-ins and other information like where OB spots and stuff are, but I think it's just too much work for them. They're lazy pieces of shit. I'm just
so
kidding.
that is a 9-gate natural, and it's going to be, what, a 12, 11, 10? I'm surprised to see a 12 hat in the year of our Lord 2021. Like, this is going to be a close position 12 hat against a forward 9-gate. It's...
Well, you talked about his drone micro. Can he also have the good drone micro against an attacking zealot?
And we'll have to find out, but I wouldn't want to put myself in a position where I had to live or die against Dewalt based on my micro against his zealots.
Yeah, probably a good bet, yeah.
But if this was a forge first, which is what we saw last game, then like 12 hatch against forge first is ugly. Although it doesn't look like this is cannon rushable. Where would you put the cannon rush if you on this map?
It's pretty much not cannon rushable, I would say.
Yeah, you just have to just put it in the open.
Yep.
But yeah, Dewalt now sees the 12 hat. He's going to give himself a high five and rally his zealots. Now this drone appears to be trying to block a zealot. Look at it go. This drone has been given the hardest job of anybody. It's like, yeah, just stand in front of the zealot and stop the zealot from killing drones, which you happen to be one of. The zealot's desperately trying to kill drones, so go hang out with it.
It's just the best feeling in the world if the Protoss kills that first drone trying to block it.
Yeah, you're like, oh, you were trying to stop me from killing drones? That's unfortunate, because it's one extra drone.
Okay, links are halfway done here.
Nice.
Oh,
One drone.
it's one immediately.
Oh, and so much mining time being lost too.
Yeah, good job by Dewalt here. So
Yeah.
Sziky is doing the stacking of the drones, but Dewalt is not taking too much damage. He's just getting into good position with Zealot, and he's making him lose mining time.
And he delayed the third, I think.
Oh, beautiful. He just goes behind the middle line. He's still got his probe alive.
Ah,
Oh,
but
never mind,
Not,
that was a
not in
mistake.
good position. Ah, okay, now it's fine.
Yeah, he just had the low hit point. Zealot be the one on the front line there. So it's he's up 5 workers, and his Nexus is almost finished. This is pretty much where Dewalt wants to be. Doesn't want to lose this Zealot though, and it looks like he won't.
Oh, can you not fit 2 Zerglings here? Okay, you can.
You can. You just need to get the right angle. Oh, you can go behind as well. See, this is why it's good that we playtest this map.
Yeah. I always think I'm a fool when I go for the Zealot and then I go behind the minerals on Eclipse, and then I realize, oh, there's no tight spot on Eclipse.
Okay, so this is free hat Hydra, but Sziky was not planning to do this. He's taken his third hatchery at the top right. That is not what you do with a free hat Hydra.
Oh.
Okay, Ox,
There's
what was
the
the rhyme
gap.
again?
I actually don't remember it.
It was gateway on the right, that's Ling tight. Gateway on the left, you're going to lose the game.
It doesn't even rhyme. That sounds like a Protoss nursery rhyme. It doesn't even rhyme.
I think if you place the gateway one more to the left, it's still link tight. Because then it's like on the top and on the left.
Gateway on the left, get wrecked.
Gateway on the left, time to get swept. That's a good enough rhyme, I guess.
Okay.
It's from Sony. I don't take credit for it. Thank you, Sony.
Gateway on the right, that's Ling tight. Forge on the right, that's not right.
Best rhyme game outside of Korea.
Just make it completely confusing. Make it work with any substitution. Okay, was it gateway on the right, that's Ling tight, or was it forge on the right, that's Ling tight?
The best thing is, the best strategy for Protoss walls is, there's a gap in your wall, but you just pretend there is not, and you don't place any unit in there.
Exactly.
And the Zerg doesn't realize that there's actually a gap and doesn't try.
Okay, so he has 1 cannon, and there are many Hydra. And not an expert on this, but I think that many Hydra beat 1 cannon.
Yeah, and
don't know-
this cannon in the front will just get focused down immediately because it's too close to the wall.
Yeah, I think that MasterRey as a Protoss player can advise us on whether this is a good situation for Protoss. I suspect he's seen this once or twice before.
Yep. It is not, guys. That's the answer, in case you were wondering. So the second cannon is on the top there, where the links can run in, by the way.
He didn't know it's a Hydra bus, right?
He didn't, but he should have built his cannons anyway.
Oh. With a good probe block here.
And that Corsair
And
just
the
getting in
cannons
reach
are
of the minerals.
finishing. Yeah, he got it. It's fine.
Yeah, the Corsair giving him vision of the minerals so he can drill is actually really important.
Yeah.
It's not like he has a gateway behind this or archives or anything.
Yeah, he
I
lost the
think he's
forge
fine.
as well.
Yeah, he's
He
replaced
rebuilt the
forge,
forge in
but,
the main, yeah.
he's got an archives, but he can build exactly 0 High Templar right now. Sziky is still building Hydralisks. Did the Corsair? This Corsair died. That's an issue. You need that Corsair to tell you
yeah.
what's going on. Because right now he's building probes, but he shouldn't be. 100% of his minerals should be going on cannons, but he doesn't know that because he lost his Corsair.
Ooh, those are a lot of Hydras. But if those 3 cannons or 2 cannons finish, I think he could hold this.
He can't drill anymore. His probes can't drill. He doesn't have the vision.
No, it's not enough, I think. Yeah. Oh, best probe block, still. Very good probe block, but it's so close. Yeah, but not enough. GG.
I forgot to predict that game. Nice.
Oh, I think I predicted. Or was it last game? I'm not sure. I think it was last game. Oh no.
Nice.
Dewalt needs 1 game, guys, to win this. Best of 7 finals. All the other matches were best of 5.
Dewalt needs to remember the rhyme. Gateway on the right, that's pretty good. Gateway on the left, not so good.
It's the same word rhyming with its
Strong rhymes. Very strong rhymes.
Sounds like a protest rhyme.
Here we have Dewalt as the yellow protest at the top right, Sziky as the red Zerg at the top left. We've seen these positions before and Dewalt emerged triumphant, but that may not happen again. History may not repeat itself.
Overlord scouting down. By the way, Ox, you mentioned the walling and overlord positioning guide and so on from the map makers. But I don't think you need that for every map. I think if you learn the basic rules on how it works, like gateway on top of the forge is tight and overlord on a cliff is good, stuff like that, I think you can just apply it to any map. You don't need a specific guide for specific maps.
So,
Dewalt's getting lucky here. So Dewalt's going for an Overlord scout, but the Overlord wouldn't have actually been there when he did his Overlord scout. So he's not getting punished for that mistake because it happened to Sziky is at the top left, but he had no idea.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So this is a 9 pool with Gastric, and it's going to get first scouted. So Dewalt should be fine against this. He's gone for a 9 gate.
So what's the response to this? Immediate forge?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so as well. But I see some people are just making more zealots and still get the nexus.
I guess an overpool maybe, but a 9 pool like doesn't feel good.
Well, he's not pulling a probe to the natural.
Yeah, I mean he's confident, I guess, that he'll have 2 zealots in time, but then is he going to pressure? If so, how?
It's always hard because I think the Zergs can just target the gateway from outside, but I see many high-level Zergs not do it, but they could. It's actually a real possibility that you can just straight up kill the gateway when there's no cannon building, but many Zergs don't try, and I think that's why the Protoss can be confident
Yeah, you
But
can.
they
You
shouldn't
should
be.
always try because it's like fishing for an opportunity. Because it forces one of the zealots out the wall. They should replace it with a probe, so they have zealot probe in the wall, one zealot. But even then, if you can get a surround on the zealot, if you can pin it up against the gateway, it's you see exactly the situation here. And then he goes
Yes.
for the surround, and also sometimes
Yeah,
you can
okay.
get the lings in by doing this. This is, I mean,
Yeah,
the thing.
Sziky is doing it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I see some Zergs are just not doing it for no reason. But yeah,
Yeah.
he's doing it. I like it.
Yeah, he's fishing. He's just saying, okay, I'm going to keep doing this, and we'll see if you give me an opportunity. If you do, I'm going to exploit it. But he noticed he rotated the zealots. The one that took a lot of damage stayed back. The one that had a bunch of shields went forward to protect the gateway. And now he has a new one.
Well, that was
Nice.
slightly sloppy here.
That was
Oh,
only
I
5
guess.
lings, I think, because one of his first 6 lings has just killed the probe in. So he's lost 4 lings, killed a zealot, and he's got a ling in. That was good for Sziky.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was a little bit sloppy for Dewalt to lose that third zealot, and then let the Zergling get in. But
Yeah, and also
still,
losing his probe
Dewalt
at the
is
same
fine.
time. And it's free Hydra again. So he lost his probe to a single slow ling because he was busy microing. That is actually, that's like the hidden cost of what Sziky was doing there. Sziky was forcing attention on one side of the map, and Dewalt just didn't have his probe properly shift clicked. Because if you're busy but you have a scout probe, you have to shift click it around in circles just to try and keep it alive. But he didn't. He
Yeah.
lost his scout probe, and it's suddenly free Hydra time.
And because he lost to the Hydras last game, he is sending out the second probe, so that's something that you should always do as a Protoss if you lose your first scout probe early. And yeah, we see Dewalt is doing it. Sziky countering that by placing 2 Zerglings on the wall. Is it tight? Yeah, it's... Oh, no!
no!
Oh
Sziky, what
no!
are you doing, man?
It was tight. He adjusted one position of the Zergling, it was tight, and then he moved it again, and it was not tight anymore. Oh man.
Okay, but now
So
it's time
the-
for the fake Hydra bust. It's pure drones.
Yeah. like 3 Hydra and then pure drones.
He's not even making any Hydras. And the Protoss has to make cannons either way.
You have
Or
to call
does
the
he?
bluff and just not make any cannons. Imagine being so ballsy as a Protoss against Zerg.
I mean, imagine, but it's
No, he just wait for the pylon, I think. Yeah.
that cannon so far forward. That's not a cannon you'd want against this. Okay,
Yeah, but he's making more now.
I always want to do that. I always want to say, okay, I've seen your whatever key tech it is. You'd never actually do it, and just.
Yeah.
But I just don't have that level of confidence. That is like a real big dick Protoss move.
Like PvP, you get the probe in, you see the super early citadel, and you just go 3 get goon and kill him, because he will not go DT anymore, and then DT kill you.
And you want to do it, but it's who has that kind of confidence?
Zerg sometimes have, but Protoss not really.
Also, it's when you lose that way, it's difficult. It's to know whether they were so smart that they believed that because you'd seen it, you wouldn't think they did it, or because they're so dumb, they're like, well, he's seen that I have a quick archives, but I'm still going to go mass DT.
Yeah.
Did I lose because he's an idiot, or did I lose because I'm an idiot?
Okay, so we have a very nice drone count for Sziky. Equal drones here, almost. And 5 cannons for Dewalt.
And the gateway's lost its power. The gateway's going to go down too. Yeah.
Oh man. That was a total of 5 Hydras, right? 5 Hydras, 5
I think
cannons.
it's 6. One of them died. Oh no, there's okay.
Yeah,
he
it's
did make
4
6.
left.
One died at the front, and there's one in his natural.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I
these-
guess against the
he
Kwark.
got- He got good value for those Hydra, and they weren't even. He didn't even go Hydra first, then go back to the drone. He did another 2 waves of drones, then went back for the Hydras.
Dewalt actually cancelling that 5th cannon in the very last second. Very last second.
Dewalt, no Stargate. Dewalt is just going for a +1 speed timing.
Yeah, if you scout the Hydralisk then and no lair, why not? Then you
Because
can actually
they
skip
will make a
this
bajillion
call as
drones,
thumb
and you
tank.
feel dumb about it. It's I like Stargate against Hydra Bust, just because you can confirm how many Hydras they're making.
Yeah, I mean we talked about that earlier, but in this case it was a 9 pool, so and Dewalt still got the fast nexus. I think if you get the fast nexus against a non-economic opening from the Zerg, you can go mass zealots and still like hold the Hydro Bust.
I'd quite like to see him go back for Stargate now at the very has his second gas being taken, because I like having at least one Corsair. You can see the option to build more Corsairs if there's mutas. You can just see what's going on.
Yeah, it's a safer play for sure. Yeah.
Just fly it through, keep tabs on their tech, keep tabs on their drone count.
Overlord goes down to the 1 goon. Sziky's supply blocked, and Dewalt in a pretty good worker and supply advantage here. How did that happen? I mentioned it. They were both on 32 workers, and now Dewalt is like 13 ahead. How did that happen?
Hatchery, Evo, Sunken, lost a few workers that way.
But yes, the Sunken this time. We mentioned it earlier in the. I'm not sure which game it was. I think the third one, where he got his Hydras caught between the bases, and they were so far apart from each other, so like here, and he didn't have a Sunken, so he had to move the Hydras, and he lost them.
He had a good wall that game too, but his Hydras got caught up against the wall, but there wasn't any damage coming from behind the wall. This game, different situation. He should be able to. I want to see if he targets that Sunken on the Archon. Yes, he does, instantly. Yep. Beautiful.
But it feels like too many Zealots anyways.
The other Hydras are coming in. Archon is close to death. Archon down.
So he will survive this. But I think it was still good for Dewalt.
12 Muta in production. And there is no Stargate. I'm really quite worried for Dewalt if he doesn't see this Muta. If he sees the Muta hatch, then I feel like that's really good for him if he sees the Muta hatch, just because he knows in advance. And does he sees it? Because these follow-up zealots are going to do nothing. And then he's going to have to build like 4 cannons at each base.
Targeting the hatchery here. I don't think he will get it. He thinks so as well. Oh man.
Because if you don't have the Stargate, you have to. Like, it's so difficult to play against. Oh, look at those gateways too.
DT in the main, however, there was a little shuttle drop. Dropped the DT in the main base, and he's killing drones.
That's very good. I'm so worried about the gateway positioning if he tries to defend against the Muta, because he can't actually move his army around his base.
Yeah, that's
but that
true.
DT is doing a lot of work.
Oh man.
Sziky's doing so well, he's going to go back to his main and be like, have I just lost? 13 kills. No overlords moving.
Still no overlord, yeah.
Yeah. So look at these gateways and then imagine trying to move Dragoons from your main into natural.
Yeah, I fully agree.
Yeah, that's a disaster. He's killed like 6 High Templar.
Yeah, both players taking so much damage.
This is why you want the Stargate, just because like it stops this from happening.
Yeah, I think Sziky can do more damage even.
I think Sziky's done it. Look at the work again. Oh, wait a second, there's another Zealot attack happening. What's going on in this game?
Oh, 2 Sunkens. Will he target the 2 Sunkens? Oh, he's not targeting the Sunkens. I think Sziky got it there.
Yeah, with the number of workers he has left. And the fact that he can just produce waves of workers out of all these hatcheries.
Also, if you look at the buildings of the Zerg in the natural, Dewalt target a lot of different things. He killed like one sunken, he damaged another sunken, he damaged the hatchery, he damaged the spire. So
Yeah.
if he focused one or two things, he would have killed them. But he focused so many different things and didn't kill most of it.
Yeah, this is exactly why I like to build I like to go back to the Stargate, just because it feels so bad when 12 muta just dominate you. But I mean, what are you going to do? Use goons? The goons don't even have range. You use goons and storm, and you just lose everything.
Yeah, Storm is it's just not working as Mutalist versus a good third who takes care of the Mutalist.
Yeah, these two goons cannot move around the base. This is like a good PvT layout. It's there's one Zealot just doing his own thing inside the Zerg space. But like PvT, you want your base to be as difficult to navigate as possible because you want to control vulture movement. PvZ, you want it to be as easy to navigate as possible because you want to allow Dragoon movement.
Yeah, if you don't go for Corsairs, you need to be ready with like 3 cannons against Mutalists. If the Mutalists breach your mineral line once and you have no Corsairs, you probably lose. Okay, so it looks like we have one final army for Dewalt moving out. A few goons. 3 High Templars. I mean, if he gets like the 3 perfect storms and morphs them into an Archon and kills all the Mutalists with the Archon, maybe he has a chance, but that's a lot of ifs. Not good enough. GG.
Could have been 3-3 right now, but Dewalt is leading 3-2.
Every Protoss has lost that way before. That's why you go back for the Stargate. You do an early attack with gateway units because you skip the Stargate. It does really well. You're feeling really good about the situation. And then if new mutants come in and you take way too much damage.
Yeah, I actually think that he didn't see the Mutalists with the first wave of Zealots. With those last 2 Zealots that were in the main, I don't think he saw the Mutalist hatch actually. So that's why he didn't have cannons ready. I think he only saw it with the second Zealots coming into the natural.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him because he did his last Zealot was alive when they hatched, but I mean no, he built cannons. He built like 2 cannons on each base. The problem was that he was relying on Storm because he cast like 4 storms at the High Templar, so 4 storms at the Mutas, and he ended up losing the High Templar. Then he had 2 more High Templar pop out with 50 energy apiece. Both of those immediately died. Then he had his rangeless Dragoons trying to navigate the gateways. But he did insta-go cannons when he saw the Muta. Just not enough,
Yeah.
they weren't fast enough.
Not enough, yeah. That's the problem.
That's why you have the 1 Stargate, just because it gives you like good damage over time on the Muta. Just every time the Muta come in, sure, they chase the probes, you lose the cannon, whatever, but you can just slowly soften them up, whereas the Dragoons can't do that.
Yeah.
But I mean, every Protoss had lost that way before. They got really far ahead, and then the Muta just destroy everything.
Okay, so next game. We are 3-2, so this is game 6. In the bottom right we have our red Zerg, Sziky, and in the bottom left it's Dewalt in the Lime Protoss. We saw these positions earlier in game 3 or 4, I think, 4. That was the 12 hatch against 9 gate game, but in this case Sziky is not going for the 12 hatch, he's actually going for the pool first, after the Overlord. So he should be fine against any early Zealots, but Dewalt is not doing it. Is Dewalt actually going Nexus first against an overpool? Is that something that's possible?
I mean, I wouldn't advocate for it. No, he's going to go for
Yeah.
Forge. Okay,
Okay.
so be building a 13th probe. So I don't agree. Like 12, 12, 12 is fine against overpool close position. But 12, 13, 13, not so much. No, not close position. Cross position, you can go at 12, 13, 13. But, like, he's going to have to micro his little Protoss heart out here. It does actually make a difference too. The 12, 12, 12, real build. 12, 13, 13 is like an adjustment you make for cross position. There's only 2 links being made though. This is unfortunate for Sziky, because if he'd just gone for 6 links, he could have punished us.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some gateway openings by Dewalt, and Dewalt defended the Zerglings pretty well last game, so with the probe coming in super early and scouting this, maybe that's why Sziky decided to not invest into too many Zerglings.
Sorry, I'm not saying much. I just got my dinner.
Yeah,
been a long
all
cast.
good. Probe going around Zyky's main here. Should be able to stay alive against only 2 Zerglings, without speed obviously. So he should get the scout information on the non-existing Hydroden or the lair starting, or both of them I guess.
Bon
Yeah, and
appetit,
meanwhile
Kwark.
he's just going for the core. No gas mining. He starts the core but has no probes in gas. That should be a mistake.
Yeah, that's a mistake,
Okay,
especially given
just
he didn't make
now.
the Zealot. So this
Yeah.
was core before Zealot, which is good, and he added a quick second gas. So this will be a Citadel play as well. It's going to be Stargate Citadel, and potentially a +1 as well. With that very quick core, I would like to see a Stargate follow up on the rather than a +1, but we'll see what he chooses.
Yeah, because he starts the gas mining so late, he doesn't have the 150 for the Stargate right now. So it's a little bit delayed. But yeah, he gets it right at 150, so still early, but it could have been a little bit earlier. Oh, and Zergling speed, almost done, and Sziky actually making a few more Zerglings here, has a total of 8 it looks like. Those will easily kill the Dewalt, and the Spire going up in the natural. And the Zergling speed is here to prevent any scouting. So the Zergling speed is here to not only of course kill the Zealot so it doesn't do damage, but most importantly prevent the Zealot from getting into the natural and scout the Spire. But since we already have the Stargate for Dewalt, he will confirm this with the core there, and I think he will be fine. So what you can do as a Protoss here is you queue up a second Zealot, and you make a cannon in your mineral line already. And by the time your first Corsair arrives at the Zerg base, and you see no Spire, then you can still cancel the second Corsair and the cannon. But of course, if you see the Spire, then you let it finish, and you are totally fine against Mutalisks. Meanwhile, 3 Zealots moving out. The Zerglings, most of them died already, so he will have to reproduce some Zerglings right now, and this is actually very hurting Sziky a lot. He has to invest into more Zerglings. That means he has no larva saved up for the Mutalisk. Usually you don't want to make units before your Spire's done, so you have 6 larva. But he had to use the larva, so this is actually doing a lot of damage already for Dewalt, even if he doesn't kill a single drone. This is perfect for Dewalt.
Yeah, and Dewalt
Can
is
he kill the
representing-
Spire from behind?
I don't know. Possibly. He's not going to though, because he's going to force the Lings to fight. But either way, Dewalt's doing a lot of aggression here off of just one gateway, and Sziky doesn't know if this is multiple gateways or just one. Sziky had to treat this as like an emergency, where he could be about to die. But he's not about to die. There's only there's a 4 zealots that have already been made, and that's it. But of course Sziky can't know that. Loses the drone.
Oh,
He loses his mining time. And behind this,
Yeah.
Dewalt's just teching up. He's got an archives on the way. He's been mining 2 gas all this time.
second overload going down, the third one getting attacked.
Because Dewalt has been banking gas from 2 gas for a very long time here. So he doesn't actually have any money that's useful. He doesn't have the minerals to make a bunch of zealots. But that's fine, he's going for tech while representing that he's going for a aggro build.
Man, at this point I feel like it doesn't matter what he's going for. He already did so much damage. He killed 5 overlords against a fast spire. That should not have happened for Sziky. And yeah, he's just so far ahead right now. So what can Sziky do? Maybe we have not seen a lurker build so far in any
Storm
of the
hasn't
games.
started. He's got the money for Storm. If he forgets Storm, Sziky could be back in this. Is he
Or
going to
he
forget Storm?
researches Storm but doesn't make any High Templars.
No, he's got the High Templar. Okay, he started at Storm.
I know. Well, he starts the Storm, but then he morphs the 2 High Templars.
That's how you do it. Ziki's drone count is not bad, and he's got a good SimCity at their natural. In fact, at both bases. I like the wall-ins he's made, so I mean, he can drone up from here. The problem is he only has the 4 hatcheries.
I have to say I don't like the wall in the natural, because the Sunken is completely open. The Zealots can just run down
Is
there.
there not going to be like an Evo in front of that one day?
One day might be too late. Needs to be now. Okay, but Devolt's actually going top right.
I mean, okay, it's 5 hats, so not 4 hats, like I said.
Ah, Zealots are getting on top of the Sunken here as well. And
Oh,
I
here
don't think
comes
he has
Archon.
enough units here.
Archon just blowing
Yeah,
up the
I
drones.
think this is it.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, the Archon targeting the Spore.
Archon's just having fun.
Changing focus.
Archon's just doing his own thing.
Spore's still alive with 10 HP. Ah, so many drones dying.
He had a lot of drones though. He can afford
That's
to
true.
lose a lot of drones. This second wave of Zealots is worrying me slightly. Oh, there's Storm coming as well. There's only 2 Storms with these High Templar. They've got 200 energy between them, but it's not spread optimally. Oh, we got the Spore. Okay, let's get the drones. Well, that missed everything. Ah, it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah.
More Zealots coming in. Drones on the front lines again.
Ah, he's just losing all the drones.
Yeah, that was a clean game.
GG.
Well, it was a clean game for Dewalt, not so much for Sziky. And with that, I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave you all. But thank you for having me, and I really enjoyed the event.
Always a pleasure, Kwark. Thanks for joining us.
So
Yeah,
I did
thank
get an
you.
answer from Tech about the probe or the SUV scout timings. He appreciates the information.
Is that what he said?
Nice.
Okay. Alright guys, so Dewalt won the tournament. 4-2 against Sziky.
Yeah, congrats to Dewalt. I mean, most people probably expected this, but we still had some awesome series, especially against Oya. That were some awesome games. And I mean, Sziky also won 2 games, so... And he should have won a 3rd one, so that was also a very nice match. And I think we all saw some nice games here with a lot of different matchups on a new map, so I think everyone is a winner here.
That's wonderful. MasterRey, thanks so much for sticking around. I know it's really late where you are. You're a trooper. You didn't need to stay all these hours.
All good. It's a pleasure.
Well, yeah, there you have it. Dewalt is the winner. And MasterRey, did you like this map?
I think it's a very standard map. Like, it feels a little bit like an improved Fighting Spirit. So yeah, I don't have any hate against it or so, but I don't like it. Doesn't stick out to me. So I definitely like some more different maps like Wavelet a little bit more, but this is definitely a solid standard.
What's something about the map that could be changed, if anything, to make it stand out more for you?
I don't know. That's a difficult question.
Sometimes there isn't, right? And it's just a matter of preference.
Yeah, you can't have, like, if you have a map pool of a tournament or ladder map pool with 7 or 8 maps, you can't have every single map stand out and be special. You know, you need some standard maps, and I think this is a very good map to be that standard map, you know?
A lot of cool pathing in this map compared to Wavelet, a little bit more complicated, maybe, or very different. So it leads to different kinds of dynamics and stuff, which is cool when you get vertical, horizontal, cross positions, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
So this was really cool. I'll let you go, MasterRey. Did you have any shout-outs? Anything you wanted to say?
As always, thanks for having me. And if anyone out there wants to follow me, I'm MasterRey on Twitch, streaming every Friday. Yeah, thank you.
All right, my friends. That's it for our event. It was a fantastic tournament. 7 hours on the map Sanctuary. If you're wondering what the hell this is, well, let me quickly tell you. There was a map contest. A bunch of map makers from Korea and around the world submitted maps. There was a public voting. Over 100 voters from TL participated, including players and TL users and whatnot. 12 maps were selected. That was the semifinals. And then another voting stage took place, and 4 maps were selected. Those 4 maps get featured in 4 separate tournaments, like the one that you just saw. We've done a tournament on Wavelet already, and we just did one on Sanctuary. So we got 2 more fantastic tournaments planned for Tundra and Goodnight. The players might be a little bit different, but it'll be a foreign all-star lineup. And yeah, we'll announce the streams of those on TL. I think the next one, though, is planned for 2 weeks from now, hopefully. So maybe July 10th, same time. It'll be a Saturday starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, 1900 Central European Time. Look out for it. And if anybody's around on Tuesday, June 29th, we got live show matches between Dandy and Yapsap, 7 games, all games played. And another live show match between Ample and Dewalt. So it'll be a foreigner against a semi-pro Korean. It will be on our Africa TV channel. The event is sponsored by Africa TV. We're hoping to do more show matches on Africa TV, similar to the ones we've done on Trovo, our other sponsor, just to support and showcase players and provide some entertainment. So do tune in for that. That's Tuesday, June 29th. It's a little bit late. It's at 10 p.m. Eastern. It's really the only time that we could schedule live events between the players. And yeah, so had a lot of fun, guys. Hope you enjoyed the New Worlds Map Contest Playtest Tour on Sanctuary. Big shout out to Minerals for organizing the contest series and creating this wonderful map. And congratulations to you, my friend. You made top 4. And we're hoping that, you know, maps get adopted in different events. I've been told that they've been submitted to ASL map contests. And of course, these replays and streams can be used by event organizers to check out the map, see if they like it, and hopefully adopt one or more. So that's sort of the goal. Yeah, big shout out to broodwarmaps.net, guys. That site has been around forever. There's also a Discord. Do check it out. All kinds of new maps are uploaded on there. And congratulations to Dewalt for winning this tournament.